is the 2014 Hearthstone World Champion!
And for one whole year will call himself the best.
Kaka will be your 2015 Hearthstone World Champion.
Pavel is your 2016 Hearthstone World Champion.
Tom 60229 is the 2017 Hearthstone World Champion.
And Hunter Ace becomes your new Hearthstone World Champion. Lion becomes the first woman to reach the pinnacle, your 2019 BlizzCon champion.
Glory from Japan is your 2020 Hearthstone World Champion.
There, Possessi is your 2021 Hearthstone Grandmasters World Champion.
World Champion of Hearthstone could be the best player of all time.
Through 2023 for Pocket Train and the most deserving of Hearthstone World Champions.
To Yan Ming, our 2024 Hearthstone World Champion. This is why we cast Hearthstone.
Welcome everybody to the 2025 edition of the Hearthstone World Championship, and we will see if we get to add a new name to that list at the end of today. Going to be showing every piece of action through the day leading up to finding out who wins this time around. With me to open the show is Edelweiss. Edel, what do you make of it all so far?
There's been a lot of high highs, a lot of low lows this week, and really keeping us on the edge of our seat. And I feel like this is really the APAC and China tournament, right? We see 6 out of the 8 top 8 players come from either APAC or China. Inkuro and Philfeel are the sole EU players remaining. Of course, we see how they all got here. Yeah, Spring Championship, Summer Championship, all the championships, 4 players. We had, our 4 players coming from China. You watched a lot of that qualification process. How would you describe it?
Grueling, honestly. It must be for a player. It's fantastic to watch. We had quite an in-depth system this year in our system, which goes, from qualifiers to playoffs and in, qualifiers being open cups largely. The Chinese system, they start off right at the bottom of the pyramid and just work their way up slowly but surely through all these different levels. Some of the first lower down levels are sort of invites as well, some qualifications, that's some points going to that, and by the end of it, you're still playing a group of 6, and you play all just to get into the top 8, and then how you do in that group depends who you play in the top 8. You get to choose your opponent and stuff like that. It was amazing to watch. It was fantastic, and I think at the end of it all, Banterface in particular, who watched even more than I did, was saying that I think Rekvam agreed the best 4 players from China did come through that system, and it's shown 3 of them have made it the top 8 here.
Yeah, curious enough, the first place player is the one who has not made it into the top 8, but of course, Conquest as usual. Players will be bringing 4 decks of unique classes. You get to ban one of your opponent's deck, and you cannot win with the same deck twice. This is the prize pool they're all playing for, but if we're honest, it's probably that title that's on everyone's mind.
I'm sure they'll like the mix of the two. I know we love to say that, they're playing for the title. I'm sure that is largely true. But $100,000, sure, I wouldn't mind that as well. That's a large chunk of money to take home for a year's Hearthstone playing. So
Tá
good luck to
confiante no
everybody
homem,
concerned.
só que
There's,
o homem vai
the
pegar,
schedule,
vai
which
ter
is a bit
confronto
late
China
because if you want to
ali,
watch the VODs, this is
poderosíssimo, tá?
important.
Então,
Go back to Thursday,
vai
rewind
pegar
all
aí.
the way back there, have a look at Thursday's matches if you want to. But I would stay here and watch the live matches and see who's going to be the world champion. As you can probably tell, I am hyped for this top 8. It is absolutely stacked. Edelweiss, anyone stand out for you in that lineup? It's such a stacked lineup.
Just on, sort of the past couple days of competition, right? Definition and Lovestorm, I feel like had sort of the smoothest journey into this top 8. Of course, there were 2 other people who made it out of groups, no problem, but I feel like they had 3 O's.
Yep. Definition was 3-1-3-0, but yeah, near enough.
Near enough. And then Shansu, had a slightly rough start in groups, but then was looking very, very clean on elimination day to make his way to be facing Definition.
Well, this is awkward because the 4 players I would highlight are none of your 3, so we've got a good chance. Nkuru, for me, has looked like the best player in the tournament. I know he did lose a match, but it was a really tight affair against Maxibon. Yanming is the defending champion. You can't say much better than that. Shouty was my pick before the tournament started, though I would shift to Nkuru if I could right now. And it's the longest day of the year in the Southern Hemisphere, and what better for Maxibon than to spend that day winning the longest Hearthstone tournament he'll ever have played, a year-long series of matches to try and become the world champion. Looking at the Twitch extension now, if you play around the button on the right-hand side that will pop up when you hover over the screen, you can look at the matches, schedule, the results, the decks. You can hover over cards to see what they do. You can hover over basically everything. And if you're sort of less familiar with how Hearthstone works, or even if you've got a memory like me, you can refresh that memory and look up most of the information you would ever want to see.
Yeah, really, really nice feature to finally have. We've been sort of wanting something like this for a while, because as great as it is for us to sort of, highlight cards and things, sometimes, maybe you're just popping in, maybe you missed something we highlighted. Having the ability to check it out yourself makes it that much easier to follow everything that's going on.
And we're not messing around, Edelweiss. We are going in with Definition and Chonsu. There's 5 main decks that people have been bringing. Chonsu has not bought the Rogue. Definition has not bought the Shaman. And the way it's been panning out this weekend, I would like to be on the person who hasn't got the Shaman, personally. I don't know about yourself.
Yeah, certainly I think Subtle would agree with you there. And looking at most of the Rogue performances, I would say I would put a little more faith in the Rogue. If you are a deck that draws your whole deck, you're going to be, I feel like, in some ways more consistent than one that has to kind of get the draws in the right order for things to go smoothly.
Yeah, I wouldn't mess with Chionso, though. He was a semi-finalist in 2016, 9 years ago. So, you know, I think he's been there, done that some time ago. He's got all the experience in the world. He's done really well in all of the Hearthstone systems we've ever had. And, you know, it is a small lineup difference at the end of the day. Let's see how he gets on. We're going to see this rogue that Definition has looked very, very clean on in the early stages. Almost forgotten he was here, like him and Lovestorm that you highlighted. They sailed through on day one. We haven't seen anything of them for 2 days. And Chionso is on this Death Knight, which I think along with the Shaman has been one of the decks that has been slightly more disappointing for the players through this tournament.
Yeah, it sort of is, you know, strong enough that 12 players have felt that it has to be brought, but I think that just in a couple of matchups, honestly, I think in some ways this one in particular, it's just seemed to struggle. It has sort of that awkward amount of draw where it's sort of just enough to be, you know, consistent and functional, but that means that a decent amount of the time, you know, you are finding yourself with no draw to keep things running. It's that amount where, like, well, you're never gonna, for the most part, be having issues of too many cards, as you know, some more controlling decks like the Warrior can sometimes have in certain situations where you feel like you have to dump things because you're drawing so much. But if you're not able to sort of mount that counter pressure, keep up the good draws, sometimes this Death Knight can run into trouble.
Yeah, Definition they're unable with this really nice hand, by the way, to get the Phoenix down, which would be a shame for him there, apart from the fact everything else is looking good in his hand. Obviously would like to get that down so he could replay it with the Web Weaver. Chionso, as you say, sort of this DK does have a pretty good early curve. It needs it to generate the corpses it needs to power the deck. So the early curve is not only really good for controlling the board, keeping control of, you know, not taking too much damage. We saw a turn 5 kill yesterday with the discover of a buff from the Elise location, so he can definitely put things on the board and hit you. But at this exact moment, his hand is looking a bit clunky, corpse-reliant hand without the corpses, and Definition has to choose which moment he wants to go in. I do wonder if he would just try and find some unpleasant turn here and go off next turn, but the unpleasant turn is really unpleasant. It's like play Thalnos. I don't think he can settle for that. He is going to go for the map and see if he can dig up some more cards.
Yeah, is going to be able to cycle a reasonable amount, taking, you know, this prep. Can prep out the O Manager, which is enough to get Everburning Phoenix in play.
Yeah. Has to stop and think, just count how many cards he has drawn this turn. I think the number is 6 or 7, which means if he does swing here and hits the MG, I think he can play it because he's got that coin.
Yeah, it does
And petered out.
whiff on the EMG, but yeah, I understand wanting to be able to clear up Xavius there, and you know, he's going to be thinking about a Web Weaver turn next turn, so getting a little information on, you know, what minions, what plays they'll have access to be able to do that.
Fui inventar de ir no mercado.
Throwing out the Web Weaver to be dealt with. Got to get this new Tusk equipped and hope that something better comes off the next two, because next turn is spoken for with Coin Insidious.
Yeah, he's got the Coin Insidious, which is what we're looking at quite often in this deck.
Hoje eu tô impressionado que começou rápido,
again,
mano.
just to reiterate, we have said this a lot over the course of the tournament. For those of you who have just joined in for the finals, you know, I understand that. Some people like to do that. You want all your eruptions to go off first, clear the way for your asteroids to hit the face. That's not always possible, but in this situation where you've got everything set up so nicely, Definition does have a very good chance of just going through those motions. But first he would have a look to see if he can get an EMG down, you know, get some extra chip damage. The
O cara tá jogando rápido, ele tá seguro do...
but as that draw set sort of peters out, he does just go for the old Incendious, leave it there, make them clear it up.
Inclusive, meu pique, né?
Yeah. And
Ver se o
meanwhile,
Clan
Chunsu,
consegue ganhar mais
I thought it was
packs
interesting. The Xavius pick earlier went for Ziliax with extra battle cry, right, which can present a pretty significant board. Felt a little optimistic to me, as we've seen a lot of these rogue games kind of be decided well before Ziliax would be able to come down. But this has been a slower start from Definition, so maybe a bit of a combination of that and a hope of, you know, hitting an Exarch Maladar or something later on. Maybe Chunsu is figuring, okay, maybe I take some damage, but then there's a board that I need to deal with while healing up, and then, you know, he'd have the opportunity to have that big game-ending swing with the Ziliax.
Yeah, the reason this has been a bit slow for the Rogue has been he sort of got, I want to say baited, but it's not that because it was probably correct, into the good card draw he got very early on, leading to more good card draw, made him have a look for the EMG early. And when you miss, you burn a lot of card draw, you then do have to take a turn or two often to recover that, you know, get a new weapon in play, that sort of thing. And so he has ended up being just a little bit slower in the, you know, the turns 4, 5, 6, but not the next one. And now he's making up for that lost time, and hopefully for him, drawing through a lot more stuff.
Yeah, has to use the Shadow Step on Platasaur there. Just to kind of keep the draws running. This is, you know, not a spot the Rogue wants to be in. Usually you have so many instances of draw 3 that you don't have to rely on that line, and you want to save the Shadow Step for Moonstone Mauler. But decent size board here. No eruptions though means that 8/8 sticks around, and Chunsu, if he can like clear while pushing, that counter pressure could really mount up.
No, no.
Yeah, I mean, it is doing, right? We can see 11 on board. The leech, if it was one-off lethal, you can make the leech go face by being the last point of damage. So there's plenty there.
Hoje o Mundial começou de
But it needs to
verdade.
be more than plenty. There's a very good chance from where
Vamos
he's
ter
sat,
só
we can see it's not
gameplay de
quite that clear
qualidade
cut
hoje.
that he's dead next turn.
Hoje, de fato, são os 8
Yeah,
que
it's that tough
jogaram
spot. If
melhor.
I have an 8/8, my
Tirando,
opponent's
não,
at 20.
7,
I
né? Porque tem um fio-fio.
really want to set up a 2-turn. But, yeah, so many things on board. Throw a wrench into those plans.
Ganhamos? Depende
Showfall
de
Baron
quem
coming
é
out.
o ganhamos.
Another unplayable card. And like just hero power invested draft.
Eu tô aqui pelo meu campeão, né?
Yeah, do you want to take 14, leave your opponent requiring 20 to win, or do you want to set up a lethally, make your opponent beat you? It's often a tough call to make. Oh, you have to wince watching that 8/8 go into a 3/6. Surely that makes any Hearthstone player's eye water, I think, there.
It has to be done, though, right? It's so frequently, you know, if you are in this dominant position that Chunsu is in terms of having these leeches going, right, up to 36, I suppose 34 with you factor in the 2 minions that can swing. It's just important to try and get out of range. Has already seen one Shadow Step used, here a second Shadow Step
Zero
used.
Chilique.
That reduces significantly the damage
Foram
that can be done.
todos
Thalnos,
homenzinhos.
I think, Thalnos was shuffled away, I believe.
Todos homenzinhos, maduros.
Yeah, he really needed to hit card draw from that Shadow Step Platy, though, just to get this rolling again, and he has hit it. So he did manage to get rolling again. Chunsu won't be killing him next turn. The location is a small one. I'll just show you what that is right now. That's the location that is in play. So the Discover might be handy. See what he hits with that.
Gabi versão
Definition will be setting up he probably doesn't die next turn. Maybe considering playing the Maestro down
Falou
here.
que certamente ele vai estar no próximo Mundial para deixarem as palavras de consolo para os amigos que se sentirem mal.
Yeah, I think just gonna get as many minions in play here as possible, set up a hero power. You know, gonna save the Moonstone Mauler so that he can make sure that those rocks are gonna go face when they're drawn, and that they will be gaining the spell damage from Blood Mage Thalnos.
Yeah, some good rolls there for Definition on the EMG as well.
Wave of Tar is a huge
Acabou.
hit there, I think, because yeah, just taxing those minions for a turn seems like exactly what Chunsu wants, so that he can set up something like that Ziliax. you know, if you can take the damage in stages and not all at once, right? Makes things like your Pterodax, like Ziliax, much more useful.
Aí sim,
Yeah, I
hein?
think
Homem é
Definition has to
Vasco?
win next turn. He has 3 eruptions, which will do a total of 9 with the Thanos. He has a Mauler in the deck and Mauler in hand. That's another 18, which is 27, plus what he has on board, plus the weapon swing.
Yeah. Chonsu hitting a good pickup in the trinket there.
Vocês precisam fazer o Brasil sorrir.
Amulet of Healing.
Apenas isso.
Ordering absolutely crucial, but he won't be able to play all of the Maulers, probably.
Acabou o jogo aqui. Como é que faz?
And with only 27 damage left in the deck, plus the weapon swing, there's no O manager, so a total of 28 available. He's going to need something on the board, and with that, he decides to go for the Maestro and say, okay, I can't win with the damage left in deck. I have to find something else.
Hagatha, that would be sort of taking another turn off to go Hagatha next turn, but it is a way that you could, you know, generate a lot of spells off of these minion plays. You know, combined with Everburning Phoenix, it gives you a sort of consistent value engine. But yeah, Rakara, understandable. It's just sort of like, well, I know I can get 10 damage out of this weapon. I know I get a 2 damage hero power. Also gives, you know, a lot of defense in the 10 armor and potential, you know, increments of 4 armor from the hero power. So we've seen a lot of Rakara picks when
players a weapon hit, right?
Yeah,
4 lavas dentro do
you might just get a
deck.
cheeky 8 damage you
E
weren't
vai
expecting.
ter no
They don't know
máximo
what hero you've taken.
6 cometa?
So sort of looking for the scam as well as, like you described, the long-term.
Tem 18,
yeah, Chonsu
30 de dano, né? Possíveis 30 de
doesn't
dano.
even need the full power of this amulet. It just says, you know what, 36 is better than 35, and I have Ziliax next turn.
But the Ziliax has to have something to hit. So will Definition just play the Rakara and chill for a turn and say, okay, hit me one more time, this armor will protect me. You're going to take, you know, another 10 for the weapon potentially.
And also, yeah, hurting the
Aí vai descer as 4 lavas agora.
4 damage instead of 5, you get to sort
sem dano extra.
Stats in play while still damaging the opponent, right? So it sets up those eruptions nicely. A little bit fortunate, honestly, that Definition didn't draw the eruptions right away, because it puts Chonsu in a weird spot.
Yeah, the difference between that Nisira being on 7, just building on Edelweiss's point, and being on 12 is it's now below 9. Those eruptions, if he doesn't draw one off the top, will do 9 with the Thanos. There are 3 eruptions and 1 Mauler, so he's likely to draw 1 or 2 of them first. But in the world where he's going to win this, he's going to need a little bit of luck. So he's setting up that to take as little asteroid damage as possible after the eruptions hit it. And at the end of the day, let's say he hits 2 eruptions, they do 4. You play your Thanos, you draw your last cards. That's another 3. That clears that out of the way. Then you play your asteroids. Then you eat the imp and eat it into all those asteroids you put in your deck. That still is 27. Everyone he draws off the top will lower that by 1 because he won't have a Thanos in play. 5 from the weapon. It is going to be close.
Oh.
Meu Deus, por que ele jogou Ziliax, cara? Vai morrer.
Interesting. A little bit surprised to see the Ziliax just come down here, but I guess it's the best way that Chonsu can soak. But
It's the last turn. Yeah.
They're going to take a lot from the eruption, so you know, it leaves you with 6 ones, but
Ué, não tinha 4?
He lost them all.
Fui ludibriado.
He needed to get the Thanos down before drawing the Mauler so that he could clear this board with eruptions, and now basically he can't win in any real world. He needed the eruption to do, one of the eruptions to do 3 to clear these up. He needed it to be, you know, one of the bottom 2 cards, which is very likely, and now he's got to have a worldie of a set of asteroids. He's going to have to end up sticking a board at some point. This is unpleasant. He will take one of the minions out. But now he's going to have to win on board somehow, and that seems unlikely.
Gonna set this up to minimize fatigue taken. Gonna play that Wisp at the very end.
Aí tomou explosão na volta, acabou.
These all have lifesteal, so
Face.
Does actually need to take them out weirdly because again of the miss on the eruptions.
And now I'm just gonna put this out there. I'm not saying it would have been correct, but just consider 7 shaman spells in hand right now.
That would be a lot of shaman spells. But Corpse Explosion ends the game, I'm pretty sure. Don't see any way back from it. He's actually just making sure he hasn't got a lethal.
O que ela fala é verdade. Se ele tivesse pegado a gata, ele ia conseguir muita magia de xamã, pelo menos.
Into Awakens, your opponent's fatiguing as well. Maybe he's added that up. Maybe this is Awakens hero power, Nightmare. The opponent takes things and yeah, gives up. Definitely sees the lethal. She also sees the lethal and takes a 1-0 lead to build on the amazing.
Cadê o Randão? Daqui a pouco o Randão aparece aqui.
I do think
campeão
that,
dele ganhou.
With some of the things that have happened this weekend, I would not have pressed that concede button quite so quickly. You know there's a 14-12 in the pool of minions there for Chonsu. I guess maybe he was high enough that even 14 damage wouldn't have been enough. You know, you can get up to 16 with the hero power hit, but you know, just maybe let it pan out, just see.
Yeah, I must admit, it's a little bit of a meme, but yeah, also, yeah, let's just see it's the World Championships. But he was so far behind, I think he needed so many. I think Chionso could have let the cat play that turn.
Me chamaram de louco quando escolheu. Olha lá.
Turn or two, probably would still have won the game.
Falar.
But yeah, takes that early 1-0 lead to settle
Só
down.
foi falar, ele apareceu.
Down. He's just seen this so many times now.
Mencionei
but yeah,
ele.
getting the DK, which has been one of the worst performing decks in the tournament, you know, for everybody out of there. He gets to play some Hunter. He doesn't have to play some Shaman.
As apostas de ontem.
Definition will be ruining the fact that he doesn't have a Hunter and Chionso does, I think.
Tô sem net?
It's been banned.
Ixi.
Yeah, every time we get to see a Hunter, it's sort of like, hang on, how did that happen? What what was the line here that we left Hunter up?
Yeah, I mean, the Warrior with the 4 good deck lineup, if you like, the one without Shaman. The Warrior is pretty decent into that. It tends to beat the Rogue, it tends to beat your Death Knight. You don't want a 50-50
Mano,
mirror
aconteceu isso aí
if your other two aren't favoured, so I get it. But really, the Hunter
Foi
deck
papo
isn't
da
so
semana
powerful,
inteira
and it
sem
is the
internet.
powerful version. It's not the version with this era and such stuff that seems a little bit slower, a little bit less dangerous early on. It is the powerful version.
Ixi, travou tudo.
I see you have a preference in your Discover Hunters here.
Oh, I do, absolutely. So there's 2 versions. There's the version with Isira, Elise and stuff like that, which is much better built to go against warriors because the mana you get from the Isira allows you to save up loads of damage, and the warrior can't really get away from you like you can the 10 mana version. But you do pay for it in early games. Sometimes you just get run over a little bit. So yeah, it is a preference.
Brasil não é para amadores, e principalmente São Paulo.
I would rather have the slightly more aggressive version. There's a lot of lip service paid to both versions.
Só que o meu, eu pensei que tinham roubado, mas foi o caminhão de uma empresa que faz reciclagem aqui na frente. O cara simplesmente deu a ré com aqueles caminhão baú e levou tudo os fios.
Yeah, it is a slightly quicker version for the early game.
And those takes on Hunter can, I think, be.
Aí fiquei aí. Aí falaram que tava fazendo manutenção, meteram uma migué, mano. A Vivo
like,
só metendo migué. Porque tava fazendo manutenção, que não sei o quê.
Bands, but I don't know. Just the flexibility for all of them feels a little bit spooky, particularly when.
E o homem ainda subia vídeo no YouTube. Diferenciado. E esse turno 3 aqui do meu campeão.
Why is this one not called Miracle
Road?
Caramba.
Because it's not even a miracle anymore, it just happens every game. Yeah, I don't know. It is, like you said yesterday, I think it was, It's Miracle Rogue.
E ele ainda pode fazer mais gracinha ali se ele quiser.
Here we are.
This is your equivalent of a gosh, it's been so long I've forgotten the name. An Edwin Van Cleef pop-off, right?
That's the one. Eventually didn't dodge another one. Eventually got nerfed and left.
I remember this place well.
Yeah.
Going for a 5, probably gonna be. I think it
Preparou
was
aquele
rushes
turno
there
5,
because you
a
have to
gente
deal
não
with the
gosta.
board. You know, you ideally want, I think, rushes and armor when you're this far behind, but yeah, rush and discover a spell.
Yeah, there's quite a lot of good AoE in Shaman, right, for discovers. You can get volcanoes and lightning storms and stuff, so
yeah,
I need to hit something.
And baking soda volcano is extra nice since it does heal you.
Yeah,
up to 10.
Absolutely.
But yeah, this is usually the kind of thing where, you know, someone's like, yeah, this is why I prefer the rogue over the shaman, because sometimes this happens.
Definition's looking at the cards like, well, what do you want me to do, like, for the next 2 or 3 turns? There's nothing more I can do until I play Incendious now. Like, my deck does this, it's done it. Now I've got a handful of 0-1s and 1-1s and 1-2s. Well, what do you want from me? And what we do want from him, obviously, is to get that extra coin so he can play Incendious on turn 5. Absolutely makes sense. If Incendious is the next thing you're going to do of any note, get it down on turn 5. Why wouldn't you?
I think this has been
Agora aquele
a display of,
incendioso
like, just the
gostosinho.
earliest possible that you can make any of these things happen, right? Like,
yeah,
earliest possible double EMG, earliest
aqui,
possible Incendious with double coin.
You are basically right. Yeah, I am actually traumatized because somebody managed to get it down on turn 2 against me and get rid of my web weaver in the middle.
Ele responde, né, com o Moradjon.
Double EMG, 2 preps, 2 eats. Set up the dubious purchase on turn 1 with the
Incendioso também vai reverter o nerf lá na semana maluca. Incendioso a 6 manas.
Jeez.
I think it was only 1 EMG, but they rolled a 7/7 actually, just to be safe. But yeah. I was sad.
Spell Damage Druid e o Cycle antigo vão
pretty
ficar uma
calm
delícia.
here in the face of this, but I think, you know, he's just gonna do his level best, but understands we're probably not getting there on this one.
Yeah, probably not, but you never know. Like we've seen
Nossa,
misplays you
comprou
pointed out,
aranha
but
de top
also
deck.
sometimes all the eruptions can huddle together at the bottom or something, and you can dodge all your card draw and have a handful of Maestras, and I was going to say things like that. There is nothing like that. It's just Maestras. There's not enough cards to fill the gap I'm trying to fill.
Cricket.
Yeah, and that is most of them. No Moonstone Maulers picked up yet, but I'm sure they are incoming.
Oi, já tô
yeah,
indo.
And, you know, the world where you set up some 2/4s with armor and somehow clear with your location discover and then find a Ziliax or something. I don't know, you don't quit. You need to be shown the lethal.
Yep.
And you've seen most of those things go, but it's coming.
Vai logo, cara.
Yeah, I think Chonsu would need exactly Baking Soda Volcano to have sort of any hope of staying in this game.
We might still see Mauler, Shadow Step Mauler yet, although there's not much time left. Yeah, he's not even going to go for it. There's a mana short, I think, for doing that.
No healing. You can discover a battle cry, maybe find healing that way.
Does the Thunderquake get rid of the whole board and then you shut your eyes and hope the Mauler's the bottom 2 cards? Might not matter.
Once upon a time, you know, could theoretically discover a Rush Lifesteal, I suppose, or generate rather.
Yeah, you go for anything at this point, right? Once upon a time, just summoning some random 3 costs basically from different minion types.
Oh wait, plushie costs 4, not 3 now.
Ah, yeah.
I mean, it's been 4 for ages at this point. But...
There's always a card.
I guess the thing going for Chunsu in this moment is that pretty much all the eruptions have been used, right? I think there's maybe one left. So if enough things can absorb rocks, and actually, if things absorb rocks with that Murloc in play, that could be a big deal.
There is only one left, 2 Maulers. No Thalnos either at the moment, so they would have to go face twice. And yeah, with the Murloc with Cookie in play.
Definition needs to hit that eruption to kill the Cookie before doing anything with rocks or trades.
Yeah, and it needs to be this turn because Ziliax is lurking.
Yeah. And that's all he needed was that eruption, so...
That was closer than it could have been, considering that the Rogue did everything it wanted to do, but it is leveled up now. And suddenly from nowhere, in this almost mirror lineup, we have 4 different classes remaining.
Yeah, how about that? We'll get to see the Hunter at some point, I would expect. And yeah, Definition gets that Rogue locked up. Has got basically the 2 control decks remaining.
Sure, yeah, indeed. The Shaman versus the Warrior has been very interesting. We've seen quite a few of those now where there's those crucial turns when you get to 10 mana where the Shaman does a powerful thing 3 or 4 turns in a row, depending how they've set up their wish, depending how their Shudder block went, that stuff. Versus can the Warrior just have enough removal to get rid of it? We saw Inkuru put on a masterclass against Fury Hunter late last night with exactly that, where he didn't draw his removal and somehow kept removing things. Like he got removal spells from the location and he scrambled around to draw cards and get another removal spell and somehow wiped out a whole army of nonsense that Fury kept throwing at him. Sometimes that goes the other way. You scramble you're one short and suddenly, you don't get the time warp and you get deaded the next turn yourself. So it's quite an exciting matchup. And again, both sides having DK in the lineup and Chunsu having won with it could be the big deal right now, I think.
Yeah, I mean, I called DK a control deck, but it has just got sort of the 1 Corpse Explosion, relies on rush minions in Pterodax, Dreadhound Handler, and sort of other discovered things to kind of keep up that controlling element. Leeches, I think, really are just such a potent part of that package, being able to remove while gaining you life. But it hasn't got quite the clear potential of Quest Warrior, hasn't got the armor potential of Quest Warrior, and so, sometimes I think it is a little bit more susceptible to, like, the good Shaman draws.
Yep. I mean, the good Shaman draws are why this deck is brought. If you just go turn 1 Murloc, turn 2 Location, turn 3 Hagatha, not much in Hearthstone stands up to that. And that was the Lovestorm strategy. Just draw those 3 cards over and over again and you'll be fine. But it's the other games that are much harder to navigate. The ones like this where your hand is fine but doesn't do anything immediately and isn't immediately obvious exactly how it's going to pan out. Bird watching with no big spell in hand right now. Like, your bellhops might not be good, but you've kind of got to hope your deck does what it's designed to do. See what he picks out.
Oh.
There we go.
Oh, gotta take the Hagatha.
Yep.
It's the name of the deck.
It is. Okay, Definition with a decent-looking hand with a new height. I mean, that's a decent-looking hand. Have you got new height?
Yep.
The definition of whether it's a good hand or not.
Yeah, and, not seeing even, the Murloc Growfin in the opener, right, which, may not seem like a big deal, but a pair of 1/1s on turn 1 to start just, like, chipping away at you can, do much more damage than you would expect.
Yeah, they can do 10. No joking, they could 4 times. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Like, that could do 10.
And Chunsu has the very powerful turn
Pronto, tô
5.
de volta, fui pegar o almoço.
You know, Fairy Tale
Vou
Slime
papar.
with Frosty Decor.
Yeah.
E ver Definition.
We've seen Warriors
virar
struggle
essa
to
série.
get their Ancients down early in this matchup as well, because they're under so much pressure. And Definition's been able to take a turn off to do that, which is a big deal for him.
Oh, and going for the high risk, high reward. Well, I guess not really high risk, just do you have it? And if not, high reward play of Muradin. And if this sticks around, representing 14 damage on turn 5. Not a good brawl here, right? So.
No, it's a great board to present to a warrior. They need Shield Slam really here. Because all the other stuff is, like you say, brawl. Well, we're having to do this, but don't want to brawl here because there's a good chance it just doesn't win. And obviously the 3-5 not useful against a 7-7.
Okay, yeah. If you lose that 1 and 4, it's potential you're just losing on the spot. Chunsu is going to burn a Furious Fowls, but you're somewhat okay with that. A little surprised to see this Wish Upon a Star just get turboed out there.
No shutter block in hand, right? So it's now or never in a way, or now or wait and hope. So it is a 9-10 in its own right. So I like it. I think it's unfortunate you'd rather have a shutter block, but you haven't got the shutter block. So
yeah, I guess I just am used to more like trying to get that board set up with things that summon, right? Maybe you play the slime that makes the Frosty Decor. Maybe you wait until you can play the Growfin on the same turn, so you get the buff on both the front end and the back end there.
I imagine his thought process was, oh, Definition just had to brawl my king, so didn't necessarily have a good position to get rid of a big minion, so here's another one. Let's see what you can do now.
And to his credit, I mean, Great Draco Rex is a nightmare for this deck, right? And the board that he made was not very good to Draco Rex into. The fact that Definition did it anyway, I think kind of tells Chunsu that, okay, he's really not got a lot going on, in terms of clearing big minions. So ability to not sort of fall into that trap of making a board that's perfect for Draco Rex to attack into, and is going to be able to clear it up pretty nicely.
Yeah, absolutely. Trying to work out how hard he wants to go here. Obviously, he can get 9 in the face, but it's how much does he want to put out there? And he's decided, you know what? I'm going to put it all out there because this is a Ziliak's turn coming up, and this board is not going to be. It's almost going to be not impacted at all by Ziliak's. We're taking armor off you, not health. I don't care.
Yeah, that's one of the sort of weird things about Ziliak's for the warrior is like the sheer amount of armor gain means that very frequently it's used just for the rush divine sealed, and the lifesteal doesn't always come into play.
Yeah, this might be one of those weird turns. I'm not saying it is because I haven't looked at the rest of the options. It's probably a brawl. Sometimes the turn is Ziliak's your go. Not even attack with it, just leave it there. Does look like a brawlable board, but you know there's more coming. This is where that wish has come in handy, right? It's not the great, a massive wish that puts things in, but it has put your minions just out of the range of Ziliak's and Draco Rex and those cards. So it was enough to put that little bit of elevation on the health totals, and the power that they're representing is a lot.
Yeah, just having to throw out the brawl. Hope that something smaller wins.
It doesn't.
Nope, that's still 9 damage. Chunsu now can throw out the other Bumbling Bellhop, the slime, and just totally refill. Both brawls used. Hostile Invader much less effective into a board like this. I think Definition not using the Unleash the Crocodilus last turn was to be able to go double Hostile Invader safety goggles on this turn, but Bob might change things.
Yeah, that's a good spot with the invaders. That's a lot of removal. It does 8, right? So that's perfect here. Let's do that. Save the Bob for the next emergency, which you know is around the corner with the grow fence. And each time you tick off one of those turns, that quest is getting nearer and nearer. That ceaseless is ticking down. You've just got to hang in there and see if you can get there.
And Chunsu now. Lots of rush minions available. Might want to use the static shock just to ping off the last health there to start.
Yeah, it's a nice clear. And when you work out that, it makes the rest of the turn a bit more straightforward. It's just a fairly natural play now.
Definition trying to work his way towards that ceaseless being playable. A lot of times that is the point where you know you've turned a corner, is when you're able to drop the ceaseless safety. And for now, yeah, just has to get the Ziliax down, probably clear up the smaller minions, and then try and block out the others.
Yeah, if he decides to attack at all again.
Yep.
Plenty of options here for him.
Yeah, I think Chunsu and perhaps most of the Shaman players, I don't think have Hex here. Yeah.
Seen one, doesn't mean there isn't one, but...
Yeah.
Definition is at the point now where he's going to get to play Bob Elise on the same turn, possibly look for a 10 to buff them the turn after, or to do some good stuff. And then obviously he will get a chance to quest reward on top of that around that time. Yeah, he does take down one of the bigger minions.
Yeah, Shutter
Rely
Block.
on 4/5s being smaller than 6/5s.
Yeah, not not great trades here unless Chunsu wants to use Furious Fouls or his own Ziliax, which is a common response.
There we go. We've seen it so many times.
Yeah.
Makes sense.
And yeah, Definition now. I think you put it correctly. It's gonna Bob Elise or Bob Latorvius. My guess would be Elise for a 10.
Yeah, could look for a 5. The fact he's playing it first means he might be looking for a 5 to play alongside the quest reward next turn. He's gone for the 10.
Yeah, and might be like an Alakir, forcing him to have the hammer, which he knew was there, but hammer at this point. It's not been upgraded. It's a couple instances of 6 damage, but not nearly as scary as what's in play.
Yeah, and the other part of this is the spell. It's tempting to take armor, but look, what's 12 armor doing against this?
When discover a spell so frequently, you saw the insta pick there of Heavy Plate, so frequently just is armor, right?
Yeah.
But has that flexibility of maybe giving you additional removal tools, right? Yeah. Particularly when you've used both your brawls.
We've seen like executes and things come in big handy as well from there at times, so.
And yeah, we're at that point where Ceaseless is going to come online next turn. Chunsu had a pretty decent draw, able to pick up the Hagatha early, but not sort of the best draw. And yet, even with what seemed very, very solid, all these minion buffs, these huge boards after a huge board, Definition has just managed to keep up.
Yeah, I'm going to add so far to that. This hand still has some mileage, right? It is starting to run out, but there's still stuff there. Ceaseless is only a 10-10, and in this world of Shamans buff minions, who cares? Not who cares, obviously you care about it clearing, but he does need to find time to get the quest reward down. And I think that partly is why he'll be thinking so long here, because he'll have a Ceaseless tracker, he'll know it's at 14. Yeah, I think that's part of the reason why we're seeing not many things done this turn.
Yeah, I always wonder about Shutter Block being held for so long. I guess this is just kind of trying to,
Yeah.
make a big board and pressure considerably, right? The Furious Fowls attack immediately, while being able to hold on to Shudder and that Growfin as like a really good Shudder target.
I think this was deliberate, by the way. The Ceaseless is on 9. He knows the quest reward is in hand on 5. You can't do them both. You have to do them in the other order, so it's not deliberate. But you'd have to blow up your own 8/8 if you did it.
Sure.
I think that was part of the thought process there, just counting away. I might be wrong, but these players do factor that sort of stuff in.
Definition, though, recognizing, drawing cards reduces Ceaseless as well. And so as long as he can get something free, like a Toland's Goblet, is going to be able to play the Ceaseless still here. It doesn't get to keep the 6/6, but it will have a 10/10 in play.
I always find Goblets fun.
Okay, well, sure. That seems good.
Can't see at this exact
Bulwark of Azeroth. Chunsu is not happy about that one. There's 4 more Bulwarks after that.
Eu já ia falar, o jogo acabou aqui. O cara vai compra baluarte duplicado.
Like, how can I possibly eat through this when I know next turn it's going to come alongside Latorvius? Bad enough to have to face Ceaseless, but Ceaseless and 5 Bulwarks. The little taunts here, actually, kind of significant. But
Meu campeão é muito bom, mano.
I think his own Elise location to be able to maybe buff these attacks, right? To be able to punch through. But it may need, honestly, to.
Pô, mas são 2 asiáticos aqui.
You can punch through the Bulwark all at once and then deliver a big final blow, since not enough armor from Definition. There's going to be 3 off of this, 2 from the hero power, but not as much board space for the Raptors to get their full potential. Still looking fairly challenging to come out of. Definition actually just going to swing 1 Bulwark and then play a new one, which he'll be able to do for another 3 turns.
Hi, I'm back. Sorry about that. We're still bulwarking people, I assume. Yeah, there we are. Loads of them.
Yeah. Last minion remaining is Elise. Did see the Demolition Renovator get traded, so at least there's, maybe hope for Chunsu that he can get a high impact location and make use of it.
Right, yes, sorry about that. I was just briefly away from everything. Not sure how you push through this. I'm just trying to think of any scammy way. What scammy ways have you described while I've been...
No, there's none really that coming up, because I forgot the Elise location refreshed, right? So Definition got more Raptors and more discovered spell, and sitting on 13 armor. For a moment, I thought maybe there was a way to buff up the little taunts in play and whittle away the Bulwark, but now Definition's gone into sort of attack mode.
Yeah, why not? Like, you can't take damage, so this is where you want leeches or something to at least give yourself a chance, right? Just go straight through that armor and at least hit the life total for 1. But no.
Chunsu does not have the benefit of higher than 10 mana crystals, so he is going to have to go for a 5 to be able to get an Elise location down this turn. Got it. Oh yeah, here we go. Last ditch effort, go for triple Elise location. But one of these is going to need to say armor to have any hope of sort of staying alive to use them all.
There must be a way of generating 3 Vipers, it'll be fine.
Definition só precisa do
There's some armor.
First.
Então, eu não sei porque que ele fez isso, mano.
First is gain 6, deal 5
Botou um monte de Raptor achando que ele só precisava do turno extra.
The 10 mana one. We have 1 10 mana, gain 12 armor, discover a spell, it costs 7 less. And then the final 10 mana location. Summon 6 2/1 raptors with rush, discover a spell, it costs 7 less. I'm a little surprised not to see any summon a copy. Wasn't able to quite keep up with all the picks on like what was on offer, but you know, we've seen people go sort of all in on the copies, but then not have the defensive options to stay alive. But of course, you know, this other direction might be you've got the defensive options to stay alive longer, but do you actually have the ability to close the game? Nomelia, probably the better one for Chonsu to get hit there, since, you know, it's a nice clear, but it doesn't go face.
Yeah, he's going to need a miracle, so I understood all the generation options there.
Now, if there's something in Chonsu's favor here, it's that Definition has been quite liberal with just sort of refreshing the bulwark every single turn, doing things like that there where you sort of used one as a ping, which eats 2 charges, but then setting up a fresh one.
Yeah. And also, obviously, the big deal is he's out of board as well. So literally what you were saying, the Alakir needs to be somehow through. Weapon needs to be equipped at some point. I don't know how he gets the time to do that, to set it up. I'm sure you've said some of this already.
Yeah, the Discover spell reduced by 7, not really the best hits for Chonsu there. Is going to clear up, you know, majority of this board, but he's really hoping to get like a 1-cost Shaladrasil, right? That's a possibility out of the location.
And that's the game.
Yeah, Time Warp will do it.
Time Warp finally picked up.
Galvadon in hand as well. Doesn't even really need the Galvadon with the Ragnaros hero power.
It's just super lethal. We had one yesterday with Inkuru. Took quite a while to calculate the 12 plus 12 plus 10 was more than 32, which was quite amusing.
Cadê o Randão?
He's just naturally, instinctively drawn to, you know, what's the most damage I can put down. Because you play so many warrior mirrors where you need to get all the Galvadon stuff worked out and everything. Actually, it was just there. It was just lethal.
Yeah.
Like, he shook his head a little bit after. So I was like, oh gosh, I'm silly. Yeah.
Definition. Kindly playing the Time Warp first so that Chonsu can go ahead and concede and get things moving.
Agora ele some. Cadê ele?
Yeah, absolutely. Just that DK
virou.
has been running at a very low percentage. Banterface provided us with Onkrad's post with Onkra doing regular stuff now on social media for stats out of the kindness of his heart and his interest in the game. And let me have a look. Yeah, DK has been running at an adjusted win rate, which accounts for bans and stuff, at 36.3% in this tournament. Way below every other deck.
Yeah.
It's below Dragon Warrior. It's not below Protoss Rogue, but we don't talk about Protoss Rogue in these parts.
Those are too small sample size to matter. I'm curious how it compares to Shaman.
Shaman, apparently yesterday it was doing badly, but because yesterday it had a really good day, Shaman adjusted win rate is 48.1. It's actually winning slightly over half the games, but when you factor in other decks getting banned and so on, it brings it down.
Yeah, and I don't think we've seen any Death Knight bans.
No, I don't recall any. We have seen a Shaman ban or two. I think Pocket Train banned a Shaman in one of the rounds, possibly twice. Again, a nod to that lineup not quite being where they wanted it to be.
Definition has got Creature of Madness, Exarch Maladar, always an interesting keep question, right? Because it's nice to have, but you need a couple other things to go right for you. You need enough early game to give you the corpses, and then you need to have something worth sort of corpse ramping into. Definition keeps the Exarch just because of the power potential, but yeah, throwing away Fire Rack. Dreadhound Handler, great early removal tool and ability to generate some of those corpses that he'll need. So.
Yep. So yeah, we are going to see the curve I was trying to describe the other day, but in a slightly different situation.
Não precisar.
Evaluate each situation on its merits, where you can go coin 2/2 into the 3.
Eu acho que era porque eu tinha Baluarte. Tipo, ele não tomou uma remoção de Baluarte além do que ele fez.
Does end up going with the life.
Yeah, with the Dark Gift of Divine Shield, Wind Fury, I think, you know, there was +2/+2 an elusive beast. Don't remember the name of this beast, but normally a 2/4, so it would have been a 4/6. Death Rattle shuffles into your deck with doubled stats, but it doesn't keep enchantments, so it wouldn't keep that +2/+2 an elusive. It wouldn't double based on that. It would just go from 2/4 to 4/8. And Definition doesn't really want to shuffle random stuff into his deck, right? Doesn't want to see that coming up again and again. Would much rather have sort of a solid play in this Divine Shield, 3/4, and then, you know, say that was a reasonable tempo play. Let's move on. I wanna draw the actual things in my deck.
Get Shaman just cutting down that potential for early disasters, which have been largely avoided here. Obviously, the 4/4 bellhops are kind of a staple of what you expect to see, but nothing, no Hagatha. You feel like if you can't deal with no Hagatha Shaman, then your deck's not good enough, so you'll be fine with this. You'd rather not be the bellhops, but they're okay.
Well, and they're crucially, you know, with the +1/+1 buff from Turbulus, they negate somewhat the Wind Fury effect here on this 3/4. You know, you can clean up an extra frog, but prevents Definition from trading into the Turbulus and then something else.
Looking at the hand, though, he's up to 4 corpses. 3 more on the board would be 7 when these trade through, and 1 turn to find some more. He'd love to go Manadar, Hysera, Double Giant, whatever you get. Yeah. But more likely it's going to be the Husk first.
Yeah, both players seem like they're kind of skipping turn 5 here. Chonsu just having to throw out the hero power, maybe the 0 mana Static Shock just to be able to push more face.
Esse deck aí é embaçado, mano.
Yeah, no turn 5 in sight besides hero power.
Online depois de turno 6, que loucura.
Yeah. And turn 6 isn't looking that great for Chonsu either. Fouls is okay.
Foi de propósito. É que eu tô comendo ainda, tô terminando de comer.
Turn of any sort.
That was an extremely good pickup for Definition. Able to get the leech to clear up 3/1, can hero power to go up to 8 corpses. Doesn't want to swing because he wants to make sure that this leech eats the 3/1.
Não troca, filho.
Superb. You want one still dies. You do 1 less damage overall, but yeah. I think you don't swing, which is really weird, but there you go. It's correct.
I think Definition is actually hoping that this leech dies, and so.
Yep.
But you know, consolation prize gets to play Hideous Husk and sort of utilize it to greater effect, with it staying in play.
Que baratão, mano.
Yeah, it was you know, damned if you do, damned if you don't for Chonsu there. Definition had the
Baratão
punish for
pra
killing it, had the
respirar.
punish for not killing it, both in hand.
Meu Deus, você não vai fazer isso, Shala.
Oh.
Não,
thinking
cara,
about
não.
It won't be corrupted though.
It won't.
And you know, it would still be 1 corpse spent shy of getting the Stage Giants into play. So you know, I'd be inclined to husk and wait.
I think I would too. I think I prefer the Husk play. It's a bit scary.
Apesar que o outro
Knows
na hora
that
que
there's a
responder,
Grofin in hand, but there's no Parrot Sanctuary in play, so it's
esses
not like
pirulitão 8/8 aí já vai
a
ficar
bunch of
triste.
Grofins are coming down right now.
Oh, he's
Interesting.
doing the Husk.
Well, was mousing over it, and then, I mean, now you're committed. That will still allow Double Stitch Giant to be played next turn.
Pra que isso?
It gets more in play right now.
Sério, pra que isso, mano?
Yeah, I still am not so sold, though.
Same.
Because if you wait one turn and just play the Husk, you can basically assure that you're going to gain one corpse somewhere, right? A Leech is going to get killed, the Husk is going to get removed. And then you can Exarch into Ysera, play both Stitch Giants, and now you've actually corrupted your Shaladrisil for the following turn.
Yes.
Aí próximo turno ele não joga mais o game.
I agree with you. And yeah, your Giants, if you're playing them next turn as 3 mana cards, one of them is getting growth in. You've got to rely on the Shaman to be able to do something about the leeches you left up. You know, they've got to have
Tipo, ele vai voltar com o gigante agora.
See how it works out for him.
Só que ele vai... Mano, o cara, ele sabe que o Murloc 88 tá na mão do...
A huge turn where he spends only mana on the hero power. If he goes Pterodax to spend 5 corpses, play both Stitch Giants for free. We'll end up floating 5 mana.
It's quite amusing, yeah. Gotta be done though.
Era só ele ter feito o
So the upside of what he did last turn, he does have that 5/5.
Agora ele vai, mano, ele sabe que ele vai tomar os 3/8.
The downside is he doesn't have a lot of mana now, and the Shaladrisil isn't.
Vai tomar os 3/8. O cara sabe disso. Nem 8/8 tá 9/9 ainda.
I suppose maybe the thought is so like this turn that
agora o turno 8
Definition
dele
just did would have been the turn where he goes Exarch Ysera. So he would be able to cast Shaladrisil just now. Corrupted, I guess he'd be at 10 mana. Yeah, I still like the line where you get to ramp better, because now you've got to dream something you really don't want to dream. And
agora vai tomar buff e perdeu
the Sarah Awakens is gonna hurt you.
Mano? Aí foi
You're
feio.
1 mana off from Firaak.
Foi feio. Nossa.
Yeah, he didn't have the line of just playing it and playing the Shaladrisil, opening it up and having all these nice tools available as well a turn earlier. So. Now he's taking all of the damage. All the damage being enough to level the scores at 2 apiece.
Era baratão no turno 6 ali, tranquilo. No 7 ele voltava forte demais, mano.
Now with Hunter remaining, which is a nicer spot to be in by a long way than where he was a moment ago.
Yeah, you know, I think that sort of demonstrates why Death Knight has struggled, is because regardless of whether people have gone with the Shaman or the Rogue, the Death Knight just doesn't line up great into either a lot of the time, right? The good Shaman draws, their stats are just far too big for you to deal with. You have less removal than a warrior, and your removal is very much damage based.
Ele ia fazer o turno mais poderoso desse deck.
No brawls up your sleeve.
Era Maladar, Ysera, os dois gigantes custando 0.
And then also, you know, in terms of the rogue, you don't have as much healing potential as a warrior.
Comeu merda, mano.
Yeah, and against the hunter in the hands of these top players is so versatile. The Death Knight is quite versatile as well, to be fair. But the hunter, unless you get a good curve with the Death Knight, the hunter can just look for what it wants to. It's a discover deck. It can look for what it wants to deal with what you're doing. Sometimes you can just Death Knight them,
agora,
just go 1, 2, 3.
Ele tem
your stuff is just not
uma
good.
match favorável,
Giants. Outside of
viu
Sylvanas,
caçador,
Hunter not very good at dealing with those wide boards. Once the Sylvanas is not found, or if it's gone, you can just roll over as the Hunter. Sort of scrambling around to steal minions with your grifters, trade them into each other to get rid of them, and then you haven't got a grifter anymore, and things
Definition
get messy.
Veio
but in general, the versatility of the Hunter, as long as he gets a decent-ish draw, does tend to come out on top. But this is why we play the games, as they say. And Definition will be happy to see that Morbid Swarm. Might keep the Baron as well. Yeah, there's not much else happening on 3.
Tem formiguinha na 1.
Yeah, and, you know, unless you have the Creature of Madness, right? Like, Chill Fallen Baron is just a 3 in a deck that doesn't have a lot of 3s, and it's going to help, you know, draw you to your other stuff. So, Hunter, you know, not a fast deck, oddly enough. And so you can sort of feel like you have that time to play something like a Chill Fallen Baron.
Clock is ticking now for definition. Chionso finding that nail, which means he'll start to be able to rifle through his deck as early as turn 3, thanks to the Parrot Sanctuary. He's not going to mess around with that. He's going to play nail now and start looking next turn. Get the 3-4 on the board. Makes sense. I was blindsided there by normally you point out Parrot Sanctuary play Niall is your nice curve, but of course you haven't got a chance here. You just want the 3-4 on the board, challenging these minions.
Yeah, and gonna start the Discover train.
Achou o Scout.
You guys instantly look for the pupil. You just want to make sure you're not going to overfill it. As there's a opportunity to start arcane shotting and mixologisting. You would like there to be a space in your pupil for 6 damage or steal later, depending which route to victory you end up on. Does therefore take the
Casinha. Isso, mata aí pra ele fazer drawzinho.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like you want to have a Rangari Scout available for when you need to start duplicating things.
Xavius na curva.
So good. Definitions fills out turn 5 nicely with that pickup.
Ixi, Maria.
Yeah, always interesting when your turn 5 is to play your turn 2 and it's discovered 3 drop just all at once.
So he's going to put a lot of tempo into this turn.
Ai, outra irmã. Tem incendioso.
So it is, you know, early enough that you would feel good about Ranger Initiate Verisa. Yeah. But I was going to say, like, a Reborn keeps enchantments Incendious. That's 20 health that has to get cleared. Could be getting it down very soon with the Parrot Sanctuary.
Normally I snap take that bit of Verisa and I say, oh, what was the ability on the other two? But I did catch that. The Reborn Incendious is a lot of stuff to get that Incendious and those eruptions down.
Pegou.
But Chionso with the double Parrot Sanctuary is, as you can see with the freeze on the 4-4, play my own 4-4, just absolutely fighting for as much early tempo as you can get here. Because if you can weather this early storm with both sisters there as well, and a Brewmaster to deal with any accidents, with the infinite discovers you are likely to get there.
Chup-chupão.
Yeah.
Próximo turno na curvinha, chup-chupão.
Yeah, before you Incendious, you've got to make sure that you're in a safe position, and so having the Windrunner sister to power up the Sylvanas already in hand just sort of keeps things a little bit safer.
Can I interest you in reducing a lot of mana on your minions? How does that sound?
It sounds very nice.
Vai limpar, vai voltar. Ou não vai voltar? Não vai voltar, não tem mana.
Now again, he's set his stall out very early on here that he's just going to play for as much tempo as possible. Not messing around trying to protect the Sylvanas and bounce her again. Like, that is something that is quite often a trap that you can fall into. Is, yes, it's lovely
Gigantones
Sylvanas 3 turns in a row, but
já botando no
negative tempo sometimes.
A pressão necessária.
Spending just enough corpses to
vai
get
pra
this
trabalhar nessas
down.
poções agora.
I feel like this is always a little bit
Tem linha de
tricky and awkward sometimes as you
trabalhar nesse mixologista.
have bird watching available, but you'll be getting 2 of them because of Rangari Scout, and these are the moments where you sort of can end up with hand space issues.
Quer lacaio.
All 3 of those are viable options, right? Like the double arcane shot with Miri in hand and 2 mixologists. You want to start counting. Obviously the pupils, sort of similar thing I mentioned earlier. You really want to get those filled up.
Não achou dano ainda.
Using them to win the game, but there is an immediate problem of an 8/8 you can't deal with. So
Isso, sem dano, muito maravilhoso.
And double Bob is a very good solution to that, and doing the thing that he's been doing, generating even more tempo.
A massagem
freeze into freeze
tem que entrar.
hit you for quite a lot of damage with Niri and Arcane Shot and Mixologist already in hand.
Tem 14
Double
na
Bob
fuça.
is, gosh, just such a powerful tool. The ability to, you know, make a minion while freezing your opponent's entire board. Just put leeches, which will still be able to do their end of turn effect, but certainly a nice tool to have in Chunsu's back pocket.
Ai, meu Deus.
He hits.
Oh.
I nearly mentioned this. He's got the Brewmaster in hand and Sylvanas in the pool of Resurrects, so that's kind of amusing. Might not have to go there because he'd probably be just bouncing back the Bob, but it's a good little hit for him.
Oh, but this is a nightmare in terms of leeches into Bob action, right? Chunsu, you know, really hoping to kind of do something sneaky with the freeze into freeze, and then Brewmaster to do it a third time. Definition can Infested Breath and Hideous Husk on this turn, putting a total of 4 leeches in play with 2 husks.
It's a lot. Is that a clear? That is a clear, right?
I might be just shy.
No, there'll be 3. 3. It is just shy the way it works out. Yeah, I was thinking of 4 for some reason. I can't count. Yeah,
Chup-chupinho, chup-chupão.
Still a big Bob.
Chup-chupinho, chup-chupão.
Yeah, for that reason, might be willing to settle on like Blob of Tar plus Infested Breath, but you do get just such benefit from leeches.
Usa o outro também, cara. Vai sugar 3.
Might do the hero power instead of Infested
Vai
Breath
sugar
because
3.
of breakpoints. Yeah. I like this though. Just maximize the value and say, okay, I know you've got another Bob. I know you run Brewmaster. What does that even do here?
Does it?
Muita vida.
What would you look for here?
Tá travando só aqui. Aqui taxa de quadros está excelente.
And just deal 2.
Yep.
You get a deal 3 to go with it.
Os amigos aí estão tendo travamentos também.
Okay, hits it on the second.
Freeze with it as well, which is fairly handy when the husks aren't doing that much anymore.
Yeah, with this many leech cards being played, it basically doesn't really have to worry about the husks for their effect anymore. Just in terms of them being minions.
Yeah, it has to be. I think one of the things you do in that spot a lot is take your time and consider what is going into your pupil. Obviously, every time you cast a spell, your pupil gets a bad spell in it because it's not a useful spell for later. A lot of the time, you really want to start getting that damage in there. But yeah, that was an emergency and dealt with it as such.
Foam Render, potential way that Definition can turn up the pressure, and this Bellhop, I was wondering what the Dark Gift was. Summon a copy with a Dark Gift. They both have that gift, and it is charged, so Chunsu now is really going to need alien encounters if he wants to protect himself while getting this Incendious down. May have to just go...
It's not enough.
Yeah, I mean...
no! And, Awakens in hand to clear the aliens and allow the foe render to go face.
Não acha cura nesse Grifter, mano.
Might have
não
to
acha
gain
cura
12 on this Grifter.
Não acha cura nesse Grifter.
I mean, he won't have the knowledge of the Shaladrisil. We'll know it's a possibility, but may have to do some determinations on whether he can afford to play around it at all.
Very, very true. Definition has been very emotive through this game. Looks quite nervous for a lot of it. Destroying people and didn't need to. But now he must be feeling this. He's a moment away from a shot at the semi-finals.
Isso!
Gets the deal 6, but not in an offensive position. Gonna have to actually use these defensively.
Oh no.
But it is in the pupil now.
Doesn't matter though, right?
Yeah.
Chupa,
He doesn't know that, but
chupa,
it's going to be lethal.
Chupa!
he's ready, he's ready. Yeah, and Definition.
É o campeão do Clan. Respeita!
Finals 3-2 to advance to the semi-finals. Chionsu was here first time 9 years ago in the semi-finals. Doesn't quite get there this time, but as always, it's been a delight to have Chionsu here. But Definition now just 2 matches away from being the world champion.
Meu pique ganhou, rapaz.
Absolutely.
Ainda mais do pique do Randão.
Yeah, very tough series. Came down to the wire, right? Full 5 games and very close.
Fique feliz com seus 4, ou com seus 4, com seus 2 packzinhos.
Had a pupil, like getting the 6 damage trinket.
Definition vem pro Cope, mano. Vem pro Cope.
You know, just a couple of turns, but
é hoje.
The one
Definition
thing
campeão mundial.
The Hunter doesn't have is a lot of native defensive tools, and so no alien encounters that whole game to sort of set up these big taunt boards, and not a lot of opportunity to, you know, gain a bunch of armor off of mixologist potions or anything like that. So yeah, Definition had to fight a little harder than in groups, but still looking pretty rock solid.
Sofreu em Clan Sway.
Yeah, absolutely.
O penúltimo jogo aí, aquela bandidagem que ele fez ali.
It's so great to have him here. He came through the last chance qualifiers to get here and got himself all the way to the
aquela bandidagem, aquela play ali que ele fez.
Definition. I mean, the Definition joke came around from a Masters tour.
Não adianta, mano.
Chionsu
não pilota esse Discover Hunter, mano. Não é pra ele. Ele não aprendeu com você, Randall. Tem que chamar ele pra dar umas aulas, porque esse Discover Hunter não é pra ele.
But at some point soon we are going to find out who he will be playing. And the next match up will be Lovestorm and Inkuru, 2 of the players who have been playing incredibly well through this tournament. I'm going to shut up, I'm going to get out of here, I'm going to let you watch that match, find out who's playing Definition. See you in 3 minutes.
Pirox, a gente tá aqui pela resenha. Não adianta, o Clan tem a senha, mano. Vem com o Clan que é sucesso, mano. É pack garantido. Sem choro, vacilos. Escolheu. Você não escolheu errado porque foi pro top 8 pelo menos. Então. Mas tem que escolher um cara frio e calculista. Frio e calculista. Calma que o HS não tá nesse nível aí não. O Liu Peido, ele não faz análise nenhuma, pô. Ele vai pelo nome, ele acha, ele toda vez é Gabi ou Pocket. Não tem análise ali. Meu Deus do céu, mano, que é isso? Mano, primeiro dia ele tava criminoso, mano. Maxi tá contra o Fio, né? Não, foram bons jogos, pô. Primeira série. Mano, hoje eu acho que só vai ser assim, nesse nível, mano. Todas. Esse top 8, mano, foi de jogadores que jogaram bem, mano. Não teve ninguém ali que foi eliminado nesses outros dias que a gente pode falar, pô, o cara foi injustamente, não. Os 8 que foram eliminados não mostraram HS.
They've been really good. We've had a lot of high-level Hearthstone, some, mistakes, some mishaps, but I think that makes it more entertaining personally. Like, even as a pro player, I like to see people play well. It's also kind of fun to see people make some mistakes. Again, everybody's human. It adds some excitement to the tournament. So I've been having a really good time.
Yeah, well, I mean, you will know a lot better than I will what the pressure is like on these stages of these tournaments, right? Because it's basically these players are putting countless hours to get to this point, and then it starts just narrowing down, right, into like, okay,
todas as séries de hoje,
2 more matches left to go, 1 more match left to go. So I imagine that pressure is
pô,
something
velho,
that, as a player
aqui eu acho que vai ser uma disputa boa também, porque os dois jogaram muito bem.
Work on, right, in dealing with these high pressure scenarios.
Yep, absolutely. The best way to do it is just practice. More and more tournaments, you tend to get used to it, but especially when it's like your first time at the World Championship, I think for a lot of people, those nerves can really creep
Aqui é o Love Storm chinês contra o ucraniano.
We were talking amongst the casters, and also I've been talking with a lot of other top players. Pretty high consensus opinion that these two have been among the best players in the tournament thus far, and yeah, I think despite the lack of experience on the World Championship stage, they're both really showing how good they are.
Yeah, 100%.
Falando
Just
nisso,
looking at the lineups, we've seen the Hunters band away, which was my general expectation coming into this tournament just because of how powerful it should be. But the big question, really, Banter, is this Warlock. Once again, right? The Warlock, we are going to see it in game number 1, of course, but being left up. What have you made of it now that we've seen a few players perform with it over the course of the last few days, now that we've got a few of these games under our belt?
Yeah, it has passed the initial test, right? Both players who brought the Egglock did make it through the group stage, which I think is pretty impressive for having that much of a kind of like a secret deck, if you will. It wasn't really on my radar at all heading into the tournament among the decks that everybody brought. This was the one that I know probably the least about, so it's been interesting to see it pan out. We'll see if it can get the job done today in top 8, but it's done well so far.
Yeah, I feel like no matter what, that's always going to be the question with the players who have it, is can they get a win with the Warlock? Because there's that sort of assumption in most cases that, like, oh, the likes of Warrior does pretty well overall, Rogue been doing pretty well, it's all these decks you expect to get the wins, but the big question is probably going to have a very quick answer as we do dive into that first game. Love Storm on the top on that Rogue, and then Inkuro going to be on the Warlock. Starting off in a pretty good way here, Banter, with the Holy Egg Bearer available, because we have seen the odd game here and there where they just haven't been able to get hold of an egg, and that suddenly makes the deck look quite bad.
E detalhe, daqui a pouco vamos ter ovo de novo, tá?
To play this deck without eggs, so Inkuro will be very relieved to have picked that up. Now really just wants to find stuff like EPM, basically anything to continue proccing this egg and make the game difficult for Love Storm.
And for the Rogue on this side of the matchup, is this all about, I mean, it kind of always is like this, but do they focus any more on like minion pressure at all, or is it still just do the plan and just hope you do it faster than they can proc eggs?
Aí quebrou o jogo, mano. Se os dois caras de ovo for pra final, aí quebrou o jogo. Existe uma lei, mano. Campeão mundial joga de rogue, mano.
But a lot of the time they won't be going face, and it can make it really awkward for the game to play out. If you tempo out minions like Web Weaver or any other kind of high impact minions, maybe you play and everything must go, suddenly you force Inkuro to decide between, can I stay alive by dealing with their board, or do I need to put all my resources in the pocket?
Vocês estão conservadores hoje? Cadê as apostas pesadas aqui?
Yeah, and we'll have to see how that one's going to play out.
Isso aqui é efeito, né? Apostaram contra o Fio ontem. Abalou aí a economia das calcinhas.
Just to try and contest this web weaver because he knows that it is kind of just going to be on the board for a while.
Lovestorm now can take the trade. Does have that Shadow Step in hand. Not going to be used right now, of course, because again, still asking those questions. But having access to the Shadow Step, EMG, now map, it's starting to build towards those powerful turns.
Esse aqui é bom de ovo, mano. O cara tem ovo na 3 sempre.
But you gotta do what you gotta do.
Lovestorm getting off to a good start now. Getting that card drawer now. This is where Nkuro, I imagine, is holding his breath a little bit, thinking, right, what do I have to deal with right now? Because so far, there is no real good way to deal with any AoE on... sorry, so far no access to any AoE to deal with the board here, so this could be a little bit troubling.
A vida ontem me ensinou a não ser ganancioso.
Some of the cards that can deal with this board incredibly well, though, could come out here, and Kuro's going to be hoping to pick up something like a Hellfire. Table Flip, also playable at this stage of the game. Really needs one of those, because I don't think you can afford another turn with these Web Weavers being left up. Or you can, but you'd certainly feel a lot more comfortable without it. And he does pick up the table flip off that.
Eu acho que essa partida aqui de...
Yeah, absolutely huge. It is amusing as well because both decks just go so heavy on card draw, right? That both players flying through the deck, so that you always assume they are likely to have the answers they want, or likely to have access to the cards that they want most of the time. And freezing out the attack on the weapon is going to be pretty nice.
Desse all-in louco aí,
always be procced with arrow power, of course, but that is 2 mana that you do not want to spend if you're Lovestorm.
Yep, absolutely. That 2 mana is a big deal. That is often the difference between being able to play something like Everything Must Go or getting that additional card draw. And not just this turn, Nkuro also has another weapon for the future. Lovestorm does just over-equip here, allowing him to get the draw. But it does mean that the second weapon kind of unlikely to get the second swing anytime soon.
O cara não tem mais aranha.
Yeah, and the draw's not the best either. There is, of course, Collector into... Okay, he's going to go for it. Collector prep, eat the imp, and just basically smash everything down here.
Não comprou nenhuma custo 9.
Oh, okay.
Muiou.
Can have access to the coin if required.
Muiou.
Still as per the prep, and it's reduced anyway, so that's
fine. Acho que é 1-0, te empurro.
Yep. And at the moment, doesn't actually have the Incendious, which normally you would maybe want to play an O manager here, get the coin for Incendious. In this case, he just doesn't have it, so not as worried about playing it. But meanwhile, Nkuro is making a lot of progress on this egg. He's going to go ahead and get 2 procs as well as getting the Arc Druid down here, making a pretty awkward board state. And that second, or the last stage of the egg is going to come around pretty soon. So Lovestorm is running out of time here.
Yeah, because that's the problem, especially if there's additional.
Tipo, ele só ganha se ele fizer turno full combo, mas ele não tem mais aranha.
Dealing with 2020s, right? That's like dubious, of course, but that requires some level of isolation, and no doubt there are ways for Nkuro to have, you know, an unprocced egg and a procced egg on the board, which then suddenly makes things very difficult to deal with. So definitely not the best opponent to be able to deal with some of this. Here though, Lovestorm, no doubt just going to start cycling as the rogues are wont to do.
Yep, really needs to pick up the Incendious soon. That damage will be pretty important for being able to actually close out the game at this stage. Picks up and Everything Must Go, but his cards still cost a lot of mana. He actually picks up 2 copies of it. He needs to draw an Asteroid here. And he does.
Yeah, there we go, okay. And those are actually, yeah, active now, right? Yeah.
Yep, and it does go face as well, which he'll be happy about. You pretty much always want the Asteroids to go face at a time like this. Any little extra bit of damage can help. Of course, to play this dubious purchase, he has to sort of help his opponent block their own eggs.
Okay, pretty interesting taunt there, right? If there's going to be procced eggs, like not the worst,
Mano,
not the worst.
O cara ainda conseguiu fazer turno fortíssimo aqui.
Yep, not at all. Sleepy Resident can make it a little bit awkward for your opponent to actually get through at some point. Of course, it might end up off the board later on.
Acho que eu retiro o GG.
You do have to deal with it before trying to actually push that 20 or even 40 damage phase.
Não, eu desretiro.
And this is kind of, yep, absolutely. This is the turn where you get all that pressure on the board.
GG.
Now, because the Sleepy Resident is there, it actually will give Lovestorm a chance to be alive here, right? Like, you would not be able to do this if the Resident was not on the board. You would just die.
And I don't think there's no like clever way that this can be dealt with, right? On the
GG nada.
Side,
tem o dorminhoco ali, ó.
You know, bounce it, silence it, do anything like that, right? There's nothing. The deck's pretty straightforward in most cases, so kind of unavoidable here for Nkuro.
It is, yeah, and now because Lovestorm had that turn, he's just suddenly got a lot of damage in deck, and it's going to be a bit of a scary situation for Nkuro here because you need to stay alive. He doesn't have any healing. He's likely hoping to pick up a health drink off of this Mortal Coil, but without any of that, he's just here at 17 HP.
Exclusiva.
Yeah, what a disaster. I think almost, if not any other minion would have been fine for Nkuro here to spawn off this EMG, right? I'm trying to think if there's anything else that would have been that much of a
Agora
problem.
Ele tá torcendo pra ele não comprar lava, para ele conseguir fazer Taunus e...
Yeah, there's Thalnos still in hand here for Lovestorm as well, which is going to be pretty nice in proccing some extra damage as long as everything's...
Se ele não comprar lava...
So if he doesn't draw any eruptions off the top here, that is 15 damage alone from eruptions, and he doesn't, which means he just has guaranteed lethal here with the eruption damage plus the O manager.
Yeah.
Priquito.
Wow, because you can see throughout this whole game, I think Nkuro's setup was incredible. Basically setting up lethal, making it terrible for Lovestorm to deal with. But just that one taunt was just
Caramba, mano, ele ganhou
ainda. Lovestorm very happy with that because I think up until that EMG turn, Lovestorm might not have been feeling overly confident because the eggs were coming thick and fast from Nkuro.
Absolutely, yeah, that was the turning point in this one. I think Nkuro would have felt
absurdo, mano. O cara tinha 5 erupções, mano.
Especially after turn 5, where there was no coin played from an O manager. He's thinking, oh, there's no Incendious. I'm gonna get my egg proc soon. He's in a fine spot, but it just all turned around.
Yeah, and honestly, moments like that, I'm sure the chat will love it when they see it, but moments like that are the sort of things you might need that push you over the edge in a given match, or even in a tournament, right? I think, however much we talk about, luck versus skill or whatever you want to say, but I think anyone
era o kit, mano, era bibliotecário e bibliotecário, a Viper e o Rato Sujo.
Lucky moments are rewarded through good play up until and after those points. And I think Lovestorm's going to be, as you saw, he was almost celebrating like he won the match with that long game there, because that's the sort of thing that can propel you through a match that was maybe going to be a little bit more difficult.
Yeah, absolutely. You said it yourself. When people ask me about, like, what does it take to win a tournament? How do you go deep in a tournament? I always say there's 3 things you need. You need to play pretty well. You need to bring a good lineup, and you got to get a little lucky. If you want to win a tournament like this among the best players in the world, you need some stuff to go your way. Lovestorm did have it go it went his way that game. But it is important to set yourself up for that success, right? You have to give yourself the outs. You don't play the game as well in the rest of the game, or at some point it's going to catch up to you, but he did well to convert there.
Yeah, the players wasting no time jumping into our game 2 here. Lovestorm jumping over to the Warrior. Nkuro saying, yeah, we're just going to go Warlock again because last game went pretty well as well, right? It's not like anything went wrong for Nkuro last game outside of the generations for Lovestorm. But in this matchup, earlier in this tournament, we saw Gabby.
Vamos ver se o Love Storm aprendeu com o Gabi essa match.
An Egg Warlock. I think it was Gabby versus Phil, if I can remember properly. How easy is that actually to do on a sort of general game basis as the Warrior versus the Warlock?
I think it definitely takes a well-played game from the Warrior to be able to manage all those threats because, and really on both sides, right? Inkuro's job is to make it as awkward as possible for his opponent to proc all the eggs at once and then deal with them, but at the same time, you have to apply enough pressure to deny them being able to just sit there and draw cards, sit there and play a bulwark, whatever. So it can definitely be a bit of a balance, and we'll see if Inkuro and Lovestorm are able to strike the right balance this game.
Yeah, this matchup feels like the final boss
Todos os jogos ele joga
playing
com
around
ovo na 3, mano.
style of game,
demais.
right? Where like you need to just keep doing just enough for it to be a problem, but then not enough to just throw the game. So we'll see how it goes. Inkuro, though, of course, getting access to the egg once again very smoothly. So 2 pretty good starts, accelerating those procs, and then we'll no doubt be looking to duplicate them very soon. So they're close to fully proccing, but not too close to be cleared in one go.
Ele joga melhor que o Piu Piu.
Yep, this really is the dream start, I'd say, for both players. Lovestorm
estourou
able to open
tanto
up with the
ovo
new
aqui
heights.
sem
That
ter
extra mana is a big deal. It let him
sem
play
ter
this
o
Yor one turn earlier and start to get this card draw.
3-2.
Meanwhile, Inkuro really just wants the egg and those extra
fazendo
procs for it.
exatamente o que
At this point, he is probably going to be looking for an Arc Druid. You definitely need some extra copies of those eggs on the board.
Eu comecei a transmissão
he
e não
needs a little bit of
baixei.
extra draw, right? He has Solarium in hand. That is not a card that you
Comecei a
want to play
transmissão e não
anytime
baixei
soon
o
against a
coisa por
Warrior,
causa da tinha
because if you
musiquinha.
hit something like Umbra, suddenly the game becomes a lot
Desculpa
more
aí.
difficult. So he'll try to hold off on that and just try to hit an Arc Druid, maybe an Eat the Imp to find those cards.
Okay, well, Dark Morrow, not exactly what Inkuro's looking for right now.
O Randão gosta de escutar pouquinho
Good thing with this
o
as
som
well
deles
is
falando.
you've always got ways to dump cards with this deck, right? Because you can use pretty much
Ele
everything
falou
to
que gosta
target
só
the
de
eggs
no
anyway.
fundinho.
So as long as you've got an egg on board, there's always ways to get some cards out of the hand if you're feeling a little bit clogged up.
Mano, ele vai chocar o ovo aqui e vai rezar pro 20-20 bater 2 vezes, é isso.
Sergeant at some point, right? Like you would ideally like for your opponent to have a minion on board. Like now they have a Yor on board, so you can use the Abusive Sergeant to target your egg. But he is definitely in need of some extra ways to replicate those death rattles. He does have Dark Marrow in hand, so that's another way he can do it right now. His next turn may be something along the lines of Abusive Sergeant plus the Dark Marrow. You can point out a Drain Soul. Suddenly you have 2 copies of the final proc, or the last stage of the egg rather, and then you just get 2 20/20s as well for additional pressure.
Yeah, that is one thing that might be creeping into Inkuro's mind now, right? It's like, the longer there's just one egg, there's a chance that Lovestorm just hacks through the egg, deals with it, and then suddenly you're left with a bit of a dream to be able to win the game at that point. Lovestorm is going to draw the Elite and go for a...
Yep, I would have thought that maybe he was looking for... discover a spell off. I actually didn't catch if he got the option. Instead ends up with just a card plus a rush.
Tá motivado.
Usually you just don't have time for an expensive location, but we are going to see this Dark Marrow turn come in for Inkuro and a lot of pressure alongside it.
Vai chocar o ovão, hein? Tá pronto pra isso?
Maybe end
trying
up
to work on
trading into...
sequencing, right? Just trying to work on exactly what you want to do and when, and what the trades are, how to utilize all these tools. But you are completely right. Of course, these double procs are going to be absolutely huge here for Inkuro.
Just a board with
Olha ele aí agora. Demorou, hein?
Marrow, which can provide even further issues, and
demorou pra chegar.
It does make it a bit awkward for Lovestorm to deal with. Now, he does have access to his Brawl. He has 2 copies of Shield Slam that he just drew in back-to-back turns. Those are going to come in handy for sure, because that's how you actually deal with the remaining 20/20 or 2 that sticks.
Oh, and the Elise wins as well. Oof.
Yeah, big deal that Lovestorm wins the Brawl. If a 20/20 had won that Brawl, he actually was not able to clear both of them because he needs that 2 extra mana to hero power for the Shield Slam, so one of them would have stuck. Now Encuro going ahead and ripping that Solarium. Of course, Umbra is a card that now you really want, and he had the mana available. He was able to hold on to his coin last turn with the Conflagrate pickup, meaning that if he had hit Umbra off the Solarium, he was able to do it this turn. Unfortunately, he does not find it, so he's got
apenas Igor Pet Shop fez essa aquisição
really
aí.
Only Umbra, right? That's really going to do anything for Encuro. There's not really much else that's going to progress the matchup enough here.
Yep, that is the only card that is really giving him a chance. He does end up picking it up, but the scary thing for him is that, you know, Lovestorm has progressed through his deck a lot. He's got a lot of mana, so he still has a Brawl left. If he's able to maybe clear off everything at once, he still has the armor as well for the Shield Slam, right? Like, that winning that Brawl earlier set him up in this spot where he's so much more comfortable. If the 2020 had won previously, wasn't super high odds, but it could have happened. I think he would just be in a position where
Virou não. Falando nisso aí, quem quiser me presentear com a Sylvanas, que tá aí na loja, eu aceito, tá? Tô aceitando esse presente aí, se vocês quiserem me presentear com a Sylvanas. Sylvaninhas aí, ó.
If one single 2020 lives, it's over. Like, he can actually deal with this over the course of a couple of turns, depending on.
Cadê o Shadow Step na Umbra?
Yep, and it's a pretty nice board state. He's got one egg on its final stage. He's got one that is 2 stages away as well. So it is a hard board to deal with Brawl, but at the same time, he doesn't need the Brawl yet. It's not that much pressure, and he has a lot of health to work with.
Okay, it is going to accelerate a little bit here for Encuro and saying, you know what? One of these is an easy shield slam.
Perdoa a mentira, então. Não, eu tenho alguns heróis, isso é um fato.
Now there's more chances of a 2020 living, and so on. So I do like that Conflagrate there from Encuro, because, as I said, like,
isso faz tempo, faz tempo. O último foi aquela do Xamã lá.
Yeah, just panel on a little bit more pressure.
Yeah, and not just that, but also Lovestorm had previously played.
Mas eu já mandei uma mensagem ali pra Blizzard. Eles vão me entregar a skin especial do.
And with the location on the board, it's a copy and a 2/1 Raptor. If he does not conflagrate his egg there,
eles vão me entregar ali aquela skin do Yogi que vai vir em janeiro. No Roll Free, então eu vou ter uma skin nova em janeiro. Pergunta idiota, ganhei um pack hoje, acredito que seja do Infeliz do Gabi? Não. A Blizz só vai entregar os packs do Escolha Seu Campeão em janeiro. Porque depois de hoje aqui do Mundial, todos vão entrar de férias.
Because he would have the 40 on board, and then he can deal an additional 20 with the ooze. So had to once again dodge.
Pode ser você resgatou todos os packs.
Of course, Encuro does still have one 2020. So here I think you can do what 45 damage with Abusive Sergeant, Hellfire, and the ooze, but it's not quite enough.
Ele precisa de 10 de dano, né? Mano, eu acho que ele... Cara, ele não tinha letal aqui. Se ele tivesse dado Sargento Abusivo, ele dava mais 2 de dano. Aí ele matava o bicho e buffava. Ia pra 44 de dano. E tinha Hellfire. 47. Tem mana pra isso?
Maybe just one shield slam compared to, you know, going a little too wide on the board.
O cara ganhou outra briga, que loucura, mas queria uma de Warrior, mais no NA. Sim, mas vinha em pares, a de hoje veio só um. Então, mas ontem caiu o pack. Quando você... Porque geral, quando acontece essas coisas aí é porque não caiu o pack na hora, né? Então, é o que eu tô pensando aqui. Tipo, se ele tivesse dado Sargento Abusivo, aumentava mais 2 de ataque. Aí ele batia 22. Dava a Gosma, ele pegava status de 22 do bicho.
Very important here to buy himself an extra turn.
Yeah, I think this has so far been just a really solid display of what this Warlock can do, because Lovestorm has had some fantastic brawl outcomes.
É levantar escudo e briga.
Really good removal turns.
Aí eu acho que na próxima vez que atualizar lá, eles vão trazer a patada e o avivar.
Hasn't got much of a follow-up. Does have Crown, but gonna choose to hold on to it.
Esses daí estão voltando pra loja, né? Eles já tiveram na loja antes. Dá pra fazer com pó agora? Não, Sig você não consegue fazer com pó.
I think he's looking pretty comfortable at this stage. Again, we've been talking a lot about that ceaseless that's now down to 6 mana and will be 0 on the next turn. That's kind of where the game swings, because if Lovestorm can just deal with all the remaining eggs, or at least most of them, drop the ceaseless, suddenly it's such a big swing turn that Nkuro just can't ever push the remaining damage.
Yeah, that's the problem, right? Nkuro needs to constantly
Acho que não tem isso no Hearthstone não, mano.
Threatened on board, but still have the eggs
não tem mais rara, existe skin mais cara.
Not really a big deal. That turn or so that Lovestorm will gain. It's going to be absolutely huge.
Nos packs vem 0,01% de chance.
So that's going to be a bit of a problem as well in the near future.
Yep, absolutely. Nkuro,
exatamente. Lostinho falou tudo. A única coisa rara no Hearthstone é card back, apenas. Skin é a mais cara. Não tem uma skin que... Tá, teve uma skin de 12 wins de uma taverna que teve aí em 2022 ou 23. Que tipo, o cara tem que se esforçar pra conquistar, mas... Basicamente o Hearthstone é o card back dourado, mano. Essa feira aí é o que eu tô falando, é cara. Não é mais rara, é mais cara. Lovestorm deu aulas, Esk com Seed, pode sair. Nkuro tentando forçar esse Egglock aí. No LoL tem, no LoL é diferente. No LoL tem as skins lá de começo. Inclusive eu queria muito aquele Ryze jovem, tá? Queria muito aquele Ryze jovem.
And as you said, get that copy, clear the eggs up, and Kuro's just out of stuff, because however cool it is to see the Warlock played, it is outside of, I'm not talking about the plays you can make, but the goal of the deck is very one-dimensional, isn't it? There's no real backup plans that are involved in that Warlock.
Yep, that is very true, and I think it was a pretty similar story to the first game that they played, where Nkuro seemed fairly comfortable. He was kind of just moving along with his game plan, and then, you know, 1 or 2 crucial turns, right? A brawl outcome maybe goes Lovestorm's way, or 2, where the game could have
uns falam que é a mais rara, né? Tem Kayle prateado, tem outras aí que...
Cursory strike. I think it was 1 and 3 to draw Bob. That was a huge pickup to allow him to play the wand, make sure that his ceaseless was cheap enough. So again, both players doing what they need to do. It's just right now it is going Lovestorm's way. And a long way back for Nkuro, but still very doable.
Eu queria Ryze jovem, mano. Eu vejo o Takeshi jogando com o Ryze jovem. Me apetece. Eu tenho a outra rara dele. Não a triunfante, aquela outra que é legado.
Combo-y or slower matchups. How does the Shaman look against this Warlock? Like, is it harder, easier than the Warrior?
You know, I would imagine that it's a bit better. This Warlock deck has been one that's been a little kind of like secretive. I didn't know much about it in the build up to this tournament, at least, just due to the previous nerfs. It wasn't really on my radar.
Qual a chance de cartas como Shadow saírem do essencial? Eu acho quase que impossível. Todas essas daí que você falou, ainda mais porque eles venderam cartas signatures dessas cartas. Não acho que saiam do coisa não.
Couple of drain souls, maybe some health drinks. There's going to be a lot of pressure, and you have to play to your own game plan. You need to keep dealing with your own eggs and summon those 20/20s, but sometimes it's going to be a little tough to get there.
Yeah, I agree. I think that's one of the problems, right? Because unlike the warrior, in the turns when you want to be drawing egg, playing egg, busting out the eggs and so on, those are the turns that Shaman actually wants to play actively, right? They're dropping the stuff, they're getting hold of the Hagatha, they're following it up with the everything else from like turn 5 onwards. So I think that's going to be the real deciding moments of this game are going to feel probably in those first 5 to 6 turns where Inkuro can't AoE down boards and develop the eggs and proc them, right? Like you literally do not have the mana realistically to do all that fast enough to stop a Shaman. However, we have seen that Shaman can kind of just beat itself sometimes, right? If you just don't get those nice curves early on, it can definitely slow you down. And right now, no wonder Inkuro's brought this deck, Banter, because, yeah, again, just egg, just locked, loaded, ready to roll.
Aqui, ó, só rapidinho pra vocês.
So that's going to be another great start from Inkuro.
Olha aí, ó.
A little bit slower.
As skins do Claim.
But he does pick up the bellhops, which I think he actually got 2 copies of them. That is pretty much exactly what he wants. Just maximum pressure early on. And I think we're going to see what we were discussing earlier, where there's these 5/5s. Inkuro, for one, can't really deal with
mais do Claim.
And 2, if he can, he has to choose often if he wants to deal with his own egg or his opponent's minions. Currently, it's a bit tough to do both.
Yeah, one of those problems as well is, going for the table flip with the Solarium there is quite nice because this was a really good outcome actually, because the more you use your removal early on, the less you're drawing cards as well, which then makes your table flips worse.
Eu falei que o Claim era embaçado nas skins.
Inkuro actually getting away with a lot of that in that early game there.
I think that was the absolute dream for Inkuro. I mean, he was well aware of his spot in the game. He knows he needs to deal with at least one of the 5/5s or he's just going to get burned down. So he hits the extra copy of Table Flip, leaves him with one in hand. I think he'll be a bit, maybe a bit annoyed to see as a second copy of the 5/5s, which again, can't really deal with them super efficiently here.
Yeah, it does have another Table Flip and the bomb available. Is there...
Mano, não lembra da tirada do Cliff, porque quando tiraram o Cliff foi a primeira vez que eu larguei o jogo, foi quando tiraram ele. Foi a primeira vez que eu abandonei o HS, foi quando eles fizeram isso.
I think we're maybe seeing a bit of desync, possibly. But Inkuro, I think he's just got to keep working on the egg at this point. I mean, maybe he can deal with one of his opponent's minions, but not many.
Aí depois eles fizeram aquele outro Cliff. O que a cada carta que você jogava ele ganhava 2/2. O custo 3, 2/2.
I think the concern for him would be if he's able to deal with enough of the board as we get a quick pause in the game.
Yep. Oh, it's okay.
Aí depois eles fizeram aquele custo 4 lá, que ele comprava uma carta. E se você jogasse ela, ele ganhava status. E aí você comprava mais uma carta. Não, mas eles falaram que já tinha outro spec de retaguarda. Os caras trabalharam. A produção pro Mundial foi bem executada. Eles trabalharam pro Mundial. Você viu que foi rapidinho, né? Bugou o spec, ele simplesmente já mudou rapidão. Puf.
Would have been exactly the way he would have drawn that turn up.
Yeah.
And sure, he doesn't have any extra copies of it at the moment, which could prove to be a problem if the game doesn't end anytime soon, which we can see Lovestorm has some defensive measures.
Cara, o tanto de coisa que tinha, né, no jogo, que veio depois, que simplesmente o Cliff não ia fazer nada, mano. O Cliff, ele era forte naquele tempo porque ele fazia um status ali, um cheat de mana, e às vezes o cara não respondia, mas tipo, era uma coisa muito específica, pô, era muito específico, porque não tinha, só tinha a preparação de cheat de mana naquele tempo. Cliff planta 2 mana 1. Cara, nem lembro desse aí.
We can see, so Lovestorm had the option of just playing a Frosty Decor.
Eu lembro que o Cliff 4-4 ele veio no mini set. Eles mandaram no mini set. Mas aquele lá nem se comparava, mano. O outro era muito mais legal. O outro é simplesmente, ele é bem mais simples.
Yeah.
And there's the Umbra picked up that he does tap into. His health might look a little on the scary side. Maybe potentially Furious Fouls could come down, but he kind of needs to find some card draw. So he was looking for that Umbra, and he does hit it.
Yeah, this matchup just on a knife's edge right now. Lovestorm on 4, but again, as you mentioned, because of the potential removal, might be feeling a little bit safe. Oh, and wait, does the taunt change things? That is, yeah. Oh, wait, hang on, it's okay. There's a health drink. Okay.
Yep,
I was going to say I need to sit down after this, but I already am.
Olha, ele ganhou do champanhe.
I mean, Lovestorm still obviously quite behind, but maybe creeping his way into surviving with some Frosty Decors. Picks up the taunt totem to keep himself alive on board, but Health Drink will close that one out.
Mano, eu acho que já tá na hora deles voltarem ao Cliff. Até porque, mano, as lendárias que vem no conjunto essencial do Rogue são as merda. Imagina aí, ó, esse Cycle com Cliff, você desenhando um Cliff 2020. No turno 3, que legal. Como não seria legal?
We saw the Warlock take a victory, and now we get back to what I would say much more standard matchups, Banter.
Yep, definitely. It's going to be a big relief to see that Warlock through. I think he played that game.
Pode voltar as coins também.
Warlock expert, but seemed to play it super well. Knew exactly what he needed to do. Took about 3 seconds to play the Solarium on that one turn.
As coins do Rogue pode voltar como carta outra vez no conjunto essencial.
Jumping straight in again, the players just not messing around. It's like, let's get this match done. Jumping over to the Rogue for Inkuro now. Obviously, Lovestorm only having the Shaman left over.
Ah, eu tô exagerando, pô. Não fica porque você não tem mana, pô, pra fazer. Você precisa de 3 mana pra jogar o Cliff. Você não consegue fazer isso aí, não. Cara, hoje, o jeito que tá o jogo, o cara joga um Cliff, ele toma uma limpeza de mesa ali, uma remoção, o cara simplesmente só chora. Tipo, ele jogou trocentas cartas, botou uma criatura e o outro respondeu, já era, acabou o jogo.
It's not ideal, but at the same time, this is not a matchup where you always need that damage. It can go a bit longer. Let's say Lovestorm pulls out something like, you know, double Frosty or maybe even Shutter Block into a Hagatha Frosty, but you have to play to what your hand gives you, and he pretty desperately needs this extra draw, so it makes sense to just play it. Really wants to pick up like an ETM, maybe a dubious purchase at the moment.
Cara, isso aqui é uma coisa muito específica. Março que rotaciona.
It's certainly not ideal, but he is going to need access to this draw, right? He's just not given any choice. He needs to find something like dubious or ETM.
Is this? Do you ever hold here? Like hold the Platysaur, I mean? Just wait till next turn. It costs 0, right? You can just deal with the draw next turn and go. Yeah.
Yep, that is what he's going to do. He spends the mana on O Manager. Sometimes useful for dealing with their minions, but I think he feels probably more pressure to just get his mana spent because he's maybe not in a great spot this
Mano, essa semana aí vai ser... Nossa senhora. Vai ser maluquice total, velho. Sônia sem nerf. Essa carta aí voltar a ser custo 8. Gigante custo 20. 20 não, 18, né? Eu acho que ele era 18 antes de ir pra 20. O incendioso custando 6. O Azuri Drake lá com Power Creep voltando pra 3 manas. O Cálice dando face. Antes da rotação, Barinzão, eles fazem a Semana da Loucura. Eles tiram todos os nerfs e aí deixa no padrão a doideira total. Nossa, mano. Vixe, nossa, se eles reverterem. Não, isso aí é só ano que vem, só perto da rotação. Só que eles são doidinhos, né? Porque no final do ano, assim, depois que acaba o competitivo, acaba as coisas, eles sempre soltam alguma carta que eles retornam. No último ano lá, eles voltaram o Renatal, não sei se você lembra. No final do ano, assim, eles sempre fazem alguma loucura. Um ano antes, eles voltaram o Pari Ímpar. Eu acho que nas próximas semanas aí eles podem inventar uma doideira, né? Não sei se eles vão fazer esse ano, mas os últimos anos aí eles sempre inventaram uma cartinha ali que eles falam, ó, vai voltar isso aqui pro padrão pra dar uma mexida no meta. Não sei se eles vão fazer isso esse ano. Mas será que eles vão reverter os nerfs das naves, mano? Aqueles ali eram loucura.
Couple of whiffs on the draw, then suddenly you can just overwhelm them and win so quickly. As we can see now, though, where Weaver picked up, it's going to be mapped into the Dubious. Okay?
Yeah, these are certainly not whiffs. These are the cards that he wants to see, and this will be a big turn for Nkuro, able to clear up the entire board. He will get this Everything Must Go Down alongside some other minions, right? He has the Web Weaver, which is going to draw several more cards here.
Não, o Firak não vai ser revertido. Eles revertem das cartas que vão rotacionar. O Firak ele vai continuar, eles não vão mexer.
Three draws remaining for the second copy of Everything Must Go.
The Maestro on the Platosaur as well, perfect.
Yep. Doesn't actually have the board space because he needs to play all the other minions. Doesn't roll the best 4 drops, but it is still a large board. Now, Lovestorm in a spot where he's...
ela vai ser revertida. Só que, mas esse Firak aí, 15 manas, ele é mais broxinha. Broxinha esse Firak 15 manas aí. Tem menos espaço pra ele bagunçar legal. Essas 5 manas fazem diferença, mano. Tipo, se vem uma magia de custo alto muito forte, ele já não tem potencial de jogar tipo 2 dessa. É uma e olhe lá. Então é mais difícil bagunçar. Lembrando, tá? Se vai ter reversão de nerfs, vai voltar um Killiax. O Bob volta a ser o de roubar a carta mesmo do cara. Vai ser as 2 semanas da loucura, mano. 2 semanas da loucura. Aqueles coisa dos Illiax lá vão mudar os custos, que teve uns que foram nerfados, né?
Yeah, this is going very smoothly for Nkuro now.
Vai nada. Eles não colocam carta que tava no padrão pro essencial logo de cara. Porque, por exemplo, aquele bichinho lá que montava a banda, Pra mim, aquela carta deveria continuar, mano. Aquele que você botava 3 cartas dentro dele. Mano, aquela carta é muito... Tipo, aquela carta foi muito bem feita. Aquela carta é muito inteligente.
Here's the march of the Murlocs.
Yeah, he will kill off the Incendious, and then the assumption is he will kill the Webweaver. So 8 damage on board for Inkuro at the moment. And we take a look at what he has left in his deck. As he draws through some of the eruptions,
Kilix vai ter a keyword de volta. Então, eu não peguei esse tempo aí dos Ilix no comecinho. Quando eu voltei a jogar, já tinha... Tava perto de lançar, eu tinha acabado de lançar Perigos no Paraíso. Ele já tinha tomado alguns nerfs.
Yeah, and just doesn't quite have the mana to actually kill Lovestorm on this turn, but he shouldn't be too concerned, having seen there's no Hagatha played, meaning Lovestorm can't do something like Shutter Block into a Frosty Slime. There's no Ziliax available anytime soon.
Aqui é 2-2, tá, senhores? Grande série acontecendo aqui, a gente...
The one thing to be a little concerned about is that Flight of the Firehawk that I mentioned earlier still has those same outs.
E falando do CTE, mano, CTE pra mim era uma carta que tinha que ir pro essencial. Porque é uma carta muito bem feita, mano. É muito bem feita. Você consegue colocar ali as tech cards que você precisa. Tipo, você não tem que tirar 3, 4 slots pra colocar as cartas. Você, tipo, deixa ali pra adaptar de acordo com a partida que você tá jogando. Na minha visão, era uma carta pra ser conjunto essencial facilmente, mano. A primeira foi Definition contra Shinsu, 3-2 Definition. E o Clay de novo, né, acertando no pique, não tem jeito. Cara, eu não acho que eles vão tirar o rato sujo, sinceramente.
He does need to get to that eruption
ele perdeu
asteroids, of course, so he'll make sure that he does that in the most efficient way. In this case, can just go with the map and then end the turn on Webweaver.
Ele perdeu
Looks like it should just about be lethal. Yeah. It is indeed.
Yeah, just having this much damage just made the trades, and again, I think the just sticking minions being the heroes of this game, honestly, because yes, there's all the eruptions, yes, there's now the maulers, but these minions pushing through some armor early on, them still existing to make these trades even easier.
Assim, é porque ele é um dos front da expansão, mas
nicely piloted game. I think he had a bit of an awkward starting hand, but nice spot at the end here. Of course, not the most difficult lethal turn that he will ever do, but there's a lot of pressure. We talked about it earlier. You know, it's a bit tougher to stay, cool, calm and collected.
Mas tipo, se ficar muito fácil de fazer,
so just had to double check this turn. Make sure he had just
é uma coisa que vai com certeza vai ser uma coisa que o povo vai chorar. Tipo, o cara vai ficar falando, pô, o cara faz o exódio, eu perco. O cara faz o exódio, eu perco.
There was some rough outcomes from there, and just getting on with it, right? For want of a better phrase there, just getting on with it, keeping the play strong, and is being rewarded for it right now as he's managed to fight all the way back up to a 2-2 score, which means we're going to get Warrior versus Shaman as our last game of this series.
Eu não acho que eles vão. Eu acho que eles estão. Eles saíram daquela linha do overpower. Tanto que esse ano o povo reclamou da expansão, não sei o que, a expansão tão fraca, não sei o que lá. Mas, tipo, eles estão fazendo o enfraquecimento que o jogo precisava, mano. Eu não acho que eles vão vir pra essa ideia, não. Eles viram que não deu sucesso, não fez sucesso. Eles não vão forçar vir com essas coisas muito fortes. Eles vão vir com nesse power creep que ainda tá aí, mas pô, é o que vai sair. É o que vai sair, aí a gente vai ficar com essas cartas desse ano, que são bem mais fracas. Pô, vamos dizer que as coisas mais fortes foram lançadas nessa expansão agora que a gente tá aí, que é esses Fable aí. Só que eu sinceramente eu não sei, por exemplo, igual o da Sylvanas, ele hoje é forte porque ele tá no kit do Discover, que você consegue acelerar ali, jogar mais vezes, você consegue roubar fazendo agora outras coisas. Só que eu imaginando um caçador que vai perder tudo esse kit de Discover, esse Hero Power extremamente inteligente que eles fizeram ali pro Hunter, eu acho que o Hunter vai voltar a ser uma classe burra. É tipo, foca na força do cara, Hero Power e é isso. A não ser que aí na próxima expansão eles tragam alguma coisa inteligente ali pro Hunter. Mas que eu acho bem difícil. Aí falando do Rogue. Cara, tudo que vai rodar do Rogue é o que fazia o deck rodar, os decks dele rodar. Esse ano não lançou nada ali muito interessante pra Rogue, é só coisa de ficar roubando carta do inimigo. A próxima expansão é em março. Em janeiro agora vai lançar o mini set. Pô, Venonzinho, mas esses últimos 2 anos aí de meta do padrão tava nesse pique. Principalmente final do ano passado com as naves. Naves e infinito, que ficava tirando foto e o negócio ficava infinito ali. Xamã e guerreiro era insuportável, mano, jogar contra. Igual aquele confronto que eu fiz com o Pão. Mano, o cara tirou 29 de dano. Eu subi a nave, eu voltei pra 30 e subi a armadura. Aquilo ali, mano, aquilo ali é feito de livre, pô. O cara se curar inteiro e subir a armadura. Loucura máxima, mano. Loucura máxima. Segunda série, outro 3x2, tá? Pergunta de novo, o torneio de ontem, como você foi? Só tomei taca. 0-2 na primeira série, 0-2 na segunda. Doutrinei depois, mas a situação foi absurda. Calma. 3x2 não tem doutrinada, mano. Você só pode falar que doutrinou quando você aplicar um 3x0. 3x2 não é doutrinado. Já te falei isso. 3x2 não é doutrinada.
Lovestorm doesn't have a ton of different options here, right? He's got a Frosted Decor. Not much else going on for his hand, so we'll likely
Quantos dólares deu? Um total de 0. Ontem eu só fui doutrinado, mano. Ontem realmente eu fui doutrinado. 0-2. Sem contar que... Qual é a análise do claim dessa match? Pô, essa match aqui é o famoso 50-50. É 50-50 aqui.
There's nothing too crazy. Yes, you're probably not going to have much of a board left, but it's not like you're stepping into a huge...
Porém, né, a gente vendo aqui o que a gente tem na tela,
I would say correctly identifies that there's really not that much benefit to trading this. I think it's pretty intuitive, right, to kill it and say, oh, now it can't
Lovestorm, ele tem o bloco faz muita diferença nessa match, né? Então... E o amigão aqui, o Timpurro, tá sem removal. Olha lá, ele errou, ele não bateu primeiro. Não bateu o primeiro.
A little bit on this turn. He meant to trade off this invader, almost certainly, into a bellhop, meaning his Elise will have 2 less health. Not necessarily the biggest deal, but it.
Tá vendo, senhores? Todos erram, mano. Todos erram.
Yeah, and honestly, I think against Shaman as well, they have the ability to do those small bits of damage, right? So taking self-damage on minions you didn't necessarily have to, can come back to bite you a little bit, because there's some AoE in the Shaman, there's these Murlocs that can get some work done, even making them a little bit easier to kill from the Frosty Decoys, a bit of a problem.
Yep, absolutely, and let me go ahead and pull up this location. Where is it here? I can't find our location.
Hang on, it is that. I've got it.
Perfect. There we go. So yeah, we've got Raptors and Death Rattle. I think on the first option he had something like Copy offered. Not super ideal because a lot of time you don't have a minion. In this case, I think maybe fortunately for Encuro, that small mistake won't actually end up.
Acho que ele só não pegou cópia porque ele jogou o bicho antes, senão ele tinha pego cópia. Ele tá numa situação ruim aqui.
Psychological damage to Encuro, right? You don't want to mess up on stream while you're playing a big match, even though it didn't really matter. It's still, that's probably more of a chance of doing damage than actually doing the chances of hurting his chance to win this game. Okay.
Foi uma boa briga, deixou
Yep, Encuro just felt the need to clear this board, right? It's not the scariest board on the surface, but of course the problem is anytime leading into a turn 7 for Shaman.
Agora ele volta de bloco, né?
5 minions on board, they are playing Wish, and they are punching you in the face.
Bloco, próximo turno, pressão
It's a double whammy,
absurda.
right? You stop that from happening, but also the chip damage is adding up, right? Like Encuro is by no means feeling safe on this HP right now, so it definitely needs to do something, especially if the plan was to then drop this location this turn. That's a huge chunk of mana to be able to spend, so yeah, just did what he could to get rid of as much as possible.
Vai tomar os 8-8 agora. Chupetões.
A nice optimization you could say here from Encuro is he is pretty confident that Lovestorm is going to be playing 4 8-8s this turn. Now,
tipo, ele tem turno, né? Turno ele tem que ele vai. Ele tem Bob ali pra trabalhar. Nossa senhora. Aí o cara comprou a briga de top deck e o cara é diferenciado, né?
Can Brawl could just play Bob this turn?
Yep.
The only problem with
Brawl.
Go on.
Go ahead.
No, you go. You go.
Sure. So, yeah. I think what you were going to allude to, the problem with the Brawl is he does leave up a big minion, right? He, at best case scenario, is leaving up a 6/6.
Shaman da mamada? Não diria isso não, mano.
Would be that he can fit in a copy of New Heights.
Cara, vou te falar que aqui...
But we may very well also just see him go Bob, maybe throw in
O único, ó, o único que eu vi... Mas, tipo assim, eu vi porque ele fez uma play esquisita, que foi o Insane de Warrior, que ele jogou Kobold na recompensa da quest ali na loucura. Mas, no geral, mano, todos eles jogando de guerreiro, eles foram muito bem, mano. Pô, não teve ninguém que jogou feio de guerreiro aqui. Todos jogaram muito bem de guerreiro, mano. Destaque pro Gabi, né? Porque o Gabi, eu acho que ele deu aulas de Warrior.
This is probably just the turn you use it for, right? It's about as aggressive.
Acho que o Gabi foi o melhor guerreiro assim disparado, mano. Apesar de ele ter jogado 2 vezes contra... 2 não, que ele teve uma terceira série, né? Mas as 2 vezes que ele jogou contra o Fiu, ele deu aulas de Warrior contra a Egglock.
Dracorex, maybe Ziliax, right, will be useful at some point. So he values spending the mana a bit more than maybe the possibility of an 8/8 living.
Mas no geral, mano, os caras jogando de Warrior foram muito bem, mano.
Also, pretty reasonable to expect a Wish Upon a Star gets played this turn, meaning that he actually wouldn't have an 8/8, he would just have an 11 HP minion, and the Precursory Strike wouldn't even kill it.
Right.
Of course, there isn't one, but Encuro
pegou buff, né? Pegou buff.
Yeah, Lovestorm having probably as good a turn as you're going to have when this much of your board is frozen, right? Just using that time to get the Hagatha down. There's no point massively developing onto the board because you're expecting there to be some form of removal next turn. Because if there isn't, great, you've won. And then if there is, you don't want to be overdoing it on threats. So Hagatha coming down this turn was pretty clean. It does get the actual extra taunt there for the cleanup with the pop-up book as well. And still has that small shudder block in hand, as well as the follow-ups with the Fairy Tale Slimes.
Yep, and Lovestorm does choose to invest a little bit of damage into just clearing off that Bob, maybe
será que ele vai rampar agora? Porque a mana dele vai travar no próximo turno.
The Frog nearly got there, but in the end, an 8/8 does win out.
Yeah, I was thinking that would be typical, wouldn't it? So, okay, we'll clear the Bob so we can make a board. Oh wait, the Frog won.
Yep, and bit of an awkward spot for Nkuro now, right? I mean, he did pick up Bulwark, which could potentially be a big deal. That allows him
tipo, ele tá sem espaço para fazer esse ramp.
But one of the things that he may be pretty afraid of from Lovestorm is anything off Hagatha. Terrifying at this point, right? He saw Frosty
não vai fazer.
play,
Isso quebra as pernas do guerreiro, não ter as manas
like
extra aqui.
Or maybe even a Furious Fouls, and Shutter Block plus Fouls.
Aí próximo turno provavelmente ele vai ser obrigado a dar um Zilli.
Speaking of fouls, Lovestorm does
a expansão tá cara ainda.
At some point, possibly not now, but in the future.
Yeah, this is definitely going to be scary. Looks like he's going to go for the Parrot Sanctuary as well, just to start cashing in on that value from the location.
E vem 3 buffs.
Yeah, that's it. The Bob's gone, the Brawl's gone. Like, just get everything in at this point and just try and end the game. Because Nkuro is creeping towards that quest completion.
Yep, and this is the issue for Nkuro, having used those removals earlier, maybe felt forced to use the Brawl on kind of a smaller board due to the possibility of this coming a few turns ago, now has to deal with the reality of it, and he doesn't have a great way to deal with it. Like you said, the best he can do really is like Zilliax this turn, try to stay alive. He has his location click to deal 5 damage with the Death Rattle next turn, but 5 damage is not even that much.
Agora o próximo turno que ele deveria ter mana extra, ele foi obrigado a fazer esses Zilliax aqui.
We'll probably get the lifesteal guaranteed from the Zilliax, which helps, but
aqui provavelmente ele não bate.
Going down ceaseless may as well be in the next game by now because it's still on 41 costs, so that's quite a while away. Obviously, it will tick down pretty fast with these kind of board states, but it's just it's not looking great. And I think something that must be really hurting Nkuro is just how long these new heights have been just chilling in the hand and not being able to cash in on that potential ramp because the pressure has been so much from Lovestorm all game.
Yeah, absolutely. That's why it's so crucial in the early game, like on turn 3 specifically, to get it down, because that's kind of the one turn of safety that you have, right? They have no real pressure. At worst, a couple of 5/5s. You can tank 1 hit or 2. Then all of a sudden, you face these boards with 35 power or whatever, and of course, you just don't have time to play them.
Yeah, there's Furious here. There's no melee options.
Yep.
Static Shock, pretty nice pickup.
Yeah, the Nomelia super key here to push through the Zilliax, and it will also actually it won't push the 2 now because it's just too big.
It's too big.
Yeah. Nomelia will die, so it won't quite proc the Bulwark. However, he can still get the 14 damage through this turn.
Yeah, more right? Oh yeah, sorry. Yeah,
so não tem
14.
Yep, and massive issue for
Nkuro
is
ficou
too expensive.
muito amassado,
also,
mano. Como que ele resolve isso aí agora? Não tem.
So, I mean, I think we're probably in the territory of you have to hit Time Warp here, and
vai causar
I'm not even sure what happens.
Aí ele ainda perde o
Time Warp to stabilize, maybe, right? As opposed
ele perde os Raptor ainda, mano.
It would have to be, I think, Time Warp off of the quest reward, and then also hit like Amara, be alive on the next turn, which I don't think he is, even with Time Warp.
Mano, essa match ele precisa das mana extra, velho. Tipo, aquele turno do Baluarte, ele tinha que ter aceitado apanhar pra ele...
Unleash the Crocs for some armor, but you need a heck of an amount of armor there. So yeah, I think there is just
o negócio vem na ordem inversa. Legal. Mas acho que não é suficiente também não aqui. É só a Mara aqui. Meu Deus, veio a Mara. Mas que mesmo assim ele perde, né?
Unfortunately for him. On the board, he is... Actually, wait, is he alive?
Nossa, comprou.
Well, on the board he is.
Ai, olha aí o custo 1. Meu Deus. Aí não tem como, pô. Aí não tem como. Olha o top deck do cara.
One maybe without the top deck, even with the fouls, but Lovestorm picks up the draw and needs to push the remaining damage.
Aí o top deck do homem tá quente.
Yeah, what an incredible series overall.
Top deck do homem tá quente.
Again, I think these were two of the names after the first couple of days that everyone was talking about of like, wow, these two played some of the best out of everyone, which is quite a compliment when you're looking at the World Championship and arguably one of the strongest championships we've had.
Ele pode sair triste,
super well, bringing the Warlock and making the Warlock work. It wasn't struggled a little bit earlier on, but the Warlock got over the line
ele jogou
in this
muito bem,
series.
mano. Ele jogou muito bem.
So great play from Incuro, but unfortunately for him, it wasn't enough. But Lovestorm continuing to have a fantastic run through this tournament, as Lovestorm was the group winner.
Os poucos que apostaram no Lovestorm levaram aí os fontes.
Getting the work done, even against some of these sort of wonky matchups, right? Like dealing with this Egg Warlock. I'm sure, as you said, a lot of players were not going into the tournament expecting to have to make a game plan for Egglock in top 8.
Yep, very well said. Again, my commiserations to Incuro. I personally thought he played incredibly well.
Já vou fazer aqui a próxima. Agora é o campeão do Lostinho, né? Campeão do Lostinho aí. Yaming, lembrando Yaming, atual campeão mundial contra o Xiao Te. Confronto chinês, que inclusive o Xiao Te, ele não quis ter esse confronto chinês aí no campeonato de classificação pro Mundial lá na China. Ele peidou, ele não escolheu o cara. Vou deixar aí, ó, 10 minutão pra vocês meterem bronca. Quem tá na briga ainda além do Clan e Lost... tem o do Zerepão aí, ó. O Fio. Ou Piu pros mais íntimos. Vai tomar um 3-0? Eita, calma. Mano, eu acho que aqui vai ser 3-2 todas as séries. 3-2 em todas as séries aí pra ficar bom pra todo mundo. Pra ter o conteúdo de qualidade aí. Eita, nós. Quem que vai rivalizar aí? Cadê o Pão pra rivalizar aí? O Pão adora rivalizar com... E no... O Pão sempre vai no underdog. A escolha do Pão é sempre no conteúdo, mano. Ele nunca vai na escolha pensada, analisada. Ele vai no conteúdo. Cadê o Lostinho para apostar no campeão dele? Mano, você foi pro cara do conteúdo e simplesmente você ganhou pelo menos 2 packs. Os caras que foram de trem não ganharam nada.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Hearthstone World Championship 2025, and we have got the third quarterfinal coming up for you in just a moment. I think it's going to be a pretty good one, Sottle. I think we highlighted this last night as potentially match of the day.
Indeed, yeah. I think looking down the list, this is the one that really stands out. Obviously, the biggest talking point has to be Yan Ming making a deep run for something that has never been achieved before in Hearthstone, which is a repeat World Championship. Zhao Ti, the final obstacle, or the initial obstacle that he might view as the final obstacle.
E aí, Zica? Agora está nas casas altas. Assim que a gente gosta, pô. Gostamos de apostas altas aí. Quem perder já fica quebrado. É assim que a gente gosta.
Trying to stake a claim that their respective regions are still the strongest, but Zhao Ti and Yan Ming will probably look like really put in.
Depois eu vou dar uma reformada aí nessa lojinha, vou colocar umas coisinhas mais interessantes aí nessa lojinha.
About, you know, how much you plan in advance when you have prep time.
Yeah,
like,
that's me.
Do you just prep for the match that's in front of you, or do you try and prep a little bit more and more throughout the field? I think both of these players will have been absolutely laser focused on the initial challenge in front of them.
Yeah, and it's not that many days ago that they're both competing for the qualifiers for this. That was still in December, and in that one, Zhao Ti won his group 5-0, and Yan Ming scraped through 2 and 3 into the top 8. Then obviously won the top 8 match, which is why he is here. So recent form, Zhao Ti, you know, got the nod, not just a little bit of an edge on it, like 5-0, straight through, no worry. Well, he had some worries in the quarterfinal, but no actual worries. And Yan Ming, you know, just getting here, screaming, hold on to his world title, which he is still doing now.
Quem rola empréstimo não consigo fazer isso.
I think in the first round, but looked a lot better yesterday.
He did, yeah. I think some people would argue, certainly from a European and America's perspective, that he made a mistake even earlier than that.
Se eu pudesse fazer isso aí, é uma coisa maravilhosa. A gente colocava aí, ó, 10 mil calcinhas, R$1. Olha que beleza.
But you also know that I do tend to heavily factor lineups into my choices. And Zhao Ti has Shaman, which was not something I was massively in favor of coming into this tournament, and also has
Mirror de Control Warrior já na primeira match.
I don't think it's the right build necessarily for the tournament. I do think
Mirror de Control Warrior na primeira match. Se preparem.
Anyway. And there is also this argument, this is not something I've considered strongly enough to actually throw this out there as a hot take or whatever, but sometimes you're in this position with the best deck in the game where you should build it a little weirdly, because it's going to get banned, or people are going to come against it with off-the-wall lineups trying to target it, knowing that you're going to bring it, in which case you can have weird cards in there that help you play around it, right? So
yeah,
Zhao Ti's extra ability to win some of the matchups that would challenge him, like Control Warrior, Quest Warrior, for example, with the build that he has, might actually be a conscious decision on his part. And of course, as you mentioned, it is, I believe, card for card the same build that he was running in those China qualifiers, right? So
yeah,
it was so successful for him through that tournament that he's just straight back on the bike with the same deck again.
Yeah, I didn't think he'd bring it. I very quickly, as we go into a Warrior Mirror, I thought it was weird because every time he played that deck, he looked incredibly good.
Deixa eu só dar uma
really sort of worked all the different nuances in there that you don't always see with the Hunter deck. He got it to do things against Warrior.
O Yan Ming, eu lembro que ele tem tech card, mano.
Hunter against Warrior, apart from that great gaming Kuru had earlier in this tournament. But every time he drew a server, he looked like he wished he hadn't brought the deck. Like, so I thought he might
quase
just
enfio
fit it,
prego nos dois olhos, eu tive que ler que essa mirror é divertida.
I suspect he doesn't particularly like the build, but he sees something in it that he
Ué, mas
likes.
que é isso, ô Lost? Você votou
contra
o seu campeão? Que é isso? O que aconteceu com o Colostinho? Endoidou?
Know about me. I am not really much of a control deck enjoyer personally, but I was just saying in our little virtual green room earlier that I felt some of the warrior matchups have been the most engaging.
O Zerafão já criou meta aqui nas apostas. Aí é duro.
Watching it being played at the highest possible level. Zhao T had a great one earlier.
Já criou meta. Vamos lá, ó. Zhao T, ele só tem quebra local no Warrior dele. E o Yaming tem panda. Tem panda e quebra local. São as cartas diferentes da Mirror. É isso que a gente tem de tech card aí para essa match. Agora o DK do Yaming tem robô. Tem robô e quebra local.
Even beyond the massive 80 plus armor totals that they're able to get. What makes it really interesting is all the
em teoria aqui acho que o Yaming tá melhor.
So there's all kinds of iterations of, multiple Elises as we're seeing here from Yaming. There's Bob coming in playing
e se tornar o primeiro campeão, o primeiro bicampeão. E não só bicampeão, né? Bicampeão consecutivo e vindo do sistema duríssimo da China. Se o meu campeão perder, eu ganho na live. Se ele ganhar, eu ganho mais Buster. É um gênio incompreendido, né? O Filipinho sempre à frente do seu tempo, não tem jeito.
But it is still kind of one of those flowcharty style of matchups where the flowchart gets quite complex, but you can still memorize a flowchart.
Colostinho, sem querer te usar, mas já te usando. Você não consegue mandar uma mensagem ali na live do YouTube só pra eu ver se tá funcionando o chat aqui? Porque eu não tô recebendo mensagem nenhuma.
Let's have fun with that. But the first part is armor accumulation, hand curation.
Pode até ganhar, mas jamais será o primeiro bicampeão da LK. Não, aí só tem um, né? Só tem um bicampeão. Não tem jeito.
I was just about to get there. Shouty, you quite often use this bullet later on. It might save a hit from an 8-8 or something.
Provavelmente, né, esse mês de janeiro aí, é bem provável que alguém chegue no bicampeonato, né? Que vai ter um elenco com títulos, então vai ser mais fácil alguém chegar no bicampeonato. Mas, quem sabe o Clan aí não mete aquele tricampeonato, né, em sequência. Sequência não, né, mas o tricampeonato aí na LK. Aí seremos o primeiro tri também, então, fazendo história. Depois a gente pensa nesse campeonatinho fraco aí chamado Mundial.
Just more important than having this bulwark in the late game where it's just not going to save you at the end of the day anyway, so you might as well just get it.
Yeah, and also now I see it in play this early, which I never have in the mirror. Honestly, most of the mirror minions are quite large anyway, so it's still going to tank a 3.
Hey!
I love it when my hand costs 317 mana.
Well, the good news is that it is getting cheaper 3 times as fast as usual.
Se fosse outra match, acho que seria mais interessante. Agora, na Mirror?
Wow. Oh, okay. Jump scare from it. I thought Dracoax mattered.
So, Ceaseless Expanse, as I mentioned, is quite often a card that you save to use for the final OTK, right? So, even if your opponent has tried to put up a wall of taunts somehow, you can go Ceaseless Expanse, Galvadon, take all your adapts, attack with Fury, then play your Time Walk, and your Ceaseless is also functioning as an extra minion, pushing damage on the next turn, right? It's a huge 10-10 minion that gets to attack.
Tipo, comer a expansão é interessante porque aquele último removal que o cara tem ali do respiro. Comer o obstacão do adversário também pode ser interessante. A reformadora, acho que são as melhores opções que tem
We have, I think, exclusively seen Bob being used to steal specific minions from the opponent. Particularly because that comes with the additional upside of when your opponent goes into quest mode, like when they actually have the rewards in their deck, you fill their hands up with coins at the same time because of the way that Bob effect works, and then you can potentially burn their Time Walk or their Galvadon off the top, which makes it very difficult for them to win the game from that position. So triple ceaseless, very exciting. It could land anywhere from being incredibly impactful to having no effect on the game whatsoever, but I think the really interesting part is that Xiao Ti just continues to spend his mana.
Não tá saindo o chat do YouTube aqui.
Instead of looking for some kind of cute setup.
Que merda.
It was also interesting that that was his chance to kill this Ham. He could have hero powered
Isaac, eu não sei se você está aí ainda no YouTube.
Which was a terribly inefficient turn. But now, this Ham,
Mas
if
não
you
tá
haven't choose to
saindo
remove
aqui.
it, it's going to become a 7/7. It's going to continue to eat useful minions up. And at the moment, Xiao Ti has no way to remove it apart from Ziliax. Well, Ziliax killing a 7/7 isn't much fun for you. So, but the bluff isn't called, or the bluff is called, whichever way you look at it. It is traded in, and the Ham off has come to an end.
Yeah, and I think both players just kind of agreed there that Ham is not actually super disruptive, really.
Não tá aparecendo o chat
you're not
da
reliant on
Virgin.
minions that start in your deck, really, right? Like Bob and Elise are the big two, and Xiao Ti's already played the Bob. So
Marin's kind of a thing. Kind of like your Marin. You kind of like your Marin.
Yeah, Marin's a good point. You're right. That's very fair. But weirdly, the Hams being in play also thin out your deck to the point where, you know, when you get to a smaller deck size quicker, so then when you play the quest rewards, you're more likely to pick up those combo pieces you need to win the game in a rather strange twist of fate.
Yeah, when I first saw this matchup, my instinct was, oh, save your Ham and then eat the quest rewards later on. But most of them aren't that great. You don't mind them being eaten. Obviously,
Bom, pegando aí na média, a gente teve 2 séries só até agora. Tá indo pra terceira agora, vai passar de 3 horas. A gente vai ter mais 4.
Side note, of course, these turn
Pô, tá aí pelo menos umas 4 horinhas. Tá indo pra 15 horas. Por volta de 7, 8 horas da noite, acredito.
Armor matters a little bit. It doesn't matter anywhere near, like, I made the point on day one, and I think people may have taken it as a hard and fast rule, but anything, I word it differently today, anything under 80 health doesn't matter unless they miss with truly on
nesse ritmo aí, até umas 7, 8 horas.
After you get over 80 health, you might buy yourself 1 extra turn in which you get your time warp before they get theirs.
Can I still nitpick and offer a little
bit
more correction on that as well?
Go for it. Nitpick away, just knock yourself out.
Health under 80 does matter because it makes them draw Galvadon. If your health is somewhere between 30 and 50, they can kill you. They can kill you with just Sulfurous, Ceaseless Expanse, and Time Walk. Right? They don't have to draw all of the minions to be able to do it. Which is a very, very big deal.
You do notice it. I made the point a couple of times when you're playing against a shaman or a rogue or something. Suddenly the health totals just doesn't matter. We actually saw Nkoru take ages to spot a really easy lethal yesterday. Because he was used to looking for how do I do 60 and he had to do 32 lethal yesterday. Like if it's under sort of 45, then literally doesn't matter. But yeah.
Isaac, desculpa aí, mano, não ter te respondido porque tava sem ver o chat. Vou deixar o chat do YouTube aberto aqui no cantinho.
So I did just have some momentary issues.
Eu consegui ver o que tá acontecendo.
We can take a look at the 2 locations in hand now. That is the first one. 12 armor, 10/10 copy. Very nice armor, as we talked about, a huge asset in the matchup. And then presuming this works, there you go.
Better
Savage Roar and the deal 10.
And that's a huge one because later on you do get the portal that generates imps. And if that is on board every single turn while you're still scrambling to find your Time Warp Galvadon stuff, your opponent's constantly counting, hang on, 2 imps, plus the thing they just played, which might be
o Lostinho na Kika apareceu.
Yeah, plus some stuff on the board, maybe a Bob.
Agora do Toba não
minions. They're all going to
apareceu
come in
não aqui no chat.
5/5s because you played the
Infelizmente.
reward as well. That's like 6 lots of 9. Actually, that hurts. I've got to be careful. So that matters a lot in the grindy ones where the combo pieces are right at the bottom of the deck, where you can threaten lethal in other ways.
Bulwark going to come down now for Yaming. You can see Zhao T still with 3 charges on the Bulwark of Azanov, and still all the way up at 72.
Nossa, é diferenciado, né? Agora que o jogo começa, né, após aí 10 turnos.
You see one of the unique cards in hand for Yaming. He has that one copy of Sleep.
Não, agora que ele se resolve aqui, é esse momento que essa match se resolve.
Brewmaster, in case he runs into any of those tech lords who do want to try and steal clean room on the other side, but probably not going to be super relevant.
He sounded like Crane when you call them tech lords, honestly.
Ó, já tem turno extra. Tá com a parte do combo já.
Alright, there's the time warp. Obviously not useful just now, but nice to have it at any point now. You can just win the game from nowhere.
Aqui eu não sei o que ele tá pensando tanto. Ele vai fazer esse Yori aí. Tiraram porque basicamente você só ganha mirror com ele, né? E por exemplo, pra campeonato é melhor você ter mais removal, trabalhar no controle do que pensar em exclusivamente mirror patch, né? Você ter ele no deck, você tira algum removal, né? Ou draw, alguma coisa assim. Eu acho que com a rotação acho que ele ganha mais espaço. Porque vai sair bastante carta que já roda hoje. Então pode ser que ele se transforme aí em uma carta do main deck, de fato. Porque certamente o Warrior Control vai continuar rodando, né? Eles vão entregar artifícios pro Warrior Control continuar rodando, até porque a quest dele é em volta disso.
Yeah. Okay, well, we got back to where we started after all that. What a wonderful piece of Hearthstone that turned out to be.
12 mana game.
Nem pensou. Barnabas. Aqui, provavelmente o Yaming vai fazer a mesma play que ele fez da outra vez. Meteu um Bob nesse Barnabas aí. Se bem que ele não jogou a recompensa, né, ainda. Ele gosta de reduzir o deck pra fazer a quest.
And Zhao T is getting kind of close to be able to take some level of control over this, even though he's not going to get the lethal just yet, most likely. Yeah. This board, this recursive board, these Ceases are coming into play, the time warp in hand. It's just starting to look okay for him, but this matchup does just swing on its head sometimes for no reason at all.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, you can see that a little bit in the health total discrepancies, right? Like there was a point not too long ago where Zhao T was like 40 armor clear of Yaming, and now that's just turned the corner immediately as soon as the other bulwark came down from Yaming.
It's 2 ahead.
Zhao T has now just chewed through that. There's the Sulfurus.
Sulfurus knew the mission. So, okay, just wait till this is ticked down. Then I want you. It's Yaming's turn to get the quest rewards. Quite a lot of cards in his deck still.
Yeah. Bob's the Barnabas. This is the interaction I was talking about at the start. So he now has
Cantei a pedra,
to make all of his minions cost 0. He also fills up Zhao T's hand for a burn of
Yori.
Oh.
Totally irrelevant.
That was definitely the wasted countdown there by me.
well, not totally irrelevant. Ancient of Yore is a nice card to just have here, just to be able to pull through the rest of your deck a little bit quicker.
E a Ming pegou...
Not one of the actual relevant.
Pegou a recompensa do Rogue, né?
So Zhao Ti has to be a little careful. Obviously, he knows there's those 2 10 cost locations in hand. So at no point is he going to feel particularly safe, but does get the Sulfuras, which will largely be useful. I mean, 8 to face is pretty useful. Killing the minions is more useful.
Does become a question of how eager you are to maximize your odds of getting that damage to go face. Whether you're going to go brawl before.
Briguinha pra limpar a mão.
Press it now. The minions are missing.
Can shield slam away the final minion if he wants to as well. If he loses, which he doesn't, saves himself a shield slam.
And there's the importance of damage, right? We're talking about there are levels of armor that matter in this mirror. He didn't new heights there. He chose to get the 8.
Oh yeah, 100%.
So in a matchup where you don't think the armor matters, not you, but it is tempting to think the armor doesn't matter because the combo does a lot of damage, he did still choose to do damage over getting new heights out of his hand and getting more mana.
Less of that accusatory tone.
Well, I have to be very careful, otherwise you might waste the whole broadcast telling me about how wrong I am, and I couldn't have that every day.
No. You gotta have a day off sometime, right?
Esse jogo tá bugado 100%.
Waiting, can't wait.
É que o RNG dos caras é muito bom, pô.
2026, that's gonna be our year.
Yeah? Cool.
Yeah.
A matriz tá até bugando.
Maybe if I got more things right, you would pick me as much, I don't know. Anyway, Portal with a 10-drop location with +4 in hand. Situation I was on about earlier. From now on,
Galvadex.
He has to be very careful. No, he doesn't, because he picks up the Galvadon.
Gavaldex. Acho que aqui tem um ângulo, não tem?
Would you like the honor of doing some counting, Lorinda?
I am counting like a counter right now.
Tem custo 0 ali.
So he can play the Ceaseless and the Galvadon and the Time Warp.
Tem 2 custo 0, mano.
10 from the Ceaseless. He has 2 lots of 12 from his hero power and weapon.
Ele tem 10, 18, 18 arma, 22, Hero Power.
Of course, Zhao Ti doesn't deal in almosts.
Turno extra. É letal isso aqui, pô, não é possível. Só que ele tem que fazer rápido, né?
The big deal when you're in this massively winning position is Galvadon can miss Wind Fury. That's the thing that you have to double check, but it's only a 4% chance, I think, to miss it. And even if you do, it's
não foi.
It's really, really large.
Não foi.
Wait one more turn.
No more work to run into in the other side. He says he's got plenty of time. He gets the Ceaseless down, which makes all of his Ceaseless cost 0 for the next turn as well. Means he can play a 0 mana Ceaseless to start the turn. That turn he couldn't get the Ceaseless down alongside everything else because he would have to play other cards first to make the Ceaseless cost 0 by the time he does that, and then he's got those cards on board, so he'd end up blowing them up. So he's just taking the slow route to the same location.
Have another minion in hand potentially next turn as well, so yeah. I'm the sort of person who spend the whole game planning how to play 3.
Cara, ele tinha que achar a Fúria dos Ventos, né, no Galvadex. Mas, tipo, cara, eu acho que era 100%, mano. É muito difícil não achar, porque você ia ter 10, 18 com o Morlocão batendo, mais a arma 2 vezes, mais 8 da arma. Mas acho que aqui é letal agora. Agora ele vai pro letal, não é possível. Meu Deus do céu. Meu Deus. Ele não achou. Ele não achou. Ele não achou Fúria dos Ventos.
I mean, this is why you wait, right? This is why you wait to potentially have this
Eu não entendi porque que ele não pegou.
He got the +4 here, so that's a massive amount of damage. Yeah.
Yep. Coin, Megafin, and location now.
Yeah. Doesn't even need to play location until next turn if he doesn't want to. So he'll spend the mana this way.
Yep, fit in the hero power, play more minions. Make sure you got the space for the Savage Roar on the following turn. Quick scan of the minions, just make sure you're not doing anything massively stupid.
He hasn't done anything massively stupid, oddly enough, because he's shouty, and it's not day one, so...
Tá muita
immense
coisa.
damage coming in there. Who needs Wind Fury when you've got lots of big buffed up minion friends? He takes the lead, 1-0 against the current world champion. It is his 4th world
Bom, se o Xiaote ganhar aqui, pelo menos a gente vai ter um novo campeão mundial, que nunca, aí vamos entrar na linha do que nunca se repetiu um campeão mundial, mano.
The most successful in terms of high stakes matches ever, I think.
Só que ele foi meio estranho ali, porque tipo a primeira escolha, a única coisa que dava ataque era 1+1. Ele escolheu o venenoso. Hã?
If you're more of a casual viewer, that you know, we talk about Zhao Ti being one of the absolute best in the world, one of the absolute best of all time, and the very valid reaction from some onlookers would be, well, what's he ever won, right? Like. And that's fine. And it's easy to sit here as an Arsenal fan and defend just being consistently really, really good, but not actually necessarily winning anything, and how that still means that you're.
Deixa eu dar uma olhadinha aqui pra ver se já liberou meus. Já liberou. 8 packzinhos, depois eu só vou resgatar ali.
But that's what Zhao Ti does. That's how you really measure greatness in something like a card game, is, you know, average win rate over as big a sample as you can possibly get. And for Zhao Ti, that is, he's so far head and shoulders above so many people.
Meteram o top 8 da Master Tour ali do nada.
Very good. That he's got a lot of supporters in terms of people that have been following the scene for a very long time, hoping that he can finally get over the line.
Yeah, I wish him all the best myself. Obviously, if Yanming can repeat, that would be a tremendous achievement as well. Also, can we just go back to the bit where you said, as an Arsenal fan, it's easy to sit here and defend. I have no further comment.
Yeah, very true. Very true. Banter did a little bit of maths for us previously. So on the previous turn, he would have needed +9 attack plus Wind Fury for the Galvadon lethal, and he just said, I'm far enough ahead that I'm going to wait one turn for more likely outs, because even through the Amara that Yanming played, on that turn he didn't go in, he also ramped, right? So he had so much more mana on the following turn to be able to do the stuff with Murlocs if he did miss, get 10 mana location, all of that good stuff. So yeah, I think a very, very reasonable assessment of the situation, having Banter in the background doing the maths for us. Thank you very much, Mr. Face.
Mr. Face. This is going to be a quick game of Hearthstone.
Yeah.
So Zhao Ti has the really good start. It's not the really good start, but it's a really good start that can develop into the really good start. Yanming has 3 cards that say draw a card on them, which is also really good. Technically, Matt doesn't say. One way or the other, this one is going to be fast. I mean, it always is against Rogue, but it is going on here. Zhao Ti decided he just wants that turn 2 Turbulence.
Yeah, I mean, he can play the growth in for 0 as well, right? Like after it's a super high tempo opening for a coin Parrot Sanctuary on.
Oh, it's going to pay off as well. I know it's not quite the card that a lot of people think it is. But the Web Spinner as well, or Web Weaver as well, going from the trade from the 2/2 growth in here is another big deal when the hand size is that small.
So yeah, this is pause for thought time, because when you have a Hagatha in your hand,
acabou.
Almost no matter
Turbulus, aperta o local de novo, desce o 2/2, mata o bicho, vai perder a aranha. Acabou o jogo.
This many location clicks early on, when you're about to get artificially inflated power level battle cry minions. can, but I think, yeah, the tempo just ends up being way too strong.
Yeah, and he does get to reassess next turn. He can, you know, still draw bellhop and take it slightly slow with the
Vai ter que fazer milagre no próximo turno, tá?
on 4 and then button and, you know, your slimes on 6 if you want to do that. No, I don't think you want to do that. Who cares?
Well, we've got a plan. Yeah.
just get the 6 and the 7 and you'll be fine.
I think you actually want the other 5, right? Like, it just... You just get to play a whole extra 5/5 on the Frosty Decor turn instead of a potential... I mean, it depends what location you end up hitting with the Elise, I suppose, but...
Xiaoti's thinking, why is my hand so good? Now I have to consider everything again. So many decisions. Like, you can save the decor until a little bit later, can't you, if you want to? You can do anything. Yeah, saving the decor until later to absorb some asteroids, for instance, and get the armor. No hurry for that. Okay, fine.
Like, doesn't this just look incredibly smooth from here?
It does. But, you know, there's a rogue on the other side that has Incendious.
Yeah. I forgot about that. That's a good point. It's worth noting as well, because I am a journalist of such great repute and in such high moral standing, how my levels of objectivity have never been called into question, that despite a lot of naysaying from the casting team, myself chief among them, Shaman had an incredible day yesterday, which actually pushed it into positive for actual win rate, even though it's still a little bit below 50% on true win rate adjusted for bans. But it is no longer really anywhere in the conversation
no
for the
cocô,
weakest
mano.
performer of the broad decks. Like, Death Knight is now much worse performer than Shaman based on the results from yesterday.
Yeah, shout out to Onkrad for compiling all that as usual.
Mano, por que ele não usou o bagulho? Por que ele não usou? Porque ele simplesmente não usou. Ele tá conservando pro compra suspeita.
Which is obviously what matters if you're going to be wrong. We can still be right. It's fine.
You didn't even catch I didn't even call it adjusted. You didn't even see my my post-truth world analysis. I didn't even call it adjusted win rate. I called that one.
Vai vencer a bad match aqui. Vai ficar salgado.
Superb. Where's Yaming's hand gone, by the way? Like, he's been busy drawing cards, now he has a prep.
Vai ter que montar no DKzinho.
He's had both of his platy cards discarded. Neither of them have ended up being
coisas não
that is going to leave you with a pretty
vão ser muito felizes não, hein?
Yeah, he's doing an impression of someone who's kind of dead in this game at the moment.
That, however, is the kind of miracle draw that you are looking for, especially with a single solitary imp left in play and an EMG. Hang on. Rumors of the world champion's death have been greatly exaggerated.
Oh, but he didn't get the cheap card to be able to play both the MGs, which he really wanted. You saw him put his head in his hands, he missed the 0 or the 1 that would have allowed him to get both cards and get them down to 0.
Nada jogável.
Did hit a really good minion though.
Yeah, picking up Taunt here is huge.
And it has the asteroid effect built in as well, kind of. Where drawn, well, drawn well, cast when drawn, which is good for your rogue deck.
Yep, yeah.
It's the asteroid
throw
effect.
Dragons at your opponent's face.
Yeah. Oh.
No, that's the asteroid effect.
Why is this game so cruel to me, specifically, relentlessly, even when I'm casting it?
Well, I don't think we're interested in overloading, just based on how curvy our curve is at the moment, so that probably rules that one out. And I don't really want a 4-mana discount on Static Shock, personally.
Yeah. And dealing 5 damage to minions later is one way that you might just be able to save the game that somehow gets out of control. There was that little warning shot there from Yaming, what I said about it is still rogue. It is still very much rogue there.
Absolutely.
Não só foi ele o atual campeão.
The nature of the way this game has gone. which makes things a little bit more messy.
Ele foi o que ganhou no passado.
Kill, so sort of another good point for Zhao Ti in this one. Only had a card in his hand now that dealt 5 damage to all minions. Oh wait.
Yeah, it does kind of mess with the rest of his turn.
Does.
As it stands.
As it stands. Just draw some bellhops or something.
Yeah, bellhop would be great. That is the opposite of that. So now, from Zhao Ti's perspective, he's looking at this going, well, hang on. If I just AoE this board, I float 4 mana and then pass back to my opponent that just slams Incendious. They just slam Incendious and I lose the game.
A mão dele ficou ruim. O que aconteceu, e o cara ainda vai criminalizar no próximo turno.
If it's drawn off the top of the deck next turn. But that's got to be a big consideration for Zhao Ti this turn.
O cara ainda vai criminalizar no próximo turno.
I think we've seen an incredibly high number of Incendious played on 5, 6, and 7 in this tournament. Like, incredibly high. It's just what the deck does on that turn. And no Hearthstone player wants to float 4 mana. And it doesn't really do that much. But everything else does so much less and takes 11 a lot of the time. Alright. There is a chance with this play that it absorbs some asteroids that are already in the deck as well, so... Is that favoring having minions?
Zhao Ti now gets the little bit of good news.
Yes.
That we are not seeing the Incendious on this turn. I think also deep in his considerations for that Meteor Storm is that he knows that there is a second EMG left in the deck that he still has to deal with, right? And that's his one AoE card available, so if this were to be a big swing turn with or without the Incendious, he wouldn't really have any way to answer that second EMG coming down.
Ixi, tá comprando os meteoros tudo.
By the way, that he did go for the mana inefficient play, using the 5 slime instead of the 6 slime, so that he can't go 2+5 on the following turn.
Yeah.
He can't play the Meteor Storm with this 5 on 7.
Yeah, I think he was hoping to some of these asteroids, there's a lot of them in there, he was hoping to hit some of them. That works out okay for him. For a very loose term of okay when your opponent has this hand. But yeah.
I guess his plan here is he just wants to play all of the defensive cards over the course of a few turns here, right? So the Furious Fouls slime ends up just not being played. He just wants to make sure all of the Frosty Decors get played for maximum armor gain to give him as much survivability as possible.
Yeah, it's very unlikely he gets the Ziliak's turn. Next turn, Yanming will set up, and then he'll try not to draw anything next turn, I should imagine, so that he can set up for Thalnos, swing, try and kill you the turn after.
Yikes. These are rough.
They suck.
0 mana deal 8 to a minion is a very efficient card, but I'm not sure if it's one that Zhao Ti particularly cares about.
1 mana, have less mana next turn, doesn't seem ideal.
1 mana kill your opponent if you're a few damage short of killing your opponent seems quite good.
It does. And I'm not reading all that. The other card did something, I'm sure it was.
Yeah, there was some card on the left-hand side, but no, don't worry about it.
Okay. 2, 4, 6, 8.
Acabou.
Alakia.
Tipo, ele vai ter que ter a... Ele vai ter a... Não tem como.
It is, because the lightning bolt is lethal.
Yep.
Right,
Ele...
Alakia, 3, 6, 9.
Ele não teve a leitura de...
Okay, sure. Or we could do this. Fine. You be clever.
Leitura de bater pra matar o board. Aí o cara, ele vai com... Ele vai com um buff só pra mostrar pro cara assim, você perdeu porque você não bateu, você não limpou a mesa, você perdeu.
Which I think you have to then go back and give Zhao Ti a big pat on the back for doing the weird-looking play
pra...
where he does the mana-efficient slime. Instead of going 6 slime on 6 into 5+2 on 7, he floats a mana, plays the 5 slime instead to make sure
acabar com o mental do adversário.
Armor over the course of the game, which then pushes Yanming back into that checkmate position where he actually can't afford to swing the weapon there, draw the cards, and potentially play around the Alakir or the Wish Upon a Star lethal. He just has to sit back and take it and hope that Zhao T doesn't have it, because otherwise he's running out of damage in the deck. So really great spot from Zhao T where the day one Hearthstone school bad play actually goes all the way around full circle and actually becomes the good play again. A really good spot from Zhao T.
And it was harder to spot there because your first thought is, oh, I want to do the storm. Oh, that's 2 mana and I've got 6. I can't do that. That's wasting too much mana. So you then are instantly drawn to how can I spend 6 even more than usual, because you're trying to avoid, already in your head, you're trying to avoid wasting mana. And then you have to back onto the play. Nice work. But he still does have the Death Knight, which is... No, he doesn't. Why am I looking at that? He has the vote. He's fine. Everything's fine.
No one knows. It's right underneath you. Just look directly down. There's a rogue right underneath you. That's the one. Yep. That's the one. Yeah. We're being backstabbed as we speak, Florinda. There is.
I mean, that's not new.
It just comes with the territory of casting with me, really, doesn't it?
Yeah. No, there's a bit.
It is Rogue just left to win with. Rogue has been one of the standout decks of the tournament.
Aí depois ele não ganha. Também tem isso. Mas tipo, ele não... Era o único jeito dele não perder ali era fazendo isso. O começo de jogo dele foi muito ruim, mano. O Priquitinho lá, 1-2, se ele pega alguma coisa que é muito fundamental no deck, você simplesmente perde, mano. Você jogar o 1-2 ali no começo do jogo, ainda contra Xamã, é muito coin flip. Tipo, poderia ter sido diferente se naquele turno que ele conseguiu fazer a compra suspeita, ele conseguisse descer as duas custo 9. Só que faltou uma carta que ele conseguisse comprar ou jogar do mapa que ele fez. Tipo, só veio o custo 2 e ele tinha uma mana. Aí quebrou as pernas.
Yanming will be the person who has to clash with him frequently. Like, the people over here go, yeah, Zhao T is one of the best players ever. We'll ignore him for 9 months a year. Oh no, here he is, it's Worlds. But Yanming has to go through qualifications and all sorts of things with this monster constantly in his way. So he got through him before, obviously, to get to the World Championships and win it last year. But yeah, he will be as familiar as anybody in the world with how powerful the task is he has to perform.
A couple of pieces of candy in Yanming's hand. Double new heights, along with Hostile Invader, means that he should be able to put together a nice clear by the necessary turn when Zhao T presents the first Everything Must Go board of the game.
Nice though to be able to punch 3 and eat an imp and still have a turn. Going into this turn.
Cara.
Okay, so next turn we set up the weapon.
De novo naquela linha, acho que é de 50-50, mano. O guerreiro aqui, ele só tenta fazer as coisas pra ele não morrer, mas se o Rogue consegue fazer toda aquela baguncinha...
I mean... No.
Tipo, o guerreiro só joga pra controlar, ele joga quest pra dentro do deck, ele vai atrás das outras coisas.
No, there's a very real other option where you just step the 2-1 and hold it in your hand as well, just for extra flexibility on the following turn as well.
Yeah, that's definitely far more realistic.
That's the old pocket train play, I believe they refer to it as.
Que é um turno triste pro Rogue, né? Provavelmente ele vai fazer só a arma aqui, pra depois no próximo turno ele bagunçar.
quite often, and it'll work. You get your EMG down, and your brain goes, do that again.
Faz arma, bate 4
and then you'll watch somebody like Max Ebon discussing the difference between turn 3 and turn 4 pop-offs in a chat somewhere. Be like, no, this player got it wrong, because actually they're guaranteed to get it every time next turn, but this turn was too risky, even though it worked. But the little bit of your brain that goes, shut up, who are you? It worked. You're wrong.
Who have you ever beat?
Yeah, exactly. Who are you? So it is interesting how
ele vai conseguir fazer 2 e 2 periquitos, mas acho que ele podia ter feito a play de arma, bater e segurava pro próximo turno ele fazer alguma coisa. Agora se ele fazer só a arma aqui, ok. Vai jogar com os nomes pra dentro.
Sacrificing a resource with the Shadow Step in order to get the double Phoenix down, because if you don't use the step there, you can't play this before you play the weapon. You actually can't play both Phoenixes at all without playing the step, but most importantly, you play the Tusk, you shuffle the left Phoenix back into your deck, so you don't get the 0 mana 3/2s to come down, which is a little bit upsetting.
So he is really valuing this early damage, because there were ways to sit back and try and get an EMG. But going into turn 5 against Warrior, you've kind of missed your chance. Turns 3 and 4, sure, they're going to connect with your 4/7s or your 4/1s in my case quite a few times. But now it's just too late, so he decided to go for this 8 attack tempo board.
Ele pode fazer os dois e dar step.
Now what?
You want to continue playing as recklessly and all in as possible, then it's play all of the cards on the right hand side of your hand.
My instinct is to just play one Mauler, Shadow Step it, Hero Power, suck it up, but that might be too slow.
What's your intention with your Shadow Step Mauler that you now have in your hand?
Draw some cards with a Web Weaver later.
Okay.
For instance. Draw a few.
Ele não fez nada milagroso aqui, mas ele...
And now the EMG is not really going to have an impact on the game. Later doesn't necessarily exist, so play them all.
Sure.
I don't think.
Bom, aqui ele já vai ter turno melhor. Ele consegue fazer o crocodilo ali, fazer invasor e...
You still have the Moonstone Mauler in case you draw a Web Weaver on the following turn, or even eat the imp into Web Weaver, for example. So I think it makes sense just with the line that Xiaoti's gone with, which is a line that I really like, to just absolutely max out.
Arriscou perder o game aqui, tá?
He didn't absolutely max out, did he? He did play the other Mauler back down.
Arriscou perder o game aqui.
Eu
tinha subido vida ali, era crocodilo facilmente, mano. Cara, aqui ele vai pro tudo ou nada, já que já faz isso, faz os periquitos e vence o jogo, quer ver?
One asteroid. There is an EMG as well, so this will require a clear from the opponent on the following turn.
There are 7 in the deck. Okay. Second prize.
O outro arriscou e...
Yeah, if you need any convincing that sort of that play was...
Poderia ser punido. Ia ser... Ia ser legal de tomar GG aqui nesse turno.
2 turns away.
3/4 survives. Nice outcome for Xiaoti. Gets to push a little bit of damage.
Tem 14 de dano só de asteroide, ó. Já foi 4. 6.
Blood Mage Thalnos becomes an exciting draw at some point over the next couple of turns as well. Not going to get the kill this turn, so we will be eventually resetting back to an Incendious turn. Were you about to suggest playing a 6/5 again, Neil?
I was.
Okay.
Yeah.
Vai fazer...
Talk about your 6/5 addiction.
I've been told...
And your 6/7 addiction, for that matter, but still.
Yeah, both of them are a major problem, honestly. It's my age, you know. Even my age just can't help but do a little meme every now and again.
Oh, I thought you just meant 6/7 was your age. That's what you were.
Oh, I see. No, I'm not 13. How much damage is there? How many asteroids now? I'm the one who's supposed to know this. Why am I asking the question? There are 2 asteroids left.
Cadê o...
We can threat check again with everything must go one more time. Ooh, did not want the octopus though. Unlucky.
The octopus ever done to you? 8 probably. Your friends anyway. Okay. No Bob. That's what he's banking this game on right now.
Oh, safety goggles off the top is a fantastic pull for Yan Ming, who is then able to drop to sleep. Game 15.
Were we supposed to only have 6 minions here, by the way?
In order to fit the Incendious?
If you do get bobbed, at least you can play Incendious, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, even this scenario, right, where it's just been armor gain into sleep. He would very much like to be playing the Cindy here.
Yeah. Yeah, there's no Shadow Step left in deck, so it's not like he was planning for that. No manager left in deck, so yeah. Wait. The octopus! Get him! I've never seen it achieve anything so important in all of his life as this next attack. I don't think it's going to help, but you know. Big deal, right, that the Incendious wasn't played in the end, because this would be quite a lot now with Thanos Eat.
Ixi, bugou o spec de cima.
See if I can find it. It's a masseuse, right? For people that don't know what I'm talking about, there it is, yeah. Octo masseuse. Just in case people don't know what we're talking about, there it is. Deals octuple damage to minions. That's 8 times for the uninitiated.
So I'm handing you tool for that. Right.
Bom, tem 10 na mesa. Mais 10. Mas aí teria que vir as lavas primeiro, né? Pra ele fazer. Ele fazer incendioso. Incendioso, coin town. Ah, não, não vai ter. Não tem mana, não.
Just hope they come out in a different order for you.
Nossa, o bagulho veio pra limpar.
He's going right now. Did he send Eat the Imp? Because all of those attacks look like they went face. He did. Wow, he's taking the 5 AoE and pushing right now. Damn. Okay.
In fairness, he saw Yan Ming not clear last turn and play Ziliax. So he's gambling that there's no clear and that this damage is chunky next turn.
Agora é um clear pra ele ganhar esse jogo aqui. Na verdade já tem, né, esse clear. É a expansão
That looked an awful lot like a certain 8-mana dragon off the top there for Yan Ming. We will wait for his side of the board to catch.
Meu Deus, bugou o spec de novo.
The tension is palpable and killing me. There it is. The Great Dracorex has appeared off the top to clear up this board. And that takes Ceaseless down to 4. It means that Xiaoti is only pushing 3 more this turn with minions.
Nem precisa, ele sabe que não tem mais nada, já foi expansão, já foi tudo. Vai para um herói aqui para tentar um milagre.
I mean, Reno, when your opponent's this low, can sometimes do it for you, but you don't want to go there.
Agatha.
Hagatha can get you shaman spells.
Para ficar gerando valor.
Way too slow at this point. What's Thrall's hero power?
Meu Deus, ele foi para nenhum dos dois. Tinha, era mana exata, mano. Era 10 manas a expansão. Vai tancar isso? Rapaz, corajoso, né?
Do you want a 2-3 on your board?
Meu Deus. Nossa, aqui perdeu, pô. Adiantou fadiga, perdeu. Adiantou fadiga, perdeu. Double
Master on the Ceaseless, and that is probably going to spell the end of the game for Zhao T. And if it does, he is going to have some real regrets about the way that turn 7 was executed this game.
Adiantou fadiga, perdeu.
Yeah, just want to say why I said that, by the way. It's just that the Crystal Tusk would have pushed 4 damage without being susceptible to minion removal. There's a choice between playing the Weaver or playing the Tusk. But with this hero power, it makes sense to have things in board.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, when you need to deal 12, pushing 2 doesn't matter, right? You need minions, you're going to need minions, so play the maximum minions. I think that does make the most sense. But I think the hole that you picked that is certainly very valid is the hole that Zhao T did not leave on his board going into that turn 7. Which I think spells a real disaster for him. You called out the Bob, but as it stood, that one of tech card inclusion, the Sleep Under the Stars in Yaming's deck was able to just go game 50.
2-1, vamos pro 2-2 da galera.
That was essentially a Bob.
Vamos pro 2-2 da galera.
Yeah, we didn't highlight that enough actually.
It froze 15 damage essentially, right?
Aquele 2-2 da galera pra todo mundo ficar feliz, pra todo mundo ficar legal.
15 armor was gained. It made him miss a turn by not being able to play the Incendious, and then everything that happened that game that spiraled towards Yaming's victory, the Ceaseless costing 0, and then back before that the Ziliax being playable, and then back before that the armor gain and so on. All of those things are one whole turn further away, and that almost certainly means that Zhao T ends up taking the series down. So I think, you know, with all the glazing that Zhao T has received, and rightly so, you have to say that's a pretty catastrophic error.
DK, aquela busca implacável por early game.
Tighten up on his next game of Rogue, whereas Yan Ming still sees the impossible dream of repeat World Championships in his future.
Yep, again, we highlighted it there from a different point of view, but Yan Ming spotting that he didn't have to worry about that board. That's also a nice play, because you sit there and go, oh no, so much damage, but no. Kept it cool under 2-0 down, clinging onto this title of his.
It's such a shame as well, because everything up until that
Formiguinha
point was kind of exemplary from Zhao T, right?
Yeah.
Against the hand that Yan Ming had, which was
já garantiu ali turno 4 e 5. Já tem turno 2.
So aggressively with his resources through the early game that he'd pushed Yan Ming down to like 13 by turn 5 or whatever it was, without EMGs hitting the board, which I think was really, really high level stuff to that point, and then just kind of tossed it all away with that board lock, that self-imposed board lock going into that turn 7.
So many choices on this turn. I can see 4 legitimate Hearthstone players at least here, maybe like 5 or 6.
Cara, eu acho que tem uma leve vantagem pro DK aqui. Naquela linha, né? Se ele tem early game, nosso amigo aqui tá todo curvado, olha como ele veio.
Crystal Tusk, set it up for later. You have just play the platy, make them trade into it, shadow step it if you don't like what you draw.
Só que é aquela, mano, o Rogue tem potencial de ganhar qualquer match porque ele tem aquele turno explosivo, mano. Se ele consegue fazer aquele turno de jogar as custo 9 muito rápido, geralmente o adversário não tem resposta, né? Nossa, mas o cara, mano, o Yaming tá curvando igual um deus, tá? Tá curvando igual um deus aqui.
Using a Shadow Step and a Platasaur kind of makes you get an EMG turn later, because you've used those resources on a turn where it's impossible to get an EMG. So banking that mana and just moving forward from Zhao T, I think is very, very smart. Second Crystal Tusk picked up of the Platasaur as well.
Yeah, he has a decision to make now though, because he has a lot here. Of course, Coin Manager is part of his hand right now.
Ele vai ter Elise agora na 4, na 5 ele pode ter local.
But if he doesn't get the turn 3 and overcommits, he could end up
Nossa,
in a
essa
mess. He
prep
hits the prep
salvou
and
ele.
the EMG though, and all sorts of stuff's going to break loose now.
Second EMG in the box? No second EMG in the box, okay. Bunch of playables though.
Is there Platty still in play? He can shadow step if he wants. No, it's gone.
Nope, all gone.
Bunch of playables.
Coin, space rock. Is gonna play the step, okay.
Oh! Gonna play them in the wrong order. Oh my goodness, it's a disaster.
Wait, what's the wrong order?
If you want to play the Phoenix before you play the EMG, because there's the 4/4 Warlock Taurus can kill off your Phoenix. You do get 2 Phoenixes though, so maybe it's the right order.
But there's also a 4-drop that deals damage whenever you play an elemental.
There is.
O coisa que ele mostra, esse overlay ele mostra.
Confirmed by Banter, yeah, there's the LE. So it is the right order, forgive me.
Riding the high of knowing things in the previous game.
Yeah. Hey. Don't give me decide based on the situation in the
Acho que eu vejo.
Banter.
Ah, clicando no deck aparece. Ah.
God, Banterface has been here 2 days.
I know. We give him a little bit of
Pô,
bullying.
mas
He
o
thinks he can
coisa
give
tá
it back.
bugado.
Oh my goodness.
He starts saying things like something like Umbra and he thinks he's a caster all of a sudden.
Yeah.
Ah, o dele tá bugado, mano.
Back to the game that isn't Banterface telling me what to say.
Ah, tá bugado.
Decent result from the correctly ordered EMG Phoenix.
That's right. Write that down, write that down.
I write everything down, I just can never read it. That explains my scout. If my brain tries to say all the things I've ever written down, that's the problem.
Including those 2 consecutive English exams.
Yeah. You're so jealous. Some more cards.
Yeah, choosing to use the O manager first because he's already max banked on the mana. He's got two combo card mana banked, so he didn't want to be wasteful with the 3rd hit of the Space Rock Collector.
2 things to note about what is happening here. The corpse explosion isn't there, is the first thing I notice. The second thing is Blob of Tar and Foam Render are, as well as the location, so plenty of fight back available for you.
Rapaz.
Yeah, Blob of Tar with a good corpse start and Exarch Maladar in hand as well is a very big deal. He's also got Raptors off the location, so his corpse count is absolutely chilling to the point where actually a top deck Pterodax can actually be used as the copy location here as well, resetting him all the way back to 30 full Reno Jackson settings.
Cleanou a mesa inteira, mano.
Yeah, and he's not that far off actually just winning the game himself, is the thing, right? If he wants to just push Foam Render, that option might become available. One thing here for the Death Knight that he can do is going into the coin Incendious turn. If you've got too much stuff on the board, you can just say your Incendious doesn't matter, I'm going to ignore it. So next turn's a crucial one in terms of trying to shut that Incendious out of the game.
Yeah, looking very, very possible to do so with this hand, although that dubious purchase from the Imp from Zhao Ti helps a lot. Hitting one of the bigger minions, cutting into that damage on board quite significantly. Wants to hold on to coin Incendious wherever possible, but you might also just have to recognize the board state and say, do I actually ever get to coin Incendious next turn? But then the counter question comes, if I don't get to coin Incendious next turn, how on earth do I win this game of Hearthstone?
He's coining Incendious next turn because he took the Thalnos. That's my assessment of that situation. Right, can Yan Ming stop it by putting enough on the board? Yep, he thinks so.
Yep. Well, he's got copy location, right? So that's so much extra damage on the following turn as well.
Yeah.
Já jogou pro letal aqui. Próximo turno é Hero Power, copia.
Pauses because there is an option to play the Webweaver, the Thalnos, start going through your deck, trying to hit it with three damage asteroids, but yeah.
Vai ter 5, 10, 11, né?
Here we are, he can't do the coin Incendious, it's just too much. Hunting for an EMG number 2.
Yep, hunting for asteroid damage plus EMG number 2. Hoping he can just get there, getting as much damage as possible with the Blood Mage Thalnos, recognizing the threat of the situation. Asteroids coming out thick and fast. EMG is playable, he's hit enough.
Meu Deus, ele tinha um step, acabou, ele ganhou. Meu Deus, mano. No último turno vivo ele ganhou, mano. Que absurdo, que absurdo, que absurdo. Letal exato. Letal exato, mano. O cara tirou 30 de dano exato. Após isso, senhores, temos um novo campeão mundial em 2025. Não adianta, a história não se repete, mano, não se repete.
You know, let's call it what it was. A big potential throw for Xiaoti in his first attempt of getting out.
Esculacho, mano, que esculacho.
But then that game, the recognition from both players, right? It's one of those things where both players understood
mano, o cara tirou 30 de dano em um turno, senhores. 30 de dano. Ele deu um OTK no cara.
No, I see what you're doing. You can't play Incendious here. You're not allowed. I play my weapon. I threaten lethal. But Xiao Ti going, you know what happens if they just play their weapon? They don't have any minions on their board. They just spend their entire turn
Só pra avisar, tá?
So who cares about Incendious? I've got
A China tem 2 representantes nas semifinais.
That's exactly what I'm saying. This is not a call out to you. You said he's playing the Incendious because he took the Blood Mage Thalnos. No, exact opposite. He was never playing the Incendious because he took the Blood Mage Thalnos. He recognized that he was going to be looking at an empty enough board.
Hoje saiu campeão. Aí, pelo que você tá vendo, quem você acha que vai ser o campeão? Cara, pra mim, qualquer um que vencer aqui, mano, os caras estão jogando muito bem hoje, mano. Não só hoje, né? Os caras que passaram, mano. Assim, só o Fio na minha visão, que foi, tipo assim, muito ruim no primeiro dia. Mas ontem ele jogou bem, mano. Ontem ele jogou bem. E todas as séries aqui foram disputadas. Não pode dizer que não foi disputada, mano. Pô, hoje, mano, tem uma misplay ali, 1, 2 misplay que a gente pode falar. O resto os caras jogaram, mano, limpinho, muito clean, mano. Os caras estão jogando muito clean, muito clean. Ó, o Love Storm jogou muito bem, o Xiaoti hoje jogou bem pra cacete também. Essa match que a gente viu aí. O Definition deu uma rateada ali no DK no segundo game, mas aí ele ganhou depois jogando pra frente. E agora a gente vai ver aí o Maxi Bunda e o Fio. Vamos ver qual que é o nível agora dessa última quartas de finais aí. Cara, eu acho que é o Maxi. Pelo que a gente viu, Maxi, mas o jogo pode acontecer qualquer coisa, né? Pelo que a gente viu aí, o Maxi foi o que jogou melhor. Agora, por exemplo, igual essa última série aí, entre o Xiaoti e o Yaming, o Yaming tinha dia que ele se apresentou. Ele foi muito consistente. E ele simplesmente perdeu agora. Tomou 30 de dano ali que ficou sem entender a brincadeira. Detalhe. A mesa que o Xiaote tinha, ele trocou tudo nos minions do cara e deu 3 de dano face com a Fênix que sobrou. E aí ele tirou 27 de dano dos asteroides. Insanidade pura. Pura. Mas é aquela. Os que estão sendo eliminados agora estão indo embora com 30k na conta. Esses 3 aí que foram eliminados. $30k na conta. Pô, Love Storm tá bem demais também, mano. Pelo que eu assisti aqui, eu acho que o Love Storm é favorito contra o Definition. Quesito gameplay do que foi apresentado ainda, acho que a final aí vai ser um Love Storm contra Xiaote. Pra produção ficar maluca e não ter uma entrevista com o cara falando inglês ali. E aí a China vai à loucura, né? Aí os caras vão fazer... Pode fazer skin especial. Pode lançar o monge logo, que aí os chineses vão adorar.
Yes, I'm excited to see what this next one. We've got Maxibon versus Philfield coming up, and Eloise is joining me for this one. Are you ready for, hopefully, ones that have just been as exciting as the last few?
Yeah, absolutely. We have had, that was actually the first match to not go to a full 5, but it looked for a moment like it certainly could have. Really came down to the wire there. And,
ué, tá mudando de... Ah, deixa eu pagar aí, né? Os apostadores. Esses apostadores aí. Pagar os senhores.
Unique lineup, right, with this Egg Warlock. Otherwise, it is just sort of the, I suppose, 4 to 5 best decks, depending on whether you like Shaman or not. And yeah, Maxi been looking.
Paguei os senhores e já vamos abrir a próxima.
Yeah, 100%. Maxi always seeming pretty confident, but obviously very, very good at the game. So we'll see how that one plans out. But yeah, all eyes as usual will be drawn to this Warlock. We've seen it perform very well. I think the initial viewing of it in this tournament was not the best. Phil had a bit of a rough go of it initially, but we've seen.
Deixar aí 5 minutinhos que a gente demorou. Tá aí, apostas abertas, senhores. Gastem seus pontos.
Not only how well the Warlock player can build up the egg and get those sort of
Temos aí Maxi Bunda.
But also how well the opponent can deal with it in any given certain matchup.
Maxi Bunda e Piu Piu. Eita, nós, alguém já mandou 40k aqui. Já mandaram 40k aqui. 44k no Maxi Bunda. Cadê o pão pra igualar esse jogo? E votar no Piu Piu?
You know, some of it was luck, some of it seemed like a little bit shakiness in general. I'm sort of more leaning towards Maxi.
Que isso? 48 mil, ninguém vai apostar no Piu Piu aí, não?
You know, we'll be hoping that he has a little bit better luck so we can actually see what the deck is capable of, but Maxi has just been sort of on point the whole weekend.
Yeah, and even this mulligan, not too bad at all. Of course, the Marin, not the best here for Maxi, but having access to that ramp early is going to be really nice, because even just hitting one of them in the early game, it just makes everything just that little bit easier going forward on those turns where you really need to just slow the Death Knight down. Philfield, though, does have access to a decent start with the one drop being available.
Eu fiquei pobre.
With the
Alguém mandou 10k aí pra dar uma igualada no piu-piu.
Up to 6 damage,
Mas
right?
cadê o pão, mano? Cadê o pão pra fazer a boa aqui?
They usually don't stop things until their 5-mana turn with a hostile invader. And even with the new heights in hand, no invader in sight, these could end up getting significant chip damage in.
Yeah, 100%. It's important as well to highlight some of these cards that may be differences from everything we've seen. Steam Cleaner in the hand for Philfield, so that is something.
O Warrior do Max só tem a destruidora lá, a demolidora.
Headless Horseman, which isn't in every single DK deck by any means at the moment. So there's just a couple of cards that can make the matchup a little bit.
Esse DK do Piu-Piu tem.
Yeah, I believe.
Tem o robozão. Só do deck.
I think so. Yeah. Taking an early Grifter with draw 3, not too bad at all. Maxi did get access to the hostile invader, so it's at least there. Does have the armor gain as well to be able to double proc if and so required.
Yeah, Grifter just makes it a little bit awkward though. It's
Aí, alguém igualou.
Just out of range.
Alguém igualou, deve ser o pão. O pão deve ter igualado aí as apostas.
Amulet is one of the most interesting ones to me, just because it usually is the best one to take in that your opponent doesn't want to play theirs, right? A lot of other ones they'll get some benefit from at some point, but in the case of
Mas ela acaba com o deck, mano. Acaba com a recompensa da quest.
That's too much of a risk for most people to play, so it ends up being a dead card in their hand.
Yeah, 100%. It's not the best, is it? It's going to be a hostile invader just going down without the goggles this time. Does allow for potentially a double proc next turn, which can be quite useful with this blob in hand for Philfield.
Cara, deixa eu ver um negócio aqui da...
Yeah, and for that reason, I wouldn't be surprised to see a slower turn here from Philfield. Maybe just use the hero power and Grift to clean up this 3/5 and then drop the Creature of Madness.
Yeah, it doesn't look too bad. Yeah, you definitely don't want to just play the blob, because the benefit of the blob is how sticky it is.
O bagulho só mostra, mano, é bugado, não mostra as cartas do deck.
As strong as you would like it to be. So I'm
só mostra da mão, pô.
Just hero power and play the creature. It's a tempo loss no matter what you do, right? I feel like this turn, so may as well go digging.
Yeah, and then since you've got the amulet, the next turn you could play the blob plus amulet, but Philfield says otherwise. Says, yeah, this is fine. It'll still clear up the invader, and I get to push 4 damage face. In a lot of ways, the Blob of Tar is there to just sort of, slow things down against a shaman, which has such, large stats, while also generating 3 corpses.
Yep. Definitely the #1 goal. Maxi now choosing exactly how he wants to do this. Does have access to a shield slam now, but of course if it's goggles into shield slam, the goggles proc the spell burst first anyway, so the shield slam becomes a little bit less good.
Já volto aqui, senhores.
I wonder if he'll ever be tempted to just rip that draw 3 and hope not to discard anything too important.
I'd be so scared.
It's a terrifying prospect, but the hand is fairly dry right now. It does have Marin next turn, right? So you can always hope to have enough time to get that down, get your Wondrous Wand.
Yeah, it does have an okay amount of armor. It is getting bullied a little bit here, and of course with Sanguine in hand for Philfield, could keep piling on the pressure. But it is low damage. It's like decent pressure, decent chip. but it's low actual. It's not like threatening damage, right? Is the slight problem? Gonna wait for the Husk to start adding that up. Could drop the Pterodax, but without a rush target and wanting to hold on to those corpses, no real need. I don't think you want to overly play into Brawl any more than you want to.
Yeah, you know, it's also for glory, right? Gets reduced for every minion that you have in play. Lots of reason to hold it. And yeah, if you're expecting something like, if you're expecting Marin on this turn, which has been happening a lot over the course of the event, then you've got Poisonous, you can keep your leeches pushing. Really nice to be able to play Hideous Husk on this turn.
Yeah, Phil looks like he's just thinking about a few options here, but I am with you. I think Husk, again, it has the same Brawl problems, but if your opponent's brawling this board, you're probably okay with it, right? Like, you'd kind of take that as a win, I think. It's a huge drain on the health now, only 18 total for Maxibomb.
Yeah, and that can really be important, you know, in this matchup where the Death Knight is very much the aggressor, getting all that damage in early. Ziliak's not able to do as much to recover, right, when your max health has been reduced so dramatically.
Yeah. Maxi choosing to drop the yaw and just keep drawing, trying to get hold of something that can stop this push.
Yeah.
This does board lock, or potentially board lock, I'll say. Depending on what the what Phil has access to from Max's point of view, of course.
Right. See. Yeah, even with the infested breath, right? Like you could kill your 1/2, but summon the leech, so it still isn't going to open up any space. And
right, that might be still worth though. To be fair,
could be, but you can also just save it to do with the other Hideous Husk for refill.
Might be just considering what next turn can look like, right? If there's a brawl come down, if the board's clear, what is the follow-up?
No.
Is that
I'm wrong. It does open up the space.
Oh, okay, so it finishes before it actually kills it. Yeah, okay, that makes sense, sure. Yeah, because there's a good chance that if this is cleared, Husk isn't the follow-up, right? There's a decent chance it might be their own Marin. They might go fishing for a Dark Gift as well, so we'll see how that one goes. But Maxi going to use the one now just to start cycling through. Trying to get hold of something to clean up this board. The other hostile invader would be quite nice, but not seen yet. Could be a freeze from Bob.
Yeah, continue that board lock. Still high enough that Bob will eat the leech hits instead of, you know, them going directly at Maxi's face.
This is so scary.
Yeah, I mean, I think delaying the Bob makes sense, right? You can still present no minions and board lock the opponent, but yeah, you do have to worry about getting too low.
Yeah, and one of the problems is if there is, I mean, I'll have to look. If there's another way for Philfield to kill off a minion and then maybe play the Husk, this gets very scary right now. There isn't, obviously we can see in hand, but...
And that will mean, because Philfield went for this line of, you know, getting the Chill Fallen down and tossing away that Infested Breath, might have a couple of cards burned. Alright, since the Chill Fallen Baron is going to draw one, I can't throw away the Amulet because the Amulet is, you know, another draw 3. There's the draw for turn. If Maxi freezes here, then, you know, that's another turn. Philfield just doesn't get to play the game.
Yeah, it is a bit scary though, because Maxi is very nearly dead to 2 leeches specifically.
Yeah, it's gonna need to win the roll on where the leeches go, because if they hit Maxi first, okay, just gonna go ahead and clear this up. Yeah, much safer. Yeah, if you freeze again, gets a little spooky.
This is also a little bit scary as well, right? Because there's Husk and then potentially additional trades to go into the 5/5. It still won't do enough to deal the 5.
Well, let's see, with that Infested Breath having been used, I think there's actually no leech cards left.
Oh, it's just a
besides,
one-off, right.
Yeah, besides the Hideous Husk. So there's no sort of sneaky thing that can happen. You know, it's a 50-50 to begin with that the leeches would go face, but without having held onto that Infested Breath from in terms of Philfield's cards, Maxi will know that, okay, I could be reduced to 1, but that's the best that can be done. Although Philfield could pick up copy location from Elise at some point, and that could
true.
cause problems.
That is very true. Yeah. That's what I would do, mate. In a matchup like this, I would go all in on just that one strategy, because I think, how often do you get to just literally leech someone to death from pretty much full health to nothing?
It is extremely satisfying to just ignore all the armor.
Yeah, Maxibon's maximum health right now is 12, which is definitely something. Can potentially go up to 40 later in the game again, right? Like, that does reset, right?
Yes, with Amara. That'll be about the most value Amara has ever gotten. Philfield gonna be looking at a potential 10 cost location with Exarch.
See, we're saying we're getting a 10 leech. Is that what we're saying?
Well, it's tough because, you know, if you hit copy, well, then you only need a 1 cost location. But if you miss copy, you're really gonna want something bigger. Wouldn't be surprised to see Bob plus Elise from Philfield here, if he even notices this line we've been on about.
Yeah, would have to deal with the board in some way as well, right?
Yes, yeah, you want to have a clean board, or at least only have minions with greater than 5 health in play.
I remember this place.
It's in the box. Takes the 10. No copy there. And once again, no copy.
Oof.
So, time to shift gears. Let's see what's there.
Yep. Raptors and +4.
Didn't have a good way of clearing this board otherwise, so that makes a good amount of sense to me. Draco Rex.
Still a decent amount of pressure.
Yeah. Draco Rex, not something you can let stick around. The attack is always going to be threatening as long as you have minions.
Aí a pergunta, por que ele
not all in on leeches anymore, but even if just the
no outro turno só não foi atrás de uma cópia, aí ele copiava o baratão ou um chup-chup, localzinho custo 1 mesmo, e ganhava o jogo.
But yeah, that's it's still a threat, even though it's not the sort
Na
of funny
sugada
lethal
fatal.
we're talking about. But
Interesting options here. Siamat, you know, a couple of big 7/7s in play, and then you can get, you know, Rush Wind Fury, Rush Divine Shield, something like that. But yeah, Tindril represents just a lot of damage even if the board gets cleared. And Maxi's got to play this awkward game of when
Maxi
can
aqui
I
foi
play...
gigante. Ele sabe que o cara tem um baratão, botou o bicho que tem menos vida.
No Brewmaster for Maxi.
new heights, just getting a little bit more ramp. Feel gonna go digging with the one though, by the looks of things. Doesn't want to overcommit to this board.
All right, Kobold, let's do it.
Yep, lock it in.
Now, 5-cost Shaladrasil is very nice.
It's one of the cards you wish there was a rewind on, isn't it? It's like, no, all these suck. Yep. Can I go again, please?
They did do that to the Raptor, right? 3-mana 4/2. It was a gift card where it just each time one of the new keywords has come out, it's gained the keyword. So it now has like discover a beast with a dark gift, kindred, reduce its cost by 1, and now it also has rewind.
In another couple of years, it's going to be really good. Okay, Hostile Invader is going to help do some of the damage to clear this bit of an annoying board.
Yeah, and these Tendrils are just going to be very, very annoying for Philfield. You know, they could hit face for 8 now, and then are going to do another 8 when they die.
I could even just follow up with another one. I could drop the ham instead and have that just start chomping. Ooh, maybe considering going for the Crocs into like go face and then brawl.
Sure. Something that just occurred to me with the Husk as well, if we're still on this line, which it's a bit distant at this point, but you could, you know, play Husk on an empty board and then shuffle it back into your deck with the Shaladrasil Shuffle. So you just drain for 2, you don't get the buff, sure. And then if you can manage to make it happen on another turn.
Yeah, true. I like the way you're thinking. I'm not gonna lie. I like the way you're thinking.
But in the meantime, this is a little clever trick here. Ability to give 4 attack to the Spire means that when it dies, you'll get a 6-drop. Really, really complicated board state, though, in terms of trying to clear all these minions, particularly with these rushes, right? Because as soon as you clear the Hostile Invader, it clears a Tendril, which then blows up your whole board, and now there's still 2 Tendrils left.
Yeah, very awkward. Still 9 mana though for Philfield, so does have access to a few tools to use after this, of course. Still got that crown in the hand, which could be pretty useful to fill out a turn like this.
That's a rough hit there with the Origami Dragon. And it looked like he pulled the trigger on the Hideous Husk there just to use the mana up at the end of the turn, so we are well and truly off that game plan.
Yeah, not quite gonna do so well when the leech is just absolutely annihilated off the board, right? But still,
doidou. A corda criminalizou ele também.
That's gonna happen because those leeches did so much.
Something to be said about this hero card for Philfield is you can discover undead. So there's a very real possibility of picking up another Hideous Husk in the future.
Yeah, very true, very true.
Now, how much can Maxi draw before this all goes away?
Oh, for a second I thought that was Time Warp there.
Yeah, no Time Warp. Still a good combination between Nether Portal and Crystal Cavern. Yeah, I understand wanting to pull the trigger on the amulet here if you figure you're going to lose all the generated things anyway. That is gone, and for glory, gone.
Now I'm going to go out on a limb here and say that Steam Clean is going to be played this turn.
I think that seems like a strong possibility. Yeah.
You're saying there's a chance.
Yeah. I want to make sure we get the order right. Steam Cleaner and then Headless Horseman. Very happy to see the Time Warp go, I'm sure.
And the Amhara probably as well.
Yeah. Can now use the hero power to clean up this 3-2.
Yeah, very clean turn. Pun not intended from Phil here. With the Steam Cleaner into Headless Horseman, clears the board nicely, pushes a little bit of damage, keeps all the summon. Oh.
We may be developing Creature of Madness.
Oh, fair. Yeah, that's fair. Yeah, that's reasonable. I think I would have ended up just hero powering it down and just pushing, but yeah.
Relentless Wrath Guard. Knows there's going to be 3-2 targets to deal 2 damage to and discover. So, you know, discover a demon. Could always hit kill Jaden.
And then we've got a game, yeah.
Yeah, well, I mean,
is a...
with Time Walk gone, right? I mean, that basically seals it up almost. I suppose there are 5 vibes every turn.
Yeah, you would have still imagined so. It's going to be pretty nice. I think the big thing here is actually the likes of Bob into Shaladrisil, right? Once the space is there, or Ceaseless Shaladrisil, you know, just to set up, because Maxibon is only on 25 right now. That is quite a low number and can only gain a little bit more health based on the Ziliax. Cannot like heal past 12 basically, so can't even gain that much health back no matter what outside of armor.
Oh, interesting. Are we... Okay, I was gonna say, are we kobolding?
Maybe one day they'll let us kobold.
Maybe one day.
Not today. Yeah, this foam render's gonna have a lot to say about this game as well. The damage stacks up so fast.
Yeah, such a powerful tool that, you know, any other weapons that Death Knight might think about, you just have to say, yeah, but what if I could just deal 5 every turn?
Yeah. That was interesting there as well. I was, this is still, wait, is it the Kobold? You just hover the Kobold for a second? Okay, God, I thought locked in Kobold there. I was like, huh? I was just gonna say, like, this felt like it could have been a pretty decent Bob turn, and then just go face and then save the proc for any, like, minions that still stick around after the Bob turn. To push the extra damage, but he's going to lock the location in, use those raptors to clear some up. This does obviously hold on to the Bob, which is worth something in and of itself.
Yeah, just so much persistent damage. Like, even with a clean board at this point, Philfield representing 8 damage every single turn between the weapon and the hero power. So this is going to have to be Ziliax, I expect.
Is Ziliax enough?
Alguém consegue me explicar por que não copiou a missão do oponente com o Bob?
Shield slam after that as well or something? Okay, just gonna go for the brawl instead.
Que na real não precisa, mano.
Okay, so a little bit better.
It does mean you get to
Você não
swing both
precisa
halves in, so you can
criar
Although actually
uma
that's only
condition
one
quando
more
você já
extra life, right?
basicamente você tirou a do
make much
adversário.
difference. No, it's still something, but it's not by much, not by much.
And Ziliax, of course,
12 max health.
Notoriously vulnerable to Shaladrisil. It's a question of whether Philfield can get hand size reduced enough. Wait, actually, I guess without the charge hero power, Shaladrisil is a lot less scary.
Yeah, it's still the bounce. It's still got deal 5, right? So it's deal 5 seems okay when your opponent has 12 health and 7 armor. That's still pretty good for the energy to use, but it's all just about when or how much Philfield even values these swings. Because honestly, at this point, I wouldn't even hate, now that you've seen the Ziliax, I wouldn't even hate Ceaseless.
Yeah.
The Ziliax, you get to swing face again, and then next turn you want to swing face again. Looks like he's going for Bob instead. I'm gonna freeze out. Okay. I just get too locked in on just how much damage this foam render's gonna do if you get to just go face every single turn, along, as you said, with the hero power, of course.
Yeah, I think just trying to set up hand space for the Shaladricil here. Wow, yeah, Maxi actually just wants to get the 10-10 out. Might be...
Time.
Yeah, just doing the Cobalt. Because the thing about Crystal Core is, like, the legendaries that you want are going to be bigger than 5/5.
Meu Deus.
So even though it buffs your 3/2s off the portal.
Oh,
okay.
Not a bad hit, but not the worst for Philfield. I think Ceaseless would have been very painful, and of course Shaladricil as well.
Yeah, those are probably the top 2 for sure.
Philfield,
now I imagine.
Still has access to, and you know, in terms of value, as long as you Toland's Goblet while you have cards remaining.
Yeah, it was just sliding away, basically.
Yep.
Maxibon
o cara ficou fazendo a gente assistir meia hora dessa match pra ele simplesmente chegar e dar SP com Siege agora.
Time Warp wasn't drawn fast enough, as well as, you know, a few unfortunate discards
Sério?
going on there. It's just hard to fight back, and Maxibon gave it a whirl for a little while, but Philfield just had so many more resources. We saw what the hand looked like, and honestly, Headless Horseman and the Steam Cleaner ticking the boxes, at least in that game, right? Like, they both got a good job done. They both put on more pressure, helped clear the board as well, the removal from Headless Horseman, and you can tell that the second that came out as well to prop the hero power again, it was only going to get worse for Maxi, right? Now that the hero power was in full strength. So it was just going downhill for them there. So a good start there for Philfield, taking a win with that Death Knight.
Yeah, it's interesting to think about, you know, a lot of the China players have brought, I think at least one has Steam Cleaner.
Então, João, o negócio é assim, os caras, eles não vão criar mais dificuldade ou mais coisa para eles ficarem pensando para ganhar o jogo. Tipo, o DK dele tá tecado justamente para ganhar de Warrior, mano. Ele não, tipo, ele analisou que ele não precisava da quest, tipo, ele não precisava de mais valor para ele ganhar. Chegamos na pior chave do Mundial. Não acho que seja a pior, não. O Phil, não sei, alguém deve ter ensinado pra ele Hearthstone, porque o Phil que jogou no primeiro dia e o que tem jogado nos últimos 2 aí é outro player.
Yeah, 100%. It just must feel pretty good, especially because queuing your first game, obviously a very important match there. This match would get Philfield to top 4 if we were to
Cara, agora, ó, na teoria aqui, são 3 matches boas pro Ovão.
That you have in your Death Knight the Steam Cleaner for, and it works out pretty well. So not a bad start at all for Philfield. Still, obviously, the questions on the Warlock, as there just is always going to be any deck that's not super popular, and we'll be saying the same thing.
Não achei que ele jogou mal essa match,
we don't
não.
talk about the Hunters too much until they're actually being played.
Eu só tinha tomado uma decisão diferente no turno que ele jogou Elise.
So again, it's just very easy to look at that Warlock. But Maxibon can't be, I imagine, too upset at that game. Obviously, it's not fun to lose any given game, especially in a tournament like this. But it was
mano, é a corda, velho. A corda, você tá pensando a play ali de um jeito E ele não queria queimar a carta, mano. Aí ele foi e jogou o chup-chup ali. Só que não tinha muito o que ele fazer As outras cartas que ele tinha ali na mão ou geravam cartas ou dava draw. A única carta, basicamente ali das cartas que sobraram, era a única carta que abria um slot na mão dele, era o chup-chup. Só que eu acho que ele deveria ter jogado pela win condition de ter sugado a vida do Maxi antes. Tipo, ele teve uns 2 turnos ali que ele podia ter feito essa Elise pra local de custo 1 antes do Maxi ter jogado em volta do chup-chup. Que a hora que o Maxi começou a botar aqueles 4-3 na mesa lá,
is going to be the Hunter from Phil, as mentioned, versus the Rogue from Maxibon. So, Phil, of course, have to change his deck
muito bem em volta do Suga-Suga.
Yeah, gets a Windrunner sister, probably the one you like to play first in general.
Agora, por que o Maxi Bunda não voltou
on curve the most?
De guerreiro aqui novamente.
Pretty good about that though. Niall coming into the hand alongside Sylvanas.
Yeah, not an interesting opening hand of the classic 4 legendary opening, of course.
Mas isso aí, Ihan, é na minha limitação, né? Eu vendo aqui, vendo a mão do adversário e tudo, acho que seria interessante ele ter ido para aquela linha. Mas aí, nossa, as 3 irmãs na mão e na Yeli.
Which is they don't really have too much to actually fight for board within the first couple of turns. So Max is going to say, okay, Webweaver down and let's start playing these Platysaur.
Yeah, I mean, turn 3 is just not quite fast enough when it comes to going up against this rogue. Wouldn't be surprised to see just no time to play the Discover Sister and having to play Sylvanas next turn. Hilaria, that's her name.
Yeah, this is going to be really interesting because there was an option for the Sylvanas to come down, take out the Platysaur and discard 2 cards from hand.
Yeah.
However, the Webweaver still lives, and then the follow-up could be problematic. So Phil feels saying, no, I'll let them have the cards. I imagine, hopefully they like pop off this turn, right? Splurge everything onto the board, and then Sylvanas, normally proccing twice, can deal with the majority of things that are going to come out from the rogue. But definitely a choice that had to be made there. I don't know if it was clear cut to just say, oh yeah, you never Sylvanas 2 Platysaur.
Yeah, worth considering when you know you're discarding 2 cards for the rogue.
Agora vai ficar triste pro Rogue. Vai perder as 2 aranhas.
Fairly critical of some people's lines with the rogue in terms of when to swing the weapon, when to hold it.
Por que ele não jogou, cara? Por que?
Not the best offerings in the world, I think.
Yeah, this is why, you know, a lot of times this isn't the one you're thrilled about getting multiple instances of. You end up taking just sort of the cheapest thing. No cost reductions just makes
Pô, mano, ele tá querendo tirar tanto valor desse negócio.
You know, filling up your... Oh gosh.
Vai ser punido.
Yeah,
Tidepool people, that's the one.
Yeah. Even Death Roll, whilst I think a good option to discover even at full cost, in this matchup it's not what you're looking for, right? Because suddenly like Death Roll against Shaman, not bad, right? But against Rogue, not really going to get the work you're after.
Yeah. I'm curious at the Patchwork Pals, just because it can be a little bit tricky to play. You need 3 hand slots, it's an initial 2 mana investment. I would have been, you know,
agora o que vai acontecer? O cara vai fazer várias coisas, aí joga o custo 9 e aí a Sylvanas salva ele exatamente porque ele não fez.
Since Phil has got the double Brewmasters, there's potential for, you know, this turn he expects to Sylvanas. You could do that alongside.
Aí ele ainda vai ter top deck de mestre cervejeiro.
In that mana slot.
Okay.
Olha lá, o cara encheu o campo, agora vai ter um top deck. Não,
cards left in the deck.
Pelo menos.
The Sylvanas now can come out to
Tá,
play.
agora você vai fazer Sylvanas, né, meu filho?
It will get rid of a dubious from the hand from Maxi as well.
Yeah, Niall, great tool to have in the games that go along, but actually just no time to get it out against this rogue onslaught.
We're looking at going the Rangari into tracking and then following up with Sylvanas, very, very, very likely.
Yep. Miri option, which doesn't do anything presently, but can always lead to some sneaky wins.
Xavier's even worth looking at as well, just for the potential buffs you can get on the cards.
Não tem nada pra jogar com a Miri agora.
Pirate Sanctuary would be great if this turn wasn't or didn't have to be exactly Sylvanas, because then you can look at maybe doing Insidious things next turn and so on. But yeah, this turn was always going to have to be Sylvanas, because otherwise Philfield was probably just dead.
Yeah.
Já deu aquela tiltadinha, camarada.
And
Maxi
nope.
now, going to be doing some maths.
Yeah, we'll be looking to O-Manager potentially for that coin Insidious on 6.
Start for the Tusk. This normally is looking good to set him up for next turn and for all the big things if potentially required. If he decides he needs some of these, some of the cards on next turn, could even hold it for the turn after if everything adds up. But yeah, that's all Max is going to be able to do here.
Vai pra taunt.
Finally, a little bit of breathing room for Philfield. Potential turn up the pressure with Leok Huffer.
Foi o Love Storm.
The attack expensive for Maxi.
Yeah, this is looking pretty dangerous, right? This is gonna have to be. I mean, is this even
ainda tem, mas
pull
the eruptions out? Okay, not even going for them. Okay.
Yeah, I mean, I think this
tá
play
cagado
from
já.
Philfield just forces Maxi to,
essa match é boa pro Hunter. E o bonitão aqui ainda teve as 3 irmãs na mão, pô.
Maxi effectively has information that okay, I'm definitely dead if I play Insidious because you know, 5 from the Huffer, 2 from the steady shot.
Even this is tough.
Yeah, I was really hoping that those would clear off the taunt so that he might be able to swing without taking the face damage.
Maxi tá todo.
Yeah, just everything must go as the last card in the deck, I believe.
That's what the motion was there. And yeah, I mean, Philfield can actually get his own Insidious down if he wanted. I think gonna activate weapon here.
Aí não temos 12. Fio campeão mundial. Eita, nice.
I actually don't know if enough things have been discovered to make alien encounters free.
Ele não fica feliz com isso não, vacilos.
Yep.
Glacial looks good, but I don't know if it realistically does anything when you look at what Max's hand is, right?
I think it has the potential, you know, if you take Glacial and you freeze the weapon, right, you at least do that 2-mana tax. It prevents, you know, an Insidious immediately swing to draw the 1-cost eruptions for, you know, clearing through.
Foi por isso que ele ficou bravo.
Yeah.
A custo 9 era a última carta do deck dele. Ele não conseguiu desenvolver.
So you could do the stuff with the Mauler regardless to try and chip away at some. But yeah, I think I'm okay seeing the tracking pulled out and doing this.
Yeah, no more shadow steps, and everything must go. Just Yeah,
something big has to happen, right? Because there's nothing else. You know, there's a whole
Nada. Essa que com Sidão.
If you don't play it now, you never get to. So.
Meu Deus do céu. Vocês estão preparados para isso? E o Maxi, como eu disse outras vezes, é pipoca. Maxi, Gabi, 2 pipoquinha. Popcorn, popcorn. Agora se preparem, porque é o momento. É chegada a hora, senhores. Ó, ó, ó. É agora que vocês vão ser ovados. Vocês vão ser ovados agora. Se preparem, este é o momento.
And also a reasonable amount of damage against Maxi. Paid off really well.
Yeah, I was, you know, initially
Passando.
surprised at the pick of Animal Companion.
Todas as partidas que a gente viu de Egg contra o Warrior venceu. 100% das matches o Warrior venceu. Foram 3.
You could stick that extra bit of damage from the Leox. We saw Misha being obnoxious for Maxi Bond's weapon, and then of course Huffer, classic way to end games, right?
Yeah, of course. And your opponent knowing you've got it is the best.
Mas aqui, mano, pra mim, na minha visão limitadíssima, as 3 matches.
And I'm sure in some people's opinions,
não, a match é boa pro Egglock, só que todos os caras jogaram o fino do Bino, mano. E aqui, pra mim, as 3 matches que o Piu Piu tem são boas pro Egglock. As 3 são boas pra ele. Essa daqui contra o Coisa principalmente. Essa aqui contra o DK, o Maxi ele não gosta de perder tempo, tipo, ele não... eu acho que falta experiência pra ele, mano. De jogar as matches que em teoria é melhor pra ele, ao invés dele forçar a pior de cara.
Can do some very, very tricky things in terms of resurrecting minions, right?
Pô, ele já vai e força a pior match.
Gets resurrect on the potion, next turn he can guaranteed resurrect the Dreadhound Handler, which represents a lot of corpses that can do great work, particularly when you have to deal with 2020s, if somehow he can get that corpse count just
esse DK que ele fez junto com o Insane, mano,
you may be able to clear some otherwise
dá uma mamada.
unclearable boards, but there's a lot of corpses to have to create.
Dá mamada máxima.
Feel already deep in the tank of should I trade with this 2-1? What are the implications of leaving like potentially egg procking minions on the board? But I do think the trade looks fine for me. Just reduce some of the power level down a little bit. Because something you've got to be aware of is Death Knight can be aggressive when it wants to be. So there's a world where, with this kind of opening, Max is like, actually, I'm going to ignore these eggs and I'm just going to go face and then race. So it's not maybe the most common outcome, but it's definitely something that's worth a try.
And for that plan, can I interest you in a 5-mana Marin?
Yeah, that could be good. Although, you know, this blob has charge on it. It's a little 2 to 3. No, I'm with you. I think the Marin looks quite good here.
I mean, the Ziliax as well is extremely powerful.
Yeah.
Romarinho custando 5.
You know, not only do they have Divine Shield, Rush Lifesteal, but they will come back again. You know, makes them that much more annoying to deal with. But yeah, being able to get treasures very, very early, particularly with no great turn 5 lined up otherwise.
Yeah, also the Ziliax, one, it's quite far into the future right now, but also just a little bit scary when Conflagrate exists, right? It's still good, don't get me wrong, but it could be negated quite easily. Here comes absolute classic Hearthstone card, Abusive Sergeant.
Used to be a 2-1.
Yeah, it's been nerfed. It's just a little 1-1 now. Still sees play though, you gotta respect it.
Yep.
Muito respeito por isso.
Yeah, married
muito respeito.
On, I'll say on curve, you guys know what I mean. As a 5-drop.
Não. Não tem Zéfiro.
Now,
não tem Zéfiro e não tem nem Grifta. Ele roda 2 mixologistas, mano.
Has got access to a Chill Fallen Baron for some draw. Not quite sure what's in the Mixologist Potion. We can take a look at that.
Não foi misplay não, pô. Só foi uma linha diferente. Ele cogitou fazer o table flip.
You know, you run the risk potentially of running out of draw without the wand pickup, but I think there's a lot of upside.
Ele preferiu ir pra linha de se curar, de fazer a poção, pô. Ele ficou muito tempo pegando o table flip ali, ele segurou pra usar num momento mais oportuno. Vou gastar um table flip pra 3 minion, 1/1, outro 2/3 e um 4/4.
Overwhelm before they can really get their engine going.
And by Demon Hunter, you meant Death Knight. Right?
I did. Yep.
Yeah. Okay,
yep. The D classes.
Just making sure everyone's on the same page. I'm
no
sure
Demon Hunters in this
will be
tournament.
asking the question. Yeah. Yeah, no, they go for crown, so yeah, completely on board. Just go aggressive, try and beat.
Ele não acha as custo 2, mano, que dó.
Really coming up as a problem, and like you said, Chill Fallen Baron plus the tradable from the 3-drop is probably enough to keep going.
Não acha?
There's one Conflagrate gone.
Achou, meu Deus.
Ooh, Archdruid pickup is excellent.
Hey. So whether it was meant to be a pun or not, I'm gonna laugh.
3-0 piu-piu. Onde vocês estavam quando o piu-piu aplicou 3-0 no Maxi Bunda? Mano, piu-piu no top 4 mundial. Meu Deus do céu. Aqui é loucura, tá?
So I'm sure it happens multiple times from all of us when we're casting this deck, accidentally.
Eu falei, pô, que ele era pipoqueiro. Popcorn, mano, sempre foi. Popcorn, popcorn. Chocando o ovo pro amigão.
Proc's pretty good here, right? Because it stops the 3 damage into, say, Hellfire onto the.
Ó, vai limpar. Deu espaço na mesa pro cara.
Just removing options for Filthiel. It might look a little bit strange to just like, oh, well, you've just put more eggs on the board. It's like, well, the more eggs are on the board anyway. It didn't really matter. Just want to make Filthiel spend as many resources as possible.
Hellfire, tranquilíssimo.
Be pretty clean into Hellfire.
Yep, it's
and
just
now if
all the instances of 3 damage, right?
Yeah.
Já deixa ali, pré-chocadinho.
2 eggs, 1 proc away from being 2020s and 1 egg.
Meu Deus, ele achou um Zéfiro do coisa. Procs. Meu amigo.
2 procs away, I think, from being there. The crack levels on the eggs always get me. I need to like yeah, I think that's 2 more procs, right? Next proc is cracked open. The proc after is 2020.
Maxi picks up a couple of taunts. Ooh, the Eat the Imp is actually quite nice in this instance because it may draw.
Mas aqui é 4 20-20, né?
Breakage.
Ou não?
Conflagrate will do.
That's one. Yep.
Nossa, que mano, fez o turno sincero aqui, tá? Fez o turno sincero. É isso, mano, conflagrar e congelar, pô. Conflagrar, congela a blob.
But probably doesn't make too much of a difference.
Cara, o jogo é seu, pô. O que você tá pensando tanto?
Able to Glacial Shard the 2/4 with the coin as well.
Yeah, it's a huge help.
O jogo é teu, tá na tua mão.
Worried about, and now all eyes are going to be on Maxibon's turn, and how are we going to deal with 4 2020s?
Como que o Maxi Boom dá volta disso?
Gonna dream one.
Ih, essa que concede. Essa que concede 3-0. Maxi Bunda é um pipoqueiro. Popcorn. Já fechou a câmera de vergonha. Popcorn. 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 E vocês vão ter que aturar Piu Piu.
Yeah, and
Piu
absolutely
Piu
fantastic
no top
series for
4.
Philfield, honestly. A huge congratulations, because every single game there just felt like a sort of ABC plan for the deck, and they just went through it no problem. Philfield looking very comfortable. Obviously, one of the players we've got who's quite emotive, but that just felt clean, for want of a better word there, for Philfield. Just very nice series. I think unfortunate for Maxibon. It's a bit of a shame because I think he was just getting the rough end of the stick, right? Everything he was trying to do was just not quite enough, as Philfield was just every single deck just getting the work done. And once again, fantastic performance for the Warlock. So maybe some opinions may have to be changed going forward, because now we have this Warlock in the top 4, as we have our top 4 players now. Both semi-finals are going to be coming up very, very soon. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Deixa eu pagar aí. Mano Piu Piu tá rapando todo mundo desse chat, tá? Todo mundo que apostou contra. Todo mundo que apostou contra o Mano Piu Piu perdeu, velho. Caramba, absurdo, absurdo, absurdo. Mano Piu Piu é embaçado. Mano, Piu Piu tá acabando com tudo e todos, velho. Impressionante. Tá aí 10 minutão pros senhores. Definition contra Borinzão ficou rico, mano. Borinzão ficou rico na live. Lógico que está ganhando, olha o Flair que enfrenta. Eita, os caras viraram hater do... Viraram hater do... Viraram hater do Maxi Bunda. Mano, eu já falei que o Maxi Bunda, ele é pipoca, velho. O Gabi também é pipoca. Esses caras são pipoca, mano. Não tem jeito, cara. Não tem jeito.
Welcome back, everyone. It's finals day here at the Hearthstone World Championship for 2025, and it is semi-finals time. We are down to our final 4 players, and joining me to talk you through semi-final number 1 is everyone's favorite MC Banterface. How is it going, sir?
I'm glad to be back up here. Been a great tournament so far. Hopefully we'll get a few good final matches.
Yep, and the first one of those that we are hoping will live up to expectations is going to be Definition versus Lovestorm. And if you are just joining us, we do have the showdown between Xiaoti and Phil. Down on the bottom half, our defending world champion Yan Ming was narrowly defeated in the end by Xiaoti, and we just saw Maxibon taking a brutal 3-0 loss to the underdog, the real underdog story of the tournament so far in Phil. But we are dealing with that top half of the bracket between Definition and Lovestorm.
Que isso, chamaram o cara de maior underdog da história?
More than the other in the tournament so far?
I think they've generally played well. If I had to pick one, I would say Lovestorm, probably overall a bit cleaner for me. I think there was the turn 6 maybe earlier today from Definition that was a little weird. One or two things day one. Again, it's going to happen. I kind of expect everybody to make some amount of mistakes, but I would say that Lovestorm overall has impressed me more.
Yeah, I think I would agree with that. I think coming into today, him and Inkuro, that second quarterfinal was kind of billed as the two players that have played the cleanest so far going into this, and I think I would agree with that assessment. But as a lot of us have been talking about, and as I think you've mentioned as well, sometimes when it comes down to these final stages, it's not really about who's played the cleanest or who has the best lineup.
Isso, ô Barizão, isso aí só prova o que o Clan fala. O Clan fala que os caras são melhores, que os caras estão no nível acima. Ah, mas a Europa, o servidor é mais disputado. Ai, não sei o que. Ai, porque o servidor é europeu. E blá blá blá, blá blá blá. Mano, não, os caras jogam melhor e ponto, mano. Os caras são melhores. Tá aí mais uma vez o Mundial mostrando. Não tem jeito, mano. Não tem jeito. Os caras são melhores.
How differently or how much does it affect your
e toma aí a Mirror Zona. Mirror Zona aí de Rogue já. Primeira partida. Aqui o meu campeão é o Definition, meu pick, mas eu acho que o Lovestorm é o favorito.
Super nervous. By the time I got to the semi-final in 2021, I was a wreck. Like every game. So stressful, especially for it being your first
não é que eles mandam, é o que fica na base de dados, pô. Aí os caras simplesmente eles não mudam. Já tem a foto deles ali. Essa foto do Lovestorm é nova, tá? Eles tiraram no último campeonato chinês. Aí a Blizzard chinesa mandou pra produção americana. Mas a dos outros caras aqui é tudo foto que eles já têm, já que os caras jogaram o campeonato, os caras não tiram outra foto. Vocês têm que lembrar que os caras são nerds, pô. Cadê as apostas aí, mano? Que isso? 1.300 pontos só em disputa? Cadê os apostadores aí? Cadê meus apostadores aí profissionais? Prontos para gastarem suas calcinhas?
Warrior Band is going down. It looks like we are going to be kicking things off with the Rogue Mirror, and now that the one-off Protoss Rogue is long since eliminated from the field, this will of course be a cycle Rogue Mirror. So if you can set us up in advance, what are the key things to look out for in a cycle Rogue Mirror, Band?
One thing that can come up pretty often is Webweaver tempo plays, right? The deck is not super great at dealing with, let's say, a 3-minion board with a Webweaver, so not getting too greedy with your resources, being capable of remembering,
tá em cima, tá aberto, tem mais uns 3 minutos de aposta.
Get that everything must go down, and I think pretty often the game will be maybe even over by the time you get to Incendious. Depends on how good the hands are, right? Sometimes it'll go a little bit later. Maybe somebody can get an Incendious down as early as turn 5, but pretty often it's going to be all about those mid-game turns.
Yeah, no, we haven't seen a great deal of Rogue Mirrors throughout the tournament. I think primarily because you know, generally the worse win rate a deck's going to have, the more often you're going to run into it as the mirror, because you create those situations where you know, you get the game.
Esse povo tá sem fé aqui nessa série.
We haven't really seen a great deal of the Rogue Mirror throughout.
Ban de Warrior de um lado, ban do Hunter do outro. Lovestorm não tem DK.
Easily pick out, you know, I'd bring something up. Oh yeah, earlier in the tournament this happened. He's like, yeah, no, that was turn 6 in Kuro
Na Mirror ganha quem tem coin.
In this particular matchup, and he remembered it perfectly. But I haven't remembered
Saco
a huge
Rogue,
amount
você diz?
of action in a Rogue Mirror so far. So it'll be interesting to see this one kick off. Looks like we may have.
Acho que tem uma boa vantagem, mas não acredito que seja categórico não.
Hopefully we will be able to kick things
ganha, aqui na minha visão, ganha quem roubar com a custo 9. Quem conseguir desenvolver, o cara que desenvolver tipo 2 custo 9 acaba o jogo.
For me personally, again, we've talked a lot also. I know you feel the same way about Shaman maybe not being super strong. I think it did pretty well yesterday. It has shown to be capable of winning Hearthstone games. We do know that. But looking at the decks that it needs to beat, Cycle Rogue, Warrior, and Death Knight, I'm not thrilled about Shaman in any one of those matchups. So I think my biggest concern, just looking at lineups, would be if Lovestorm can get that Shaman through. With the Death Knight,
mano, o Piu Piu ele não pode ganhar.
Sort of the same story, but I prefer having
Piu Piu não pode ganhar.
Shaman in that matchup.
Porque ele é o cara que tá sem rogue. Tem que manter a escrita do rogue pro campeão.
The sets pan out. You end up in a situation where it's like, well, the Hunter gets a win, and we all say, well, that was kind of expected. The Rogue gets a win, yeah, of course it does, like it finds a way. And then you end up with these remaining 2 decks, and you see if you can reverse sweep it, or if you can finally get the job done against it. So I'm interested to see if it's the same thing this time, or if those, 4th decks that they picked are able to maybe look a bit better.
Yeah,
Se o Piu Piu for campeão mundial, eu vou rir muito. Se o Piu Piu for campeão mundial, aí a gente pode se dedicar um pouquinho mais aí, né, para os brasileiros pelo menos jogarem a Master Tour. Tem um pouquinho mais de dedicação aí dos BRs, né, a gente consegue jogar Master Tour. Vendo o Piu Piu ser campeão, a gente tem que ter um pouco mais de vontade aí, né? Cadê os meninos da profecia? Cadê os craques?
3 or 4 times already throughout this tournament, just based on, reacting to the last thing I've seen, which is always the best way to analyze Hearthstone.
Yeah, of course, naturally. It's a pretty controversial matchup. I would say, like, a lot of top players have very different opinions. I've heard, 30-70, which I think is kind of crazy. For me, it's always been closer to even. I think having seen it played out enough times, I would prefer to be Warrior. With that said,
essa série mais duas
Warrior pretty well. Like, you need to be cautious with your resources, time
acaba
them at the right
o
moments,
Mundial,
and understand when you need to soak up some damage. We'll have to wait for that one, though.
We will indeed. It looks like some Hearthstone has broken out in front of us. Apologies for the delay. It seemed like Lovestorm had some difficulties or something that he needed to take care of, but we are ready to go now into the Rogue Mirror. Lovestorm full sending, Definition looking like he is taking some time. Does the mulligan differ significantly from what you do in a regular matchup when it is so focused on really being heavy tempo and getting those early boards down quickly?
I would say not too much. The card that they both really want is just Crystal Tusk, getting that weapon down early, enabling that everything must go turn, pretty high priority. So I think we saw both full moves. Definitely want to look for that card.
Wisp, mãozinha tá
boa aqui. Let it go. Definition's hand looking a little ugly. Okay, the Platysaur might just be able to piece something together.
Yeah, and picks up a prep off it. Obviously, super important card. Kind of have to step the Platy, because if your opponent goes weapon or even prep dubious here, you would be in big trouble.
Bom, ele vai perder o rumo de casa.
Now then, Banter.
Então chegou a hora, né?
Certain someone not too long ago
Chaltezão.
tempoing web weavers in this matchup.
Yep, and Lovestorm does agree. This, again, it comes up pretty often.
Toma.
You could even consider like playing the Wisp alongside it because it would play around Prep Dubious, but that is a 2-card combo. Just generally trying to make the game awkward for Definition. How about another Web Weaver?
Oi. Okay.
Yep, you do have that stepped Platy in hand, which of course has already been played this game if you really want to load out on the card draw, but Definition slowing down. Gonna front load some card draw with the Blood Mage Thanos, and there's the Crystal Tusk picked up now from Lovestorm.
Yep. Very key timing on that too. I think this is excellent turn to have it. Any later, you're in danger of maybe being a little too slow with it, but now he's able to get it down. And importantly, he doesn't have to toss away all of his draw. He still has prep map in hand, meaning he can draw a lot of cards next turn.
Yeah.
Yeah, quite often, even with the turn 2 weapon, you'll see players holding on deliberately to either the first or second charge to be looking to go off on turn 4 anyway, depending on the hand and what they think they can put together with the Everything Must Go. So not a massive downside to be playing the weapon on 3, just a little less mana efficient than you could have been otherwise. Definition without a Crystal Tusk of his own is going to struggle a little bit more.
Yep, and one does show up in a Discover here. Problem for him is to be able to play that would cost him a coin, would cost him the Incendious in hand as well. Again, sometimes the game won't go that long, but even just like being forced to use your coin, a little bit annoying. He does deem it worth it, which I think makes a lot of sense, but probably not thrilled at having to use coin here.
Yeah, and again, as Banter was explaining earlier, this is generally not the kind of matchup where, you know, both of those resources, the coin and the Incendious, super important in a lot of matchups, as we have seen throughout most of the tournament, but this matchup generally defined a little bit earlier before turn 7 as to who can grab that overwhelming board presence first, because neither deck really built to counteract that position particularly well. Lovestorm gonna start digging now, does hit the EMG and has
Já
a prep
veio o
map
custo 3.
with 3 mana still remaining after all of this. Eat the and dubious purchase found in there.
Yep, Eat the Imp looking pretty good at a glance. I imagine he will be picking that. Just needs to cycle through. That already alone will make the Everything Must Go 0 mana with the 3 draws plus the natural one from the map.
Is going to spend the own manager first before
Olha lá,
playing
ele já vai conseguir fazer, ó. E ele que começou na play.
Have a perfect Eat the Imp target. He doesn't want to eat his Web Weaver. He can't eat the Platy, or he loses the EMG.
Nossa, vê a outra lá, ó.
Oh my goodness! 3 draws from the Eat, picks up the second card from the map because of it, and that is double EMG.
Não é quem se o cara tá caconho ou não. Não é categórico isso.
Can I interest you in a 7 attack minion that also basically never dies?
Yes, it's a 7/7. It is essentially.
Pô, se o outro não roubar agora.
Definition absolutely needs a turn to match this, right? He needs to play Dubious, he needs to get his card draw going. If he's not able to play his own copies of Everything Must Go, he is just going to be permanently behind from here. Has to hit on this Platosaur draw.
Tá com um cara que vai roubar também.
So he gets 1 down, but I think he really needs a second copy right now. Doesn't have it, so forced to make me with just the 1. Pretty good minion to hit a Thessarian.
Roubou
here,
também.
Quite strong.
Se rouba de um lado, rouba do outro.
That is 16 damage on the board. Of course, Definition has more minions overall and can actually somewhat reasonably clean up part of the board. It's just that Lovestorm has the initiative, right? He has this immune 7/7, basically. It's immune while attacking, so he's able to get a free trade on it.
Mas aqui ele consegue cleanar o board do jeitinho que ele quer.
I think that's maybe the first thing you look for as well. Can I set up lethal? In this case you can't, so he's going to just make
Aí
sure
ele consegue fazer o Dubious. Eu só acho que ele tinha que ter trocado antes, né? Mas eu acho que ele quer enfiar dano face. Pra ter feito isso, ele quer...
The dubious purchase did open up some possibilities, but then ugly hits for the follow-ups as well. Meaning that Phoenix
Sei lá, achei duvidoso isso aqui. Ele podia ter batido 2, 3 no periquito. Podia ter trocado mais bichos ali.
And you could, of course, prep out a Phoenix. I would say not worth it when you have a dubious purchase in hand. So I doubt
Olha
we'll
o
see you do
Werther
that.
aí,
Now it's just
sumiu
coming
o
down to
Werther.
which trades you want to make. The Platosaur does have a card that will get
Perdi
discarded,
quase
so
tudo. Tá
would be a
sumido,
little
velho.
surprised if he left it up. He does indeed kill that off and then just pushes the 4.
And generally, in these kinds of situations,
Perdeu o melhor dia de Mundial,
if you're
mano.
not
Mundial
going to
começou
clear a
hoje.
board, like if there are 2 minions that you're going to leave up, leaving up the Phoenixes is very often a go-to choice for the player with who's in control of the trades, because that means that Definition has no ability to replay them with, for example, a second Web Weaver on the following turn, because if he trades them in now, he has to wait all the way until the end of this turn to get them back.
Yep, and Definition making that trade, they're hoping that that deal 2 hit pretty much any target other than face. Of course, it naturally does go face. He probably would have liked for it to hit any of the 3 minions that would die to it. He does have Dubious Purchase in hand alongside a Space Rock, so he would have been able to deal really efficiently with this 2/7. Now he can't actually guarantee a clear on it. Actually, he can, it's just a bit more expensive.
Interessante, ele vai preparar pro próximo turno.
With, I think we're going to see it, yep, and he does go Space Rock, steps the Space Rock to make mana for the Dubious, and now is able to kill off the 7/7. It did cost him a bit to do that, right, with the 2 damage end up going face, but it sort of worked out because he got his weapon down.
Turno ainda.
Yeah, consolidated the weapons, survived the big board push from Lovestorm. He knows that the O-Manager coin had been spent as well from Lovestorm. So if the game is going to reset back to Incendious, he's not going to get hit with Incendious just yet.
Cara, ó, o top 4 tá tipo estacado, mano. Os caras jogaram bem demais, pô. Não tem... Na verdade, o top 8, mano, que eu falei. Tanto que a gente teve as 2 primeiras matches 3-2. Depois o Shao Te ganhou do Yaming por 3-1. E aí agora a gente foi ter um 3-0, que o Piu Piu ganhou do Maxi Bunda de 3-0. Mas as séries estavam muito disputadas.
So Definition now in a spot where he knows what he needs to do. He needs to try to set up a way to force Lovestorm to not play Incendious. If Lovestorm's allowed to play Incendious and is not dead on the next turn, Definition will know that he's very likely to die on the following turn.
Nossa, agora foi no...
Yes, there are currently 6 asteroids in deck for Lovestorm and a Blood Mage Thalnos that has not been played, that Definition knows about. So I would even say first port of call is to make sure he's not just going to die to those asteroids coming out of the deck, but almost anything he does is putting some level of minions in play to be able to soak those up. That should not be a big deal. We're almost certainly seeing an EMG come down this turn from Definition, which will be able to soak up a good amount of that damage.
Yep, little bit awkward in terms of mana expenditure. Can still get it down for 3 and then potentially just end on Mauler, Phoenix.
Nossa.
Does hit a 5/4 rush.
Yes, please.
Veio com o rushzinho.
And, so this is Durdra, I believe. Now, do you remember what Durdra does? I'll pull it up on screen in a second.
Look at this banter going to work.
There it is. This card has a death rattle. There is a crewmate thing. Now, importantly, it's a battle cry. I have made this mistake many times in the past.
Aqui ele não pode fazer incendioso. Entrega o jogo pro cara.
Draws them, meaning that the Durdra does not actually do anything here. Just looks a little scary.
But also, most importantly,
tem 9 asteroides, mano, dentro do deck, né? Se o cara vai... Já comprou 3, 4,
there was a decent amount of pressure on board. Lovestorm feels comfortable just going with the Maulers here, knowing that if he clears this board, there is no real response from Definition. At best, he can do a similar turn. Problem for Definition being that he doesn't have
tem asteroide agora no deck só.
Cards, a few asteroids, so pretty hard for him to actually draw through without just dying to fatigue. Is he dying this turn? Not quite,
the 2 remaining cards as they stand, yeah, one of them is an asteroid and the other one is Maestro, I believe, so I think that leaves him a little bit short to the Blood Mage damage.
Yep, but what he does do here is sets up a guaranteed win. I think we saw a pretty similar spot to this before. He pushes the 5, meaning Definition goes down to 5 HP, and he is guaranteed to draw his Incendius because the rest of his cards are just asteroids. So next turn, as long as he's not, dead, which of course he's not, he's just going to go Incendius swing to deal the 5.
And of course, the only potential thing that could ruin that is random outcomes from Everything Must Go.
O Lovestone tá jogando demais, velho. Tá jogando demais.
Is it specifically plushy? Is that the only card that heals immediately from Everything Must Go?
Rush lifesteal. Yep.
Yeah.
So I think Definition just gonna double check if there's any theoretical lethal here that he can go for. Don't believe there is. Currently in his deck, he's got 2 asteroids. So even if every single asteroid and the Elise hit phase, he's just not killing them.
Yeah. Definition also tempoed out his Blood Mage early on, so even if that was going to be a factor, no extra spell damage available. Again, some spell damage outs that you can find from Everything Must Go, but both of those have been used, so Definition just desperately thumbing through his cards, trying to find some miraculous mirage to lead him out of this position, but I don't think any such line exists.
Aí ele comprou o chama gerente. Comprou. Ai, caramba, meu Deus do céu, mano.
Going over to Lovestorm.
Absurdo, mano, absurdo.
Pretty high potential for
o cara tinha 6 cartas, 5 são asteroides. E simplesmente ele vem e compra a única carta que tá dentro do deck que não era asteroide.
Mirror still has Hunter and Shaman to win with, but
Loucura.
I think, although I was saying that Definition, somewhat recovered from that initial early push with the double EMG, he recovered to the point where he was alive, but he was always that full turn behind. He was always reacting in the matchup, and I think as you explained very early on, that is kind of the story of that matchup, is just if you're in control of the tempo, you're probably winning the game more often.
O bom dessa mirror é que é curtinha. Eu acho até que demorou um pouquinho, mas nem se compara, né, com... Já tem um Warrior banido, então a gente não vai precisar passar por isso. Só que o Warrior contra Xamã demora também.
Slightly more aggressive lines early on, maybe even getting his own Webweaver down.
Só que é bizarro que não sei se você lembra, mas o Campeonato foi meu campeão no passado.
Yeah, no, I was going to ask you about it, and I will just very quickly before we.
Não, mas o último campeonato que o Piu Piu jogou, ele pegou top 4, pô.
Was drawn for Definition turn 2 with the stepped Platosaur. You said,
não, na verdade foi no... foi o último que ele jogou, ele Piu Piu.
Definition ended up going for the Blood Mage that turn. We didn't really dig into it.
Que ele classificou pro Mundial, inclusive.
The Webweaver on that turn?
Maybe not on that turn. I was actually thinking the turn after it, just with the extra mana
não teve formiguinha na 1.
He ended up taking a slower approach, which
já vai tomar local
with the Tusk, but definitely something to at least consider in that spot.
All right, we will move on. It's going to be Hunter versus Death Knight. Lovestorm coining out the Parrot Sanctuary on 1 with Ranger Captain Illyria in hand. The weakest individually of the sisters, but still not a card that you hate to see because of how powerful it makes the other cards if you are to draw them. Do you agree with this line, coining location on 1?
Absolutely, yeah. I'd say this is a super common play pattern with the deck. Anytime you have basically any 3-mana minion, you can just coin out the Sanctuary, get your mana spent. It just gets a little awkward otherwise because you don't really want to just pass on to, and you sort of wasted the mana. Picks up another Sanctuary and can do the exact same thing now, doing this, double-clicking for Mixologist, get the minion on the board, and get the mana spent. What kind of potion are you looking for in this spot? I know what I'm looking for.
In this spot right now, I mean, you have a bunch of cheap minions to play with Glacial Shards and locations to make them cost 0, so plus health for me would be something that I'm immediately looking for just for the massive tempo board. You've clicked too many things, Vanta.
The wrong card hovered. There we go. All right. Plowball +2 held draw card. I think that's probably the perfect potion in this spot. I think draw very high priority, but as you mentioned, couple extra cheap minions, that HP is relevant.
Has been messed up a little bit by the leech, although alien encounters now picked up as well. No real way just yet to make it super cheap.
Mano, o DK é muito dependente de draw, o vagabundo fica travando os draw, mano. Que city.
On the other side, we haven't really talked about definitions opening too much. He does have Maladar Ziliax opening with a fair amount of corpse generation early on.
Mano, não adianta esse Love Storm aqui, ele tá com a carinha do título, velho. Essa final aqui vai ser Love Storm e Xiao T, mano, os dois China.
Do you think this start from Love Storm can withstand the early Exarch from definition if it does come down? Oh, never mind. Don't answer that question. No.
I think it was looking fine. That Husk is pretty brutal. It is the best card from the hand. Of course, he doesn't have the corpses for Maladar yet. Not only does this apply a ton of pressure to Love Storm, it also heals definition and will give him the corpses for the Maladar, because your choices are either to leave this board up or do the sensible thing, deal with it, hope that their hand is not exactly Maladar Ysera, but we've got some bad news for Love Storm this time.
É, aqui é o turno, mano. Maladar e Sera.
This is the play that definition perhaps inexplicably turned down.
Não gostou, não. Ele não gostou. Ele não gostou. Mano, chup-chupão. Cara, é matar os dois, velho. É matar os dois sem...
Two sisters picked up early as well, but it's gassed out very quickly here with the Ceaseless Expanse and the Ysera just not really offering anything.
Yep, absolutely. And he will also kill off the Sylvanas here in an ordinary matchup against Hunter. Super important to do this.
Cara, por que ele só não gastou, mano, formiguinha causando 4 e matava o outro? E ainda dava pra sugar da vida do cara completa.
Not super high priority to kill the Sylvanas, but it's kind of fine on board, and also maybe force a habit as well.
Aqui é um turno morto, mano. É 2 cliques no local e Sera, troca o chup-chup e reza. Tá pensando muito pra fazer isso? Pô. Meu Deus. Aí brisou. Aí brisou. Aí brisou, era melhor ter feito isso daí com 11 manas no outro turno, que ele conseguia pegar e fazer o que ele queria, mano.
Yep. Pretty miserable spot for Love Storm. Leaves himself 2 mana to be able to death roll off this Ysera.
Estão jogando diferente, tá?
But he knows he is just super far behind right now. His next turn currently is going to be Bob.
Tá muito à frente do meu tempo, né? É muito difícil a compreensão pro Clay.
That is going to be a ton of pressure coming his way.
Yeah, 0 mana Stitch Giant immediately after the death roll gets used. Love Storm would have been pretty confident that wasn't in hand, just based on the Ysera being played for corpses on the previous turn. Stitch Giant would have immediately followed that up if it were in hand. So ripped out the death roll, but then the top deck Stitch Giant is going to punish that super hard afterwards.
Slightly surprised to see Definition not instantly play this Shaladrisil and just plop a 6/10 with Elusive on the board that also makes her hero elusive. He goes for the Zilly. I mean, both plays are incredibly safe, I guess, but I probably would just Shaladrisil. Either one is going to be winning from here.
Agreed. I think, yeah, particularly in Death Knight, Shaladris, like,
Aí o cara vai dar um bob pra congelar aqui, porque ele simplesmente não tem turno, não tem mana, não tem nada.
Of the power you get converting into damage, you have that charge hero power, which is a unique ability that you have, so your burst damage is just so massive with the Awakens and the Nightmare to be able to push, so...
Yep, we'll get it down this turn, and we'll probably see him play the 6/10. At this point, Lovestorm just doesn't have enough mana, but generally what you can do with that 6/10 is make your hero elusive, meaning that there's no random Grifta damage and then you die to Neri. You kind of remove that possible out.
Yep.
Does go with Drake this time. Again, Lovestorm just doesn't have the mana to do all that, so he's not really in danger of it.
Wow, ripping the Nightmare for the trade as well, just saying, I do not need the burst damage, I'm just going to win this matchup.
E ESC concede aqui, amigão.
1-1. Tool that Lovestorm is ever really going to throw out that can deal with this.
1-1. Ele tinha um turno morto, era só ter feito Ysera, mano. Era double click Ysera. No outro turno ele voltava com 11 manas, aí ele podia dar o Chaves e fazer a baguncinha que ele queria.
Lorinda gave the shout out earlier. Oncrad is always doing a great job with compiling stats with win rate and adjusted win rate to bans and all this kind of interesting stuff.
Inventou à toa.
And he was pointing out that after Shaman's big performance yesterday, it was actually the Death Knight that was suffering and was perhaps.
Ele é tipo Mauro César, não sei se você acompanha aí o jornalismo esportivo. Mauro César é desse jeito, fica com a mãozinha assim. Toda hora é o tique mexendo no cabelo.
Yep, absolutely. And Lovestorm now left with his, bad deck in quotes, which may not be so bad, but I mean, I kind of imagine the Hunter would get a win. The only potential problem is that was a matchup that you want to win with Hunter, right? Like, that's your best matchup for it. He does have to go through either Quest Warrior or Psycho Rogue, both entirely winnable with Hunter, but I have seen some top players that feel Hunter's unfavored against both. And if Lovestorm feels that way, he might not be feeling so good in this series after that game.
Yeah, and this Hunter list, I think, when I was predicting the tournament, when I was picking Choose Your Champion for packs, when I was picking the even more important caster predictions for this tournament for the broadcast, I tend to pick like lineup weighted by player skill. And I know Zhao Ti's a great player, I know Lovestorm's a great player, Yang Ming is the defending world champion, but then looking at their lineup, my fear was this version of the Hunter, right, with all the extra greedy cards in it, because when I see Hunter being successful, it's these smooth 3 or 4 cards per turn kind of turns where you're constantly refilling your hand with the Scout and the Pupil, and you're navigating through this like super smooth low curve. Having a Bob and a Sarah and expensive Elise locations and all of these extra cards, Ceaseless Expanse thrown in on top of that, seemed to get in my way. But for me, just looking at the field, like, the first thing I look at, what are Pocket and Fury doing? Because they're two people that I always want to pick, and I think they're two people that tend to bring great lineups. Then I looked at those lineups and thought, nope, this ain't it, Chief. Moving on. Who have we got next? And yeah, landed on Zhao Ti because of that reason. But I do still have fears for this China version of Hunter, and you saw the punish there, right, in that game with Lovestorm just getting absolutely stranded. With an Ysera and a Ceaseless in hand. Do you share this opinion of the faster Hunter being the superior version?
I did share it. I continue to share it. Not a big fan of the Elise Hunter personally. The good news for Lovestorm is that there is still a Warrior up, and that is probably the one matchup where I would actually prefer to have this Elise version, where you can ramp to your Ysera, start doing more stuff. You can get a little bit weird with the end game at least, but even like against Cycle Rogue as well, I'd rather not be seeing the Ceaseless or the Ziliax in my hand.
Right. Yeah, seems like a recipe for disaster, and the way that the matchups are panning out, Lovestorm is potentially taking a beating.
Aí não, cara. Aqui era a volta de Warrior.
One turning up, it looks like, yeah, the Incendious in the opening hand. There is the very least location, a scout, and an encounters, and now a pupil as well. So if we can start to make some cheap spells happen, then potentially we can get a very explosive board with the alien encounters, but some way away from making that happen right now.
Yeah, meanwhile, for Definition, the absolute dream opener, Space Rock on 1, Weapon on 2, with 3 cards that just draw your deck in your hand. So things are going to start to look a little bit spooky for Lovestorm, especially with picking up not a card that he really wants right now. He can play it, but it will end up dying to Dubious Purchase.
Yeah, I didn't quite get to ask the question, but I was going to say, does this have to get in play, Banter? And it looks like Lovestorm thinks it does.
It absolutely does. I think from his perspective, I mean, your alternative is hero powering, right? It makes total sense to play it. There's a quote-unquote punish with the Dubious, but from his point of view, it does have to be played.
Não é food não, é remédio. Remédio da patroa.
Have a full and robust grasp of what the word punished means, as you well know.
Of course, yeah, I put in the air quotes, and then I remembered that nobody can see me right now.
Yeah, this isn't the old vanity personal stream where you're just on camera all the time. That's not how it works over here.
Oh my.
Ih, não gostou. Hero Power no seu turno.
Now, to be fair to him, this is not even
Hero Power.
This is just.
E passa o turno. Turno
I was going to
forte.
say, serious
Turno
analysis,
poderoso.
right? The only card here that would be different in the fast list, or in some versions of the fast list, is Insidious might be a different card. Is there anything that it could have been in the other list where this would not be tragic? I don't think so, right?
Yeah, I don't think so either. In fact, I think almost all, if not everybody, brought Insidious in the fast list anyway. It's just usually
Come.
Okay. Come. To just sit there and watch his Definition draws through his deck, hoping that there's no everything must go on the other side. If there is, you have to imagine this Insidious is going to be way too slow. If somehow Definition manages to just have a terrible turn,
Come de novo.
Insidious, which is really his only out at this point.
Custo 9, cadê a outra 9? Vindo do top deck.
The only real question remaining now is how big are the minions and how many of them? Only one everything might go, but 2 pretty high quality minions. Bullhog not big, but it still pushes a lot of damage here, which is very, very nice for Definition in this spot.
Vai mandar encontro alienígena. Esse é o turno.
Awfully close to lethal, not quite, but Lovestorm has to decide. Of course, you could just Bob Freeze here, but he knows very
Incendioso
well
na 5.
does not.
Eu vi alguém falando aí que quando joga Incendioso na 5 é GG. Olha, a outra custo 9 tava no topinho do deck.
A fair prediction at this point. So Definition just basically needs to make sure he doesn't do anything too crazy. Of course, the threat of Bob is always there. He can potentially set up 2-turn, and your opponent cannot Bob while also playing taunts, right? At this point, they could freeze your face, but that's about it.
I'm having fun, Banter. They don't exist, sadly. I'm looking for outs for immediate lethal, but there aren't any. Right, he's got 12 showing. He's got Crystal Tusk O Manager in hand to push 2 more, which is 16. So if he could then like eat the imp on his Bullhog, he would have lethal at that point. But I don't think there's any way available in the deck.
Não tem por que arriscar, mano. É só ir no safe aqui.
Okay, Definition does choose to just equip the weapon, which.
Tudo na fuça. Pau. Massagem.
Like, I mean, it would just set up lethal for the following turn with the weapon, and they can't like freeze and also make taunts. So, kind of surprised to not see that.
Pode frisar, papai. Pode frisar. Pode frisar. É 2 de dano na fuça. Ó lá, ó, na cabeça.
I believe, unless it's been changed and I haven't been paying attention, is still lowest enemy that it deals damage to, right? Yep, there you go. So he could have even potentially pushed all the damage face, stepped it, replayed it, and the battle cry would have won the game for it, but I don't think there was any way to draw the cards.
Yep, does now pick up some card draw as well as a Mauler. One Asteroid Face would just be enough here, so plays the other Mauler, goes for the Dubious, and just needs one to hit face.
2-1. 2-1, papai. Já foi face.
With the asteroids doing it the old-fashioned boring way and not getting carried away.
Mais
getting excited with bullhogs. Is looking like he is still going to take this down, go up to a 2-1 lead. And this China version of Hunter is taking a beating.
Será que é o campeão do Claim que vai pra final?
I'm not sure if I ever got a point to actually bring this up, but I had this kind of logged away as a talking point when Hunter was consistently eating so many bans throughout kind of day 2 and day 3 of the tournament that I was going to express a little bit of surprise that everyone not from China was still
exatamente, Filipinho.
And still banning it out every single time.
É o pique do Clay.
And I did wonder whether one or two of the the Europe egos might just say no, that list sucks, I'm leaving it up and I'm going to beat it, but never ended up happening. But in this series so far for Lovestorm, it is really struggling to find a foothold.
Yep, it has, and in fairness, I think that game, same story with
Tempestade tá precisando de aulas com o Timpu. Mano, pior que o Tempestade, ele tava jogando muito bem. Muito bem.
Normally not a good matchup. It actually just goes with the Shaman anyway.
And this is the matchup that I have been enjoying enormously over the last couple of days. Learning a lot about it, watching some of the best players in the world navigate through it. Like I said, I have flip-flopped a few times on who I thought was winning the matchup. At first, when I was testing, I thought it was Control Warrior favored. Then with a little bit more Shaman experience, I was like, okay, if you just lean really hard into finding good Wish Upon a Star turns, you overwhelm the warrior over time, and then you have like an Alakir burst combo to win the game. And that's kind of where I'd settled coming into the tournament with the amount of testing that I put in. And then I've kept seeing games where the Shaman has got like a really good wish turn or even a Shutterblock slime wish turn. And I'm like, okay. This is over. Like, the Shaman always coasts from here. And we've seen several games in this tournament where the Warrior has actually still outlasted the big wish buffs and actually got over the line, which really impressed me and went kind of contrary to the testing I'd put in.
Aqui é o early game dos sonhos.
Yeah, the Warrior absolutely can play that really long game, even against those huge minions. I think in part due to the inevitability of just, the quest, but also Ceaseless Expanse, which currently costs 105, but by the end of the game, in all likelihood, that will be a lot cheaper, and that's usually the turning point, I would say, for Warrior. When they get the Ceaseless down, they can maybe play a crown, a quest reward, whatever else alongside it, and it can get awkward, but Definition may struggle to get to that
aqui é o supra-sumo da vitória, que acho que vai ser 2-2, hein?
There's 15 attack on board, and it's gone. Convenient top deck for Definition there to not just explode.
Oh my, you've got like this Warrior honestly is so frustrating sometimes. You've gone 2 5/5s into 2 5/5s while cheating mana along the way.
Aqui ele joga o
to the Warrior. They're on 40 and they killed it.
Yep, and like it also, I think it's a good thing to mention, something I was talking with Gamer RVG about quite a bit in this matchup especially, is just so important to find that new heights early, because even there,
pô, mas aí seu Xamã tá quebrado, pô. Até eu que sou limitado sempre vem, mano.
You don't gain the 10, you don't get the mana spent. It gets you one turn closer to this great Dracorex in hand now. It's so important to get that early ramp, but because he had it, I think he's in a pretty decent spot right now. Ooh. How about a Turbulus to play around that Dracorex?
Nice! Shutter blocking a Turbulus. I like it.
Acabou.
Something I have seen, but yeah, I think specifically in this instance, you are just kind of dead to Turbulus to Dracorex here if you don't buff the existing board.
Pressão.
So good recognition. Not, I would say, the premium target you want to use a Shutter block on.
Muita pressão aqui.
Still a good chance to do something with that in the future. And right now, you are threatening.
Eu, sinceramente, eu não sei porque que ele tá com medo aqui, mano. O bicho já veio 3-3, ganhou mais 3, tá 6-6. Tipo, não passa desse turno, mano. Não passa desse turno, não tem o que fazer. É muito dano, é muito dano.
But the amount of tempo that it gains you here is just huge because you know that he very likely has Dracorex in hand, having just played.
Se ele faz isso, ó, ele ia ter 2 bichos batendo 6. Ele tinha 19, 12. Era letal.
Clay. Vai ter review do Mundial, dos melhores, dos piores. Review, por favor. Review, por favor. Felipe, Lost, Xandão Tiquer, Zé, Ré, do Pau, Igor, Strogonoff. Bom dia.
Eu, pela experiência do Claim, é melhor pro Warrior. Porém, entretanto, todavia, né, nosso amigo caçador, né, pode fazer aquele, conseguir fazer aquele combinho de pupilo, 6 de dano, aí encontra mais 6 de dano. Basicamente é desse jeito que ele ganha, né? E aí aplica aquela bela massagem no Warrior. Aqui eu acho que, pô, aqui é pra mim, na minha visão, limitadíssima. Acho que faltou visão pro Love Storm, mano, porque era esse jogo ter acabado no turno passado. Era para ter acabado no turno passado, mano. Era só ele ter feito os piruzinhos aqui, eles iam ficar 6-1. E aí ele tinha batido o tanto que ele precisava, mano. Ele ia ter batido 28 no cara, mano. Era letal. Something like pop-up book and static shock. I believe it was just a little off, but he knows that he's in a fantastic spot with the Zilliax, so he almost instantly and then just said, maybe I should wait 1 second. In this case, o que, rapaz?
Damn, absolutely brutal beatdown from the Shaman. And I think you had a great shout in the middle of that game, pointing out, you know, obviously, sometimes you get this narrative throughout a tournament. You know, one caster says something, a second caster repeats it, and it becomes a thing that everyone says.
O Boomerang já chega falando groselha, mano. Já chega perdido no pagode. Sabe o que tá acontecendo? Já chega perdidão no pagode. Lost, dá ban nesse Boomerang aí. Perdidão no pagode. Ah, louco.
Well, Furious Fouls, that's the card that cost 6, but Furious Fouls on that turn was trash, so he found something else to do instead, and then getting the big Turbulence buff to come down instead, setting up the Shudder block, going fishing for it with the bird watching, getting the huge buffs, and then those buffs just carried away with the rest of the match, so very, very nicely done there for Lovestorm. However, you know, having just poo-pooed the abilities of professional Hearthstone casters to set up narratives throughout a series, there is one narrative left to resolve, and that is the power of the CN Hunter that has now to come up against the Warrior, and this is the reason this version of the deck really exists. It's the reason why a lot of the China players really swear by it, because Quest Warrior is almost an ever-present in the players' lineups in this tournament. I think that was an easy read coming into this as well, that the power level of that deck is sufficient and the matchup
única participação aí do NA, o pior servidor disparado aí de todos, não conseguiu colocar um jogador no Mundial. A participação do NA é assim, ó, pra narrar os outros, ver os outros lá fazerem criminalidade. É isso que sobrou.
A lot of kind of useful, you know, extra greed in this deck. That's basically, I think, to explain a little more about why the Elise version is so much better in that matchup, or at least in theory. is you have a little less aggression, maybe your curve is a lot higher, but playing Ysera against a deck that you know the game is going to last.
Felizmente, Zeredupão, o seu jogador piu-piu, ele será amassado 3-0 pro Chalte. A final será, infelizmente, Love Storm contra Chalte. Ou Chaltezão para os mais íntimos.
Grift a DL6, maybe a potion from Mixologist, stuff along that line. A lot of potential, extra damage that you can make with this version.
Yeah, and I think the experience of playing the faster, kind of more face damage focused, more combo heavy version of the deck that the European and APAC players have favored a little more in this tournament against Warrior is...
Nossa, mãozinha de chorar. Chaltezão vai meter a mini taça oriental no filho de Tuti. Fury Hunter não me trouxe os packs. Tá de sacanagem, né? Eu falei, os asiáticos são maiores que todos, mano. Não tem jeito. Eu já vi essa play aqui, viu? 1-2 seco assim, ó, na mesa. E ele tá no chat aí, quem gosta de fazer essa play, tá?
This is an incredibly interesting point in the game already. I mean, Definition doing a little happy dance as he top decks his new heights on 3 with an Elise to follow up. I was pretty surprised. Lovestorm cannot catch a break in this match with his Hunter.
Oh no. Não chora, não chora. Não chora.
It's hard. I mean, there are a lot of cards that we could name as bad draws. It's hard to imagine a worse
Ele tá até saindo do foco já, tá? Mano, é só top deck que meu amigão ali vem. É só de top deck. Meu Deus, Elise pra 1? Nossa, que medo, hein, filho? Medo, hein?
Okay, a Hearthstone card has appeared in the hand, Banter.
It has, but it still doesn't do anything. I think is the more unfortunate realization probably for Lovestorm is it is generally a very good card, right? It buffs your Sylvanas, all that stuff, but the size of your minions right now, the how much damage your Sylvanas deals.
Então, você não vai meter um Bob aqui da loucura, né? Meu Deus. É o Bob da loucura. Compra o bistecão, pelo menos. Mostra que você é bom. Bistecão. 3 bistecão. Eita, nós! Nossa. 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 Romarinho. É Romarinho neles. O homem foi pra cima. É Romarinho. Eita, o outro achou. Achou Nael. Nossa, ele já foi. Aqui ele foi pro esculacho. Foi pro esculacho aqui, tá? O Hunter deu abertura. O Hunter deu abertura. Aqui acho que era play de incendioso, mano. Eu acho que era play de incendioso aqui, hein? Não vai ficar legal, não vai ficar bacana.
So obviously, like, I'm looking at the hands, right? To me, this is Insidious or die. My only counterpoint is maybe Lovestorm is not thinking that Definition has picked Crown.
Encontrou a brecha, encontrou a brecha, vai.
So maybe thinks he has a little bit more time.
E ele vai encontrar Marinho. Então ele encontrar mais Marinho dentro do Marinho.
Yep. Did not even take note of the text on Niall when it was offered from the Xavius, by the way, but Divine Shield Wind Fury.
Meu Deus! Ragnuro! Ragnudo! Ragnudo! Nossa! Nossa! Nossa!
Lovestorm sinks into a pit of despair.
Ragnudo!
Oh my goodness, it's
Ragnudo! Buf! Buf! Volta aí, meu parceiro. Não, não vai inventar agora não. Não vai inventar não. O que você tá inventando? Pare. Pare imediatamente. Agora é APM. APM, APM, APM. E o Clay já tinha visto o Void e escolheu o cara roubado isso aí, armado. Se vocês soubessem o que acontece, ficariam enojados. Ai, ai. E o cara, mano, o cara tá aqui, ó. Meu Deus. Meu Deus. Meu Deus. Meu Deus, vai dar tempo?
Armor and health were both available there. Yeah, that ends up being the pickup, reduces again.
O que tá acontecendo que eu não tô vendo nada? Não tô entendendo mais nada. Nossa, o cara conseguiu fazer tudo. APM máximo. O cara saiu fazendo tudo.
Damage with it as well. Although the rags are at 2 HP. The question is, can he actually deal with the board? There, I mean, there's a Dracorex, but wait, there's a Dracorex plus copy.
You can make a 5/5 copy
GG.
of a rag that
GG.
doesn't
GG.
die to the hostile, or
Dracorex,
just a 5/5 copy of the Dracorex, right?
cópia.
Yeah, so he can copy
Aí ele
the
bate,
Dracorex.
bate.
It's a 1/1 copy, but he copies the Dracorex. He has
Oh, it's a
6
1/1
AoE.
copy. Right.
It's a 1/1 copy, but it still works, right? It
Aí
still
ele
does
bate.
damage, so he goes 5+1. Can deal with an extra minion with the 2/1. Needs to not play a spell, and then I believe he ends up with a like, it's not quite guaranteed, but he has 2 rags. He needs 1 to hit face, with 2 minions on the board.
Vai ter 2, é isso aí.
Is there I don't see a guaranteed lethal here, but that's the
Viu?
best that
Lógico que
I can
viu,
come
pô.
up with, which looks
Lógico que viu.
pretty
Tem
good
que
to
ver.
me.
Ele tem que ver.
Does look pretty good, yeah.
Mandou, eu serei a sua morte. Ele tira mais. Ele tira o outro. Face, tirou um. É um que tem que acertar, mano. É 50. É 50-50. Passa esse turno. Vamos. Ah! Que isso? Que isso?
Incredibly, having survived, the game suddenly feels winnable.
Meu
There's
Deus.
rag in the hand, right? We are at 6 HP. That part is a little bit of a problem. However, this deck does run
Details. Yep.
Yeah, not important right now. He's got freezes. He's got Incendious. What he needs to happen is build another board, deal with your opponent's board, or I mean, yeah, you have to deal with it, which can basically just be
Mano, esse jogo tá bom, tá?
So that they can't clear it and then play the rag, and suddenly he's just back in the game.
So there was during one of the trackings during that crazy
Mano, esse jogo tá bom demais.
Which I did make my eyes perk up just a little bit. I think everything that was taken was.
Mano, do jeito que esse jogo é, se o cara jogar o Ragnaros agora, o Ragnaros vai lá e vai face agora, porque tem 3. Tem 3 alvos, ele vai e acerta. 4, né, agora.
But just worth pointing out the Ziliax was looked at on the previous turn, but still it is incredible that Lovestorm is still surviving in this position. Ceaseless is still not playable. The actual counter at 39, Lovestorms has been discounted in his own hand by 4, so still a lot.
Mano, que loucura. Ragnarok não ter acertado o face, mano. Que loucura. Esse jogo trola demais, mano.
Like my opponent is so lucky to pull off that discount turn and end up in a situation where you don't die is pretty incredible from Lovestorm.
It is. It absolutely is. Yeah, like, you know, I know the mechanical basis of how to execute that turn in just in terms of just like having a scout, a pupil, and the amulet from Grifter. In terms of actually looking at each discover box and picking the right option every single turn, I do not think I would have done that turn at anything like that.
Ganhou a briga, meu Deus! Mano, esse jogo não dá, mano. Esse jogo não dá, velho. Esse jogo não dá, mano. Que loucura, velho. Que loucura esse jogo, mano. Que loucura esse jogo.
Raptor, something along those lines. We see Raptor, he picked that incredibly quick. He actually gets Discover a spell and Raptors, which is a little scary. He's still at 6 HP with a rag in his opponent's hand.
Yeah. It's going to have to be a Glacial Shard on the Dracorex again as well. He does have a 0-mana bird watching. Oh, he's going to trade in. Okay, interesting. I was expecting him to stay wide here to try and protect even further against the rag and just use the Glacial Shard.
Yeah, I think.
Nossa senhora, o cara achou uma coisa.
You have to freeze, right? Yeah.
Meu Deus.
He also needs a target for the minion.
He needs to guarantee a target on the board, exactly, yeah. Otherwise, Definition has an angle to just play around it by not playing minions of his own.
Absolutely, and Definition now, he has some free draw available, he has Wand in hand, needs to figure out if he can find the lethal here.
Escudada, Crocodilo.
Shield Slam, Croc, Cobalt, Shield Slam helps, but not enough.
Not quite.
Do you take it? Do you take the roll again?
I think having seen the bird watching, it might just be your best play at the moment. It's a little weird because they don't heal that much from the Ziliax. I think he might just go for another brawl, right? And try to, but yeah, he's just gonna go for a brawl. Hope that he loses the brawl. He can just shield send his own minion. No, he can just shield send his own minion as well.
Yeah, great point. He just board blocks.
Nossa, aqui ele jogou, tá? Aqui ele jogou. Aqui ele jogou.
Not much.
Aqui ele jogou, tá?
Yeah, I mean, it's a good spot from Definition. Depends on how much mana it's going to cost right now. That Eruption makes Ceaseless 1 mana cheaper as well. It's just going to be
tirou o alvo do...
If Lovestorm plays a card this turn, yeah. Oh no, it's just even going to pass on the next turn. The card draw off the top on the next turn is going to be 5+7. What a spot from Definition. We praise Lovestorm for navigating his way into this.
E aí agora o cara ele vai jogar a carta, ele vai zerar a expansão, aí ele dá a expansão, Hag e ganha o jogo.
That's a card that he played that discounted his own Ceaseless by 1 as well. And then just saying, yep, no Ziliax, no healing for you. I have the guaranteed setup on the
Mano, jogou muito, velho. Jogou muito. Cara, que série boa. Série boa demais, demais. Nossa, meu Deus do céu, ele tem... Meu Deus, mano, o cara vai achar... Ele achou a armadura. Ele não jogou?
Everything that he could to stay alive, and he knows now. He knows what's coming.
Ué?
Oh, almost as if BMing. We have to wait for the quest to go off when it couldn't matter less. Ceaseless Expanse. And in 2025, good old 2014 Ragnaros comes out to play. Emotional support quest reward as well. Golden Kobold hits the board. Definition going out in style. What a semi-final. And Definition is going to march on through, preventing the All-China final.
O pique do Clen tá na final, tá? O pique do Clen tá na final.
Banter is there. Is there anything else to add? But what a game of Hearthstone that was.
Crazy game, crazy way to end. I don't think I could ask for a much better first semifinal.
Paga pra nós.
In Hearthstone than that one. Super intense. I think the first 4 games felt more like kind of somebody's dying, somebody's getting beaten down, like that's fine. That last game was just
tá pago e já vamos para outra aí. Já vou iniciar, vou deixar 10 minutão para os senhores. Ainda não começou, então é Cial.
Brutal game from him, but well piloted by Definition, especially on that last turn. Tough way to go out.
Versus Piu. Tá aí, senhores. Lembrando que o Piu Piu zerou todo mundo. Definition é coreano. Tá aí, aberto para os senhores. Ai, ó.
So much harder than, I mean, from Definition, you do have to spot it, which of course is important to, pay attention to it. I think as soon as he sees the ceaseless and
deixa eu fazer um negocinho ali e já volto pra gente acompanhar essa segunda semifinal. E o pique do Clen tá na final, correndo sérios riscos de ser campeão. Ai, 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 ui, ui.
We have one more to decide and then a grand final to bring you to decide the world champion of Hearthstone for 2025. We are very much into the business end of this tournament right now, so you do not want to go anywhere. Go grab yourself a
apostem, gastem seus pontos. Tá aí apostando três calcinhas. Aí não tem condições. Cadê Zerê do Pão? Lost. Friend of Clips. Mamarangue. Cadê? Cadê meus apostadores? Cadê meus apostadores aí? Borinzão, cadê todos eles? Vamos fazer isso aí ferver, pô. Que isso? Semifinal? 3.000 pontos só? Ah, vocês estão de sacanagem. Estão de sacanagem. Semifinal? É hora de quebrar a banca. Eita, nós mandaram 25.000 aí. Quem que vai equilibrar do outro lado? E eu vou sair daqui, eu vou fazer um negócio, daqui a pouco eu volto.
Welcome back, everybody. I have no idea how we are going to follow that one. Definition has got one more match to go from having the most to being the most in Hearthstone. But we do have another semi-final lined up to find out who he's going to play. It's going to be Shouty, it's going to be Phil. Edelweiss, we were watching that in the virtual green room. How do we follow that? Any ideas?
It's probably going to come down to the egg lock, right? I think that's where we're going to get the most excitement. Really, really hard set to follow. Lovestorm struggled significantly with that Hunter and had some incredible play to come back from what seemed like a sure thing for Definition, and really had to make Definition fight for it at the end there. But an excellent spot on the 2-turn lethal setup, and we'll see if Shouty is able to fare a little bit better than his countrymen.
I don't know how the players cope with it. I am shaking. That turn that Lovestorm, under the biggest of pressures, managed to do 8,000 actions or something and get them largely correct. And then to find all the, the lethals, the counter lethals, the ways to stop it, it was incredible. We are getting on with this one really quickly. Shouty queuing up the Shaman, and we're going to get to see the egg lock straight out of the traps. You cast this as much as anybody, I think. How do you feel it's holding up? It's in the semi-finals.
I think it's been unexpectedly solid, right? As long as you can get the egg early, right? And that is a big if. Phil struggled with that on first day of groups. It feels like there are just certain decks where you get out the 2020s and there's not a whole lot they can do. You have this sort of staying power to make things really complicated for controlling decks, but it's almost seemed like some of the warriors have more game against it than a slower shaman draw where suddenly there's a 2020 and they just can't do anything about it. They're stuck.
Right, that's something I've been talking about actually. The shaman is very bad at dealing with a single 2020. It's not ideal to just go for one 2020. But if you are desperate as the Warlock, you can just make a 2020 and hope it gets there against Shaman. They don't have a Hex or anything like that to deal with it. They do have to put sort of their chunky minions in. They do get chunky minions, like it is a thing they can have. And Shouty does have a choice of some good cards here. Phil having to throw his hand away. No egg fetching. He's also back at his dancing best, so he's up for this match. But he hasn't hit. He hasn't eat the imp though. That's usually going to have a target by turn 2 with the smaller minions in this deck, that like the Wisp and the Sergeant that are needed.
No Wisp, but you do have Glacial Shard along with Abusive Sergeant.
Yeah, that's what I'd like, because it wasn't just the whole extensive list.
Right, sure.
I think. Thank you for saving me, because I was getting worried that there wasn't another one for a second. All right. Shouty does draw into the buffed Murloc for next turn, but that
there it is.
Elise. There's an egg.
Easy peasy. Egg on 3. And I think Cursed Catacombs is one of the reasons that this can be so consistent, right? Having, egg itself, of course, but then Holy Egg Bearer, Cursed Catacomb, to be able to find one of those 3 cards, right, makes it much more consistent than you might expect.
Yeah, and Hellfire really good in this spot, as is Table Flip. It's kind of the best way to develop your board. A lot of the order removal, you have to choose, do I use it on their minions or do I use it on my minion, because both are needed sometimes. If Shouty throws the 3/3s into the fray here, Hellfire clears up the board and advances the egg 1 spot, and he dodges that at source, and now he has a chance for some bellhops next turn, which are going to be substantially bigger. Backed up by the Murlocs, which is fine, because the bellhops would still be alive and start pushing that damage.
Double Mortal Coil picked up as a potential just continued cycle here on the 1/1s.
Yep. Quite like it. But yeah, just going for the fast egg. He does have the Archdruids in hand already, so if you get the egg to kind of closer popping and then play the Archdruid next turn, he can do a lot. And next turn, actually, he has the whole caboodle, right? He has the Abusive Sergeant and the Bomb, and he can play the Archdruids as well, and the egg will be one step away from blocking with Hellfire in hand. It would be a lot of stuff.
Yeah, I mean, this early in the game where you haven't taken a ton of damage, there's, no 5/5s yet. They can come down now. But egg very close to proccing, and Philfield will have just a couple of 2020s or near enough that a Hellfire on the follow-up turn will just create this unkillable board for the Shaman.
Yeah, the Shaman's reach is Philfield's own Hellfires, which he doesn't have to cast. They've got their Furious Fouls. Let me just double check Xiaoti's list. They usually have the 2 damage as well. But there's not a lot of reach that gets through the egg. Yeah, there are the 2 pop-up books, of course. So, there is, 12, 14, 16 from hand available maximum over the whole course of the game. The course of the game isn't very long when you're staring down a wall of 2020s.
Yeah, and good spot here from Xiaoti. A lot more value in taunt from the bellhops, being, big enough that they are out of range of, a single Hellfire, a single table flip.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, he's built this up over a couple of turns to get to this spot, right? He's done a nice job of this, as you would expect from someone we're touting as one of the best to ever play the game.
I think Dark Marrow too expensive here. Yeah, it is going to be a Drain Soul pickup just to get double activation here on the egg, I would expect, followed by Archdruid.
Yeah, he's decided if he drains Soul, he can just take this. And then next turn he's got Hellfire for the 2020s, and that would be very close to game. He is only facing down 14. That leaves him on a nice 12, which is dangerous against double fouls, one of which has been picked up by Xiaoti now.
There's 14 damage represented from Xiaoti, so certainly nothing to sneeze at, but that would set Philfield down to 12, which is still not quite close enough to just get there with a sequence of Furious Fouls. The fact that the big turtle, I always forget the name of it, Kelos, has taunt, like that change, giving that minion taunt, is sort of the reason that this deck can exist, right? Because in these matchups where your opponent is more aggressive, you're able to sort of shut them down, and by presenting just this huge wall of taunt.
Xiaoti's got a plan. I haven't divined what it is right now. The bellhops will buy him some time in terms of eggs hitting him, so his plan will be to fouls in the face twice and then hope that there's no healing in the hand, which is a long shot because there's quite a lot of healing in this deck. There needs to be. Yeah. Setting up for the Hellfire to create some 2020s.
And
putting down to 9s.
Yeah, at this point, Philfield is going to want to focus on, using that health drink to sort of top off, just to prevent any sort of shenanigans from burn from hand.
So even if Xiaoti kills one of these 2020s, if he has no taunt left, because he can kill one with the Furious Fouls, if he has no taunt left, Philfield can attack for 20 and then play the Ooze and then put it on the 0-3 and then attack for 20 more. And then he's in a good spot anyway.
Well, and actually, though, Philfield says, you know what? The most damage you can do burn-wise in a single turn is 6. So Philfield's just going to go ahead and make the extra 2020, refills with the second copy here of the, is it Archdruid?
Yeah.
And they're in good cleave position, but I think there's not enough buffs, or any buffs really, on Nomelia for it to be a meaningful amount.
How can he get possibly to doing 9 in a turn? He would need Furious Fouls and double pop-up book on the same turn, which would be turn 8. Frosty Deckle buys him 1 turn, as far as he's concerned.
I remember this place well.
Going for 1, I would guess the hope is for Discover a Spell, pulling something out of the hat.
Yeah, the old triple hex. That's the card we need now.
Yeah. Able to make 1 more taunt with Summon a Copy.
Enough.
But yeah, that's just it with table flip.
Yep.
All 3 connect, and very quick, easy game for the Egglock.
Yeah, 1-0 to Phil, and not messing around. None of that intricacy stuff that we saw in the game before. Just hit people for 60 on turn 7. That's the way you win games of Hearthstone. 1-0, Egglock out of here. Wow, Egglock in the semi-finals and getting it done. Down to just the Death Knight and the Warrior. It's getting so close.
Yeah, and should this make it to the finals, I think this lineup is going to be sort of the big surprise of the event. No one was really prepared for this Egg Warlock, and it looked like it was going to struggle when Phil had it in the groups. But if you're going to be unlucky at a certain point in the event, day 1 of groups, when no one's getting eliminated, is the day to do it. So.
Absolutely, yeah. Get it out of the way and bank all that luck, because that's definitely how it works. Okay, so now we're into the normal phase of Hearthstone. Now the Egglock's done its thing and won it again convincingly. We were discussing how Shaman looked like a bad matchup for it, and so far, on this massive sample size of 3 or 4, it's looked pretty good for the Warlock. But it does often come down to, do you draw the egg or don't you in this match, in this deck? So he's drawn it now, and when we've seen him draw it, we've largely seen it win. Shouty's Hunter has been banned as well, even with the Warrior in the lineup for Phil. We saw Sottle and Banterface talking about the pros and cons of that. Would you ban the Hunter, or would you leave it up and take your chance?
Yeah, I mean, based on, sort of the performance of the slower Hunter in Lovestorm's lineup, and, Shouty, I think, has kind of a similar build there with the Sarah, the Ceaseless, Shaladrasil. I kind of would maybe be inclined to take a chance on it. Perhaps, Phil figures that the decks that he has besides this Egglock, right, in terms of Warrior and Death Knight, he'd still rather not send it into there, because theoretically the slower build of the Hunter is sort of
simplesmente o poder do ovo, não tem jeito.
Those slower matchups. And, you can't always rely on,
o ovo é muito poderoso, o ovo é muito forte.
É
o ovo da vitória.
It also means you don't have to mess with Grifter too many times. It's hard work. You can very much play around the Grifter hitting you in the head, and you lose your own 2020 coming in. That's the level 1 thinking when you first play that matchup with the Hunters. Like, oh yeah, I'll steal their 2020 and I'll kill them. Even if you hit, there's quite often like 4 2020s there, and that just doesn't do anything apart from get rid of 2 of them. Woo. So yeah, it's interesting, but maybe he just didn't fancy dealing with all that. It can be quite irritating.
Mano, o Shoutezão, ele tem que tirar o Fio do torneio, pô. Se o Fio for campeão mundial, acabou o HS, mano. Com todo respeito.
Yeah, I mean, Flight of the Firehawk for Shouty. I don't know if you keep the second one, just because it's so important to pick up something like Hagatha, but the first is what really gets your early game flowing. You hit Bellhop, you hit Grofin, and you're sort of off to the races. And those sort of doubled large stats are just more overwhelming typically to the Death Knight than they are to the Warriors, right? Like Warrior gains enough armor that they can get the time to be able to play Ceaseless, which a lot of times is when you can actually flip the script on the Shaman.
lot of annoying stuff here for Phil. He's going to get quite a chunk of corpses. He's got the blob to slow things down, and then he'll hope that the rest of the hand fills in, as decks are supposed to do when they draw cards as the game progresses. So, okay spot for him as well. But Shouty getting the good stuff now.
Yeah, some options here could go for just coin bellhop, right?
Piu é tipo o Vasco na Copa. Ninguém sabe como que chegou tão longe.
You know that without Creature of Madness,
Duro.
3 is often a weak turn for the Death Knight, so just having something in play frees you up a little bit. Also respectable to just go ahead and play Flight of the Firehawk, try and hit the other bellhop, which will be, much more impressive to play. And I understand not going for it, but a sort of Voltron play you can try is Sanctuary there, and then you've got the activation plus the coin to do just the turn 3 Muradin, right?
Okay,
and say, okay, deal with that. I think
Bumerangue, você não tem o que falar do Palmeiras.
Probably for the best, Shouty didn't take
Bem
that line.
simples. Seu time é menor em tudo. Sem mais pro momento. E aprende a ler. Ihan que falou. Eu só repliquei o que ele mandou.
We are here to make the best plays and win the world title, of course. And these turns are so awkward, right? Like, you've got to realise how your buffs interact with your Turbulus. You really want this Parrot Sanctuary in play. It's mana you're not being able to spend. You want to challenge the board immediately with your Bellhops, with your Murlocs, but it doesn't really. They're not that big. You need to organise this the best you can. My instinct is to play Turbulus now and then Sanctuary and use it twice next turn and just bank one version of it. One use.
That's my inclination as well. Then you just guarantee the value out of the buffs. It means that this Grofin is a 4/4 going into the turn 4 of Philfiel. That way you can, get a lot of work done next turn and then have a nice turn 5 lined up with Muradin.
Yeah. On the other side, obviously, we can see an extra blob of tar, a Renovator. Phil trying to work out what he should do with these attacks. They're not the most trivial ones ever, but he's going to keep the board under control. Figuring if it goes a bit longer, he's okay. You don't have to use a Parrot Sanctuary here if you don't want to just play it. You're basically gaining 1 mana if you play it and press it twice. So that's plenty.
I never make 2 trips. I never make 2 trips.
Might be an important 1 mana in the bank later on.
Yeah, it can be very crucial for, just skipping the curve a little bit, getting out that Murloc Grofin on 7 instead of 8.
Yeah, absolutely.
And yeah, the hold on the rush, so as not to, generate the extra poisonous for Philfiel. With the Static Shock in hand, he's figuring, okay, we'll force Philfiel to attack in with the Blob of Tar to utilize the poisonous, and then Shouty will be able to use the Static Shock to clear up the 1/2. If he trades in, then Philfiel gets to sort of use both poisons effectively.
Absolutely. He's being presented with a wealth of lovely decisions here. Second blob or Elise. When you want to husk next turn, so going Elise into location doesn't feel so exciting as normal. It's still pretty exciting. Could also take a 1, but I don't think he will.
Nope. Going for 5. Oh, that's tough. You usually don't want to see all 3 of those at once. You want to pair them together, but let's go ahead and take a look at that location. Discover Spell and Raptors.
Yeah, which is fine. Bit of clear, and the Death Knight spells in particular are very good at dealing with boards, so nice one there. But Shouty is starting to connect with a lot of damage. As you pointed out, this Static Shock can now take down this Poisonous and protect a chunky minion. and there is no corpse explosion on the other side.
Yeah, and this is kind of why I understand a lot of people's draw to Shaman. You know, not the most incredible of hand, no Hagatha, but just having that Flight of the Firehawk, you know, having the Turbulus to get the double buff effect on these copy minions.
So,
it's a lot of stats.
Do you want to put 8 damage into a 1-1? I don't think you do. It was under 9 corpses as well. Yeah, I'm just working out how you can avoid being husked next turn on your 7-3. When Shouty takes a time, I always sit there thinking, right, what's the other stuff that could possibly be done?
Yeah, Philfield just gonna hope for a good discover. Eternal Layover, actually. Pretty solid here, potentially?
Well, yeah, right?
Yeah, you just don't attack with the Raptors. They'll still have Rush when they're resummoned.
Yeah.
And then you get to clear 3 minions.
Yeah. Seems good.
I don't know if this gives Shouty an extra hammer. Not sure how that works.
Wait, what's happened? What's Philfield? Can he not attack? Is it bugged? What's going on? No?
I don't know. Not sure what that face was about. I think he's maybe also not sure if this gives an extra hammer, but yeah, it's not attached, so.
Anyway.
Yeah, removing the stat bonuses, right, means that only leaves a 1-1 up, which is about as good as he could possibly get there.
He has Maladar, Isira, Blob next turn.
Pretty good follow-up, you know?
With Shaladrisil in hand, with all that extra mana that will then appear, yeah.
Yeah, without the Shaladrisil, you say, okay, that's a powerful turn. You know, I hope my top decks are kind to me. But with the Shaladrisil, that just means you've got a lot of resources to now turn up the counter pressure. And with, you know, still having the regular Ghoul hero power, you know, not having played his hero card, Shaladrisil is always going to be able to be, you know, +5 from the buff to a creature, and then 5 damage from Awakens.
I was getting excited there as well because of the absence of the second blob. There was a 2-turn lethal potential there if you play the hammer, attack twice, and then next turn press the button. Alakir attack twice, that attack with your weapon again. That was the full 18, but there's too many ways that 18 isn't enough, so he does go with the more sensible board option for now. That 18 isn't going anywhere.
Sets up the taunts, right, to protect these littler minions for a good Wish Upon a Star turn now. Blob complicates matters, but it's still probably as good as Shouty is going to get.
Yes. And then he still has, you know, Alakir, he still has the weapon for future turns. Elise is also tempting. He's just making sure he likes his trades here. Poisonuses are really hurting.
It may be, once again, just go for the buff and hold. He does have access to that last location tick to be able to play Ziliax next turn.
So many plays here look kind of good. None of them look particularly inviting, but you can also just push some damage if you want to here and just ignore the fact that something's going to get poisoned.
Yeah, they're going to use the 3/4s to clean up the little minions. Oh, yeah, just pushing. Okay. Yeah, I like this.
Got the buffed Alakir, remember, from the initial fire thing. So that does represent lethal if Philfield's just messing around gaining mana, you know, playing Shaladrisils and stuff. There are lethal from hand.
Philfield maybe looking at counter lethal here with Shaladrisil. I think he's
esse local dele faz o quê?
19 attack on board. I believe he is either one off or just has it. You can, dream away the 6/7.
Yep.
Frost Strike isn't a damage. I believe he's 1 mana off and...
5, 6, 7.
Wait, no, isn't it just enough, right? You can shuffle the taunt, play Awakens, and buff a minion. 5? Well, Corpsicle certainly. A little bit confused there. I think
so, yeah.
Phil will.
Por isso que esse cara não pode ganhar, mano. Não pode ganhar.
I'm sorry, I was looking at the wrong number. I was looking at
Ele não pode
19
ganhar.
cards in deck, not 19 attack. This is the disadvantage to
Ele não pode
having
ganhar.
the numbers down for you.
Yeah.
You're looking at the wrong ones, and yeah, unfortunately, no more taunts. Alec here, just gonna get the job done.
Primeira série, definition.
Was that? It was just...
It's fine. I was trying to count them in. You said 19, like 11. So, but it was
Primeira semi,
5
né, na
more
verdade.
with the Awakens, 5 more with the buff. That was 16. That was 21, which was getting me close.
Yeah,
but
close,
I was running out of
but
mana.
not quite. 3 off.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
If he had gotten damage off of the initial Discover, not the Frost Strike, but the location, then I think he still could have had it with the Shaladra Cell, right? Because it's a total of 10 you can get from the Shaladra Cell, and then if you pick up that Cryo reduced by 4, then that's your 4 damage.
Got it. Yeah, that makes sense. But it does still have to get through again. The Death Knight not getting through is a big deal. We've picked on it a lot today.
Ele tinha 10.
Shaman getting past it there.
Ele conseguia mais 10.
And
E
glad for that. He's got the Rogue left.
Hero
he's got the
Power.
Warrior left. Things have definitely turned the corner after that first game.
Mas só faltava uma mana.
I would back Shouty
Não era letal, não. Agora, se o local fosse cópia, que é o que geralmente acontece quando os caras jogam com esse deck.
So, obviously, any given game, Phil feels capable of winning as well. But I think Shouty's experience and slight lineup edge now as well, for me at least, with not having a Death Knight, is making him a slight favour here to go into that final against Definition.
Yeah, we have not seen Death Knight perform very well.
Parabéns, gol do Gambá.
Control Warriors and the Rogues. I feel like it's come up several times that it's had sort of in the 30s of win rate over the course of the event. And, it's just one of those where maybe this was the deck 5 that should have been.
Mano, o Vasco é muito fraco, velho. Vai tomar banho, mano.
We've cast a lot of Hearthstone in the last 4 days, and I'm still not quite clear. If you pick 4 from the 5 and you don't pick Warlock, which is obviously in the debate, if you don't pick Druid, which I think is in the debate, it got banned a lot, which 4 would you pick? I would drop the Death Knight, but I don't
O Brasil inteiro contando com o Vasco pra terminar o ano feliz.
Well, that's what Shouty's done. It may be definitely rewards him if he's able to pull through in the rest of this match.
Yeah, just the next match lined up. It's going to be Shouty on the Rogue. It's going to be Phil on the Death Knight. And a big deal, obviously. What happens here, the Death Knight quite often can just get enough help to get slightly out of range. Not necessarily.
Well, already a good-looking curve for Phil in terms of
Que ridículo, velho. Que ridículo, mano. Ridículo.
3, especially if you can get a kind of chunky 3, or as we've seen a couple of times earlier in the event, if you're able to steal something like a Customs Enforcer, or well, not for this matchup, but the one that made everything temporary, that caused some problems.
Clumsy Steward?
Clumsy Steward, that's
Look
the
at
one.
me. I know card names. Don't let the haters tell you otherwise.
Isso é Mundial de HS.
I feel like the picture on that is a language hack.
Yeah, this is as good as it gets for the Death Knight curve.
It is on that side, and on Shouti's side, it's not as good as it gets, but you'll take this hand as well.
Mano, agora o jogo vai ficar do jeitinho que o Corinthians gosta, filho. Olha lá, ó. O cara já caiu, aí começa, grita de dor e fica ali, ó.
Take down a minion. Always tempting to go all face in these situations, but the damage just adds up, the board adds up, pressure adds up, and suddenly you can't deal with anything. It also makes your dubious purchases so much worse if there's stuff in the way.
Absolutely. Let's see what the picks are here. Okay, nothing exceptional. Frostbitten Freebooter is, interesting. Plucky Paint Fin charge on the poison is nice, and it does draw you a card. That would probably be where I would lean. But
cara, depende do. É aquilo que eu falei. É aquilo que eu falei na outra vez que teve. Se o Rogue consegue roubar rápido, é uma match. Se ele não consegue.
See what he gets. He's got double Shadow Step in hand. Can generate all sorts of mana in some situations. Oh no, now I think you end up swinging because you hate your hand, or maybe you just chill. I don't know what you do.
Then you wait a turn.
I guess you have to wait. Yeah,
It feels rough though.
Só que é um tic-tac também. Se o cara consegue... Tipo, se demora demais, o cara tem chup-chup, tem... Zilli. Aí já era, aí não ganha mais não.
Yeah, I think a lot of that time spent is just like, what do I need next turn? What's my plan next turn? Depending on what I draw. I think he's just making time. Phil about to go for the re-roll, we think.
We have some lifesteal, which is not bad. And then, of course, the time-shifted card of Pyromancer.
Yeah.
Shatter. Is that ever going to be a mechanic? Who can say?
Yeah, I'm sure they'll do it. Everything, by the way, here, Edelweiss. Absolutely everything. Got double Shadow Step, Weaver, Doobie. Surely he finds the EMG here, right?
Oh, there was one in the map.
Okay.
Ó, ele conseguiu roubar. Se ele conseguiu outra, custo não. Ele conseguiu custo 9. É uma só, se quiser. Nossa, isso aqui é interessante, tá? É step. Ele joga, tem que jogar custo 0. Priquito. Priquito. Priquito.
Yeah, Oracle is interesting. At certain points in the game, Oracle would be
8 cartas na mão, compra 2. 2 magia, Prepson. Prep. Agora ele acha outra custo 9. Achou. Achou. Jogou. Roubou. Fez tudo. Na cara do Piu Piu. Toma aí. Turninho 4, fraco. É isso aí que... Isso aí que faz a merda acontecer.
He has Blob, he has Pterodax. He can definitely do stuff here.
The Messmaker, I didn't see what Dart Gift, Reborn, and Enchantments. Quite nice to be able to sort of remove a lot of this.
Yeah, he's going to put everything down to 2 health that he can, so that thing will go off once, do 1 damage, reborn, go off again, do 2 damage.
Do wonder if he might have wanted to get the 4-3 down.
Eu reparei que o Piu Piu. Som do assobio. Quem diria? Piu Piu. Oh, Pew Pew.
Sage Swift, right?
Yeah.
Does 1 damage to all enemies if it dies on your own turn, but then 4 if it dies on your opponent's. So if it dies on Xiaoti's turn, it'll just be 1. Dies on Philfield's, will be that 4. Yeah, and so gonna go ahead and use the Infested Breath to that effect.
Point somewhere.
Yeah, just gonna weaken the board generally.
8 cards left. No Maulers played yet. 1 Shadow Step left.
I
Manager
think
in
no
hand.
preps either. Yeah, so you can set up O Manager to be able to coin out Incendious.
You've got spell damage on the board right now, so that's a good time to use it.
Nossa, o Yuri Alberto é muito ruim, mano. Com todo respeito. Meu Deus do céu, perdeu o gol feito, mano. Meu amigo, é muito criminoso. Nossa. Ele faz o mais difícil pra perder os mais fáceis. Nossa senhora. Nossa.
You know, that 3-drop pull was quite important to slow things down, but still able to push 7 and representing another 4 in the Tindril.
Próximo turno. Incendioso.
Yep.
Uncharacteristic.
Yeah. Could be just Sanguine here. You know, it's kind of a bummer. Maybe you have to rush into the Tindril first, and then Sanguine to kill off the 3/2, just so that you can keep the leeches up.
O protagonista dos gols inúteis. Pô, mas hoje não pode reclamar, né? Fez gol na final.
I'm interested in the draw to have something to Maladar next turn.
He knows that the setup is here for the Incendious. You assume your opponent has everything at stage because there's 9 cards in the deck.
Nossa, se ele achar um chup-chupão nesse próximo turno.
Eats into your corpses, so most you can do is 6. That does still leave the possibility of.
Não, você não vai bater agora, né? Você tá com medo do chup-chupão, mas ele não tem. E ele não vai comprar também, confia. Confia, pai.
Yeah, that's the problem, right? You want to kill it. Potentially. If it gets 1 tick and you don't draw a ridiculous number of eruptions in the meantime, that can be a big deal, or it probably isn't. It usually isn't. Work out whether he wants to swing here or not. It's nice to have the swing for free next turn in the world.
Confia, mano. Confia.
You haven't got the Thanos, so you might want to look for it now, so that when you swing, you're not hitting eruptions that aren't buffed by Thanos.
Meu Deus, ele bateu.
So he looks for it now.
Step Phoenix.
Não bateu pra nada, cara.
And yeah, just gonna wait. Worth considering that, you know, I liked the draw, but maybe it should have been either, you know, no Pterodax, just to try and set up some kind of big swing, or maybe it should have been the Blob of Tar, no draw, just to have a clean answer to this Incendious.
Yeah, I always say it doesn't matter if the Incendious sticks around for a turn, but this might be a game where it potentially will matter. If you don't deal with it and Xiaoti just decides to have a bit of a minion-based turn, and then just tick them up 1 more point. That's an extra 5 damage. We're talking, it's a very close thing. There's going to be a maximum of 9 asteroids, which is 27 damage. The Incendious represents 10, that's 37. That sounds like a lot, but you know, it's all got to go to the right place. The Thanos isn't in hand, so ticking up 5 more would be nice.
Meu Deus, o cara achou outro,
It's another
mano.
Messmaker, which does represent, you know, some lifesteal. Probably not enough, but it means that if Xiaoti kind of goes in here and makes a wide board, and the, you know, Messmaker doesn't die early, it's going to be gaining sort of even more life.
He really wants to find that
1. Probably will want to attack in with the Incendious here, just so that the Messmaker doesn't lifesteal even more.
Yeah.
But it also may not matter.
Oh my goodness. This happens so often that you don't want it to happen. Okay. Just got to put him in there and not have the Thalnos by the look of it. Still has Thalnos for the end of the last turn. He's just putting him in now. Getting the damage while the board is clear.
Oh, Thalnos.
Not behaved himself. There is the Thalnos finally.
Do you hold them? No, just gonna go for it.
Huh.
GG.
So there's 6 more here.
Is it just lethal? Has he just got the lethal again? Yeah, he's just going to use the
quite possibly, yeah. It takes a while for things to catch up when you're just dealing at instances.
Pelo bem, o HS vive. O HS vive.
Yeah, exactly enough.
Piu Piu já saiu até da tela.
And Shouty up, 2-1.
Yeah, I missed it because I was too busy concerned about the maximum damage, but as soon as they've cleared the board, he has to switch plans, give up on the Thalnos and just kill them that turn, which is what he decided to do, strangely enough. And he is down to
Eu acho que o Warrior do Piu Piu tá tecado, né?
Back, and then he gets to play Definition if he wins them both. If he doesn't, then Phil will get to play Definition, and we'll have an egg lock in the final of the World Championship.
Tá tecado.
I don't mean that came out. It's incredible.
Mano, eu acho que vai decidir na Mirror de Warrior.
Up really, showing that this lineup wasn't just a fluke, where they both get to the top 8, where they both do so well. It is a lineup to be reckoned with as well.
Vai demorar essa match de DK, mas vai ser decidido na Mirror de Warrior ainda.
And also Phil looking a little nervous. I don't blame him. He's come through so many tournaments to get here. I've talked extensively about the Chinese system. Phil qualified for the playoffs, which is the sort of, I think it was 67, that might be incorrect, and it's funny if I'm wrong anyway. But it's 67 player event that he had to get into the actual Masters Tour from and then qualify from the Masters Tour. So he's come a long way. And his journey is only 2 matches from being the world champion. So whatever happens here, fantastic. But he has got to get it done with these 2 decks into Warrior.
Yeah, and honestly, if I were having to face someone in a Warrior mirror, Shouty would not be the opponent that I want. I feel like the China players have a lot of experience on these mirrors and are prepared for it in, quite a lot of ways. Shouty does not have the Brewmaster though, so skills aside, it could be that Phil feels tech of the Steam Cleaner maybe is able to get some work done. It's not in Phil Field's Warrior, but it is in his Death Knight. So wouldn't be surprised to see the Death Knight queued again.
Yep, absolutely. If you're going to leave Warrior up, you need something to deal with it, and then you just take your chance in the mirror. That's fair enough. Phil also does not have the Brewmaster in his Warrior, so that's just going to be a clean fight. But yeah, the Steam Cleaner in his Death Knight, he may well queue that first.
Yeah, I'm looking, and I feel like their Warriors may actually be card for card the same.
I'm not saying it. Every time I do this, I get down the list, say they're the same, and then there's 4 cards different. But they do.
They each have just the 1 precursory strike. They each have all you can eat, which is, I think, basically only been used to pull Barnabas post-quest. And then they each have Demolition Renovator. Yeah, and those are sort of the flex slots.
Yeah, so they are going to be card for card the same if they end up playing it. But first, we are going to see Phil on the Death Knight, as you see there on the left. Oh, I pointed the whole screen away. Getting powerful. Drew his 1-drop into the Lost City. Seems to do that a lot. Don't understand why. Cleaner in hand. Wish you needed this early, but you know, there you go.
Yeah, well, you know, it's a nice security blanket. You get to know you've got it for when the time comes, but yeah, could do with maybe some other early drops. And Bob as well, right? So
your curve sorted. Yeah.
When
creature into a lease.
When the reward comes down, you just you bob it and then Steam Cleaner. That's the way to do it. Oh yeah, there we go.
Yeah, that's it.
Force that bulwark to come down.
Yeah, I've taken this against Warrior multiple times.
Não tem não.
Like the Warrior can't do much. He's got that one precursory strike, but basically that thing's coming in. You're right. He might have to bulwark on turn 3.
Ele, a única tech que ele levou é a quebra local.
The shield slam.
Bam.
Yeah, you
Só
know,
a
I think
quebra local.
unfortunately for Phil, not the best dark gift, right? Would have loved Reborn, would have loved Elusive, right? As a 9/4 elusive, but you know, just presenting that threat and forcing out an early shield slam means it's not there for something much bigger later on. And still gonna have this location on curve.
Yeah, the curve built out nicely. It's a 2-card curve to turn 5 when you've got creature and Elise.
Double check location, 5/5 +2 attack.
Okay. Good with the current board. Will peter out a little bit later. Obviously the copy's fine, but the +2 attack is looking for that early kill, if anything.
Yeah, I mean, when you use it with the hero power, obviously, you know, you don't get the staying ability, but just threatening from an empty board, 10 damage, right? Because you get the 5/5 copy, you give both the 1/1 charge and the 5/5 charge +2 attack. Yeah, I guess that's a little bit more than actually, right? You get, let's see, because you have the 2 on your hero as well. So that ends up being, you know, 12 burst damage from an empty board.
Yeah, very worth it against Warrior.
Acho que ele tem que acelerar o Marinho, ou se tipo ele perceber que o jogo tá muito lento, ele mandar segurar custo 3 lá que compra com o Marinho quando ele fizer a quest. Pra ele comprar o máximo possível das coisas que tem na quest. Tipo, ou der a sorte, né, de vir Galvadon e turno extra.
Does get another 5/5 in play. And yeah, there's the Renovator immediately. So, you know, Shouty able to feel much less threatened by this location. Could go for it this turn, could just wait, right, since the location is going to be closed for Philfields next.
These turns are really tough, right? He's got Crocalist of Brawl on 6 if he wants it. He's got Renovator, which he might need. He's aware of the danger of that location.
Algum finalista? O pique do Clan tá na final, meu amigo. É Definition finalista. E aqui sai o segundo.
The players who play this really well just mix it up. They find the right time, and it's so difficult. Because I just want to play my Ancient right now. Close my eyes.
Yeah. Shouty says he agrees.
Good. Feel sorry for him.
Falou que era o Love Storm, rapaz. Vou buscar aí no VOD.
To play another minion so that Shouty can get that free for glory.
Yeah, free for glory into Crocalist, into Brawl, gain 10 on the turn, have your little location, and it's just silly 12 damage. might well be the solution here.
Wow. And Philfield just going for the Bob. You know, a potential tool in the long game to use on the quest reward or a ceaseless, you know, some other high impact minion. Philfield just taking a chance at draw a minion, get 2 copies. Certainly not going to be wanting for corpses with these blob of
Eu vou buscar. Eu vou buscar.
Quite what he was hoping for.
E é gol do Vasco, meus amigos. É gol do Vasco. Obrigado, Senhor. É gol do Vasco. Obrigado, meu Deus. É do Vascão.
Right, yeah. Which is fair. You know, when you are able to sort of steam clean as soon as they play the quest, pretty likely, because the games go long, you don't necessarily need to try and have all this value for the late game. You know you've got Headless Horseman, which a lot of Death Knights don't have. You know you have Marin.
Yeah. I do wonder if, with that in mind, Shouty will try, if he can, at some point, to gather card draw. So far, he's having no option in that at all.
I expect he'll be looking to blow up the location this turn, just because it is Roar copy, but no, decides to go ahead and Brawl instead. It was a pretty big board, so sort of gonna struggle a little bit either way. And now Philfield can choose to get good value out of that copy here on Blob of Tar, on potentially a Leech if he wanted to do that.
Sai de novo então, Lostinho. Você saiu, o Vascão empatou.
Yeah. Bank some damage now, but obviously your minions die at the end of turn, so you don't generate a board, so that's no good. Yeah, just have a fairly poor looking.
Esse jogo vai pros pênalti. Falei, vai acabar no 7º pênalti.
Is it even that poor? I think it's pretty alright. You know, the blobs are good into Draco Rex, which Shouty is, you know, able to coin out on this turn.
Shouty has kind of got it together here. That 12 damage of burst no longer looking quite so terrifying.
Yeah, I've sort of gotten to enough stabilization, right? That if he has to, he can pull the trigger on the Renovator. Is coming up on the Ziliak's turn. Has the Brawl to deal with what's here.
So
you know, if you coin Draco Rex, it doesn't stick around, but at least you leave your opponent with only some 1-attack minions.
Okay, that's both balls gone.
Yeah, that's a big deal. When you consider, like, potential corrupted Shaladrisil things later in the game. Shouty making some hand space, getting rid of the location, setting up for a better Draco Rex.
Yeah, no thoughts at the moment of how to turn it around. You don't need to think about how to turn it around. He will need to work it out later, how to play around the Steam Cleaner. You don't just complete your quest and sort it out. But for now, your mission is to have a reliable health total for now and see how it goes when you get there. And yeah, Draco X into Ziliax is obviously when you get that, which seems to be always, by the way, whenever you play against Warrior, whenever you watch Warrior. A way of just not taking much damage at all for a while. He has lost that ball walk from the early attack though, which as the minions ramp up in size might become an issue. We did see Maxi get choked out by these husks by Philfield.
Yeah, losing Bulwark and both brawls early on to, you know, sort of middling-sized boards.
Final tem
There's
definition.
potential for Philfield when he picks up some of his bigger threats to really threaten Shouty unless, you know, the Ceaseless comes online.
Yeah, didn't want to get bobbed here, I think was the reason. No, he missed a damage there for some reason, so as not to fill his board. I'm going to assume it was deliberate. He wanted to make sure that the maximum health total came down, which is why he cleared off that minion with the poison.
Yep.
Shouty now down to 24. Can get really annoying, but it's not going to get so annoying with this Draco Axe that you've been mentioning a couple of turns, the setups he's been doing for it. That's all cleared up.
Does clear both ends, but Philfield doesn't have to worry about the Draco Rex sticking around. Ooh.
Mega Receiver!
It is nice, but it might be more interested in the Chill Fallen Baron from this position.
Yeah.
Yeah, gotta go ahead and go for that.
Why won't you let me have nice things, Adel? I wanted a 917 Mega Receiver and I wasn't allowed it.
Still just, you know, gonna keep going wide, right? Throwing out a couple of ants.
Yeah. Yeah, got license to do that as well. The brawls are gone.
Hostile invaders still there, and one is indeed picked up.
Yeah, they're good, but if they're killing ants with a hostile invader on turn 9, they're playing a 3-5 on turn 9. That's fine. And also, it doesn't deal with the 2-4 and all the parts of the 2-4 unless you do, kill it off. So, should be fine with that. If you play Elise, you've got to decide whether you're going to take a 10 or not. If you play Ziliax, what are you doing? Things are getting poisoned.
Yeah, I mean, I was saying that Philfield was maybe hoping for something higher impact, but honestly, getting 3 extra copies of Blob of Tar has been very, very annoying for Shouty. A lot of the warrior minions get their value from being able to stick around.
Yes. Yeah. Philfield has just set out from the start to just keep hitting him, and that's what he's doing now.
Sanguine picked up. And Foam Render is the card to look out for in this matchup. Certainly the best form of consistent damage.
Mas aqui é difícil, mano, pra ele. Muito difícil, eu diria.
Plenty of corpses to fuel it.
Yeah.
Esse robozinho de limpeza aí. Ele já tá sendo sugado aqui.
The maximum health total come down. Obviously, Warrior 22 is plenty. Obviously, they get a lot of armor.
Foi sugado até não querer mais.
The maximum health represented in the top right there with the little tear on the 22, the blood drop. Never quite sure which.
Yeah, and importantly, no new heights from Shouty, so hasn't been able to get any kind of mana advantage over Philfield. Will still gain mana crystals over 10 because of Philfield's Ysera.
Only 8 cards left for Shouty as well. And again, the Steam Cleaner's lurking, so he can't just jam the Quest Reward when he gets there. You have to find a way to do this.
Yeah. Would expect either, Elise or Ancient of Yore. I'm guessing Ancient, given the timer.
Yeah, and that's a big deal because now he's got the shield block in hand, he's got the Ancient down. Then when he plays the Quest Reward, he'll get the instant 2, and he'll get to draw 2 of them. One from the
Mala
Ancient,
Johnsons, mas ele não tem Cera.
So
não tem nem a
now
nem a Shala na mão para corromper.
Using the Exarch that he just picked up. Shouty might not be able to just mess around with Quest Rewards and draws, and he'll miss the
ele não tem rampado também complica muito também.
You say that like Phil has the capacity to put down a monstrous board. Yes, there's Exarch, but
tá perdendo os turnos de
nothing really terrifying.
True.
To cheat into play. Just gonna keep setting up 4s, picks up the amulet. I think Phil would have liked to find some giants at some point in this game. Actually, just gonna toss the Pterodax for extra pressure. Both hostile invaders used, both brawls used, and Dracorex as well. So Shao-Ti running very, very thin on clears.
So facing down 4, 8, 9, 10.
Tipo, já esse tempo todo que já levou aqui, ele não conseguiu. Ó, ele rampou sim, pô. Ah, não, ele não rampou, ele é a Isera, né? A Isera do DK tá fazendo ele não ter o limite. Tipo, era pra ele ter mais manas, com certeza, mas ele não tá limitado no 10, né?
Goes for a 5.
Discover or gain armor.
Mas tipo, ele não conseguiu acelerar esse Romarinho. Aí, mesma coisa, quando ele fizer o Marin, vai jogar carta pra dentro do deck que não tava lá, né?
Demolition, so yeah, just gonna go ahead, get the armor now. Summon a copy. Safety goggles.
Okay.
Bom, agora ele tem Shala. Se ele comprar a Isera aqui, ele fica gigante. Nossa, já tem...
Right, yep. Headless, pretty good pickup.
Agora ele vai ter o combo de pressão aqui.
Render, you know, since the boards stuck around from last turn, can just push all of this forward.
Agora é todo turno Hero Pau, mano.
15 more. Plenty of corpses available. There is Maladar.
Não precisa gastar isso, você não vai fazer nada.
Damage in one turn. Looming at least at some point as well. Plenty of corpses for that.
Not corrupted, but it can do the same amount of damage, corrupted or uncorrupted, if it's the turn that you're gonna kill them. So.
Yeah, if you're killing them anyway, yeah, that doesn't matter, right? It's later. Sometimes it's even better uncorrupted. You might want to bounce your Grifter and have another look and that sort of thing anyway, rather than put it into your deck. Just occasionally, in those
acertado letal também.
The fact it's uncorrupted can actually help you.
Eu volto e o Piu Piu tem 30 corpses. Fez demais. Apesar de ele não ter jogado gigante, não ter feito nada assim muito fenomenal.
Yeah. Ziliax with mana available for Precursory Strike and Shield Slam if Shao-Ti wants it. Finally able to, get these down without having to worry about the poison too much.
Yep, again, can only go to 22 health, so this is more about the board than the health. Obviously getting out of range is nice, but it is mainly a control mechanism at the moment with a nice little upside. And we're getting to the business end with only 4 cards left. He's 2-1 up, but he has got to navigate a way to win this game. He isn't just going to win it with the stuff he has on board right now. There's Corpse Explosion, there's Shaladvasil. Phil's on 43 effective health. Shao-Ti is going to need more stuff. He is going to need to marry, he is going to need to get the quest rewards, and he's going to need to force Phil to steam clean in a way that he doesn't want to do.
Yeah, and notable Shao-Ti has been saving the Marin, right? The last thing you want to do is be forced to use Marin early on, and then now you've got both Marin treasures and Latorvius quest rewards in your deck. I think Shao-Ti wants to keep those separate, knows that the Steam Cleaner is there for the Latorvius. You just let it happen, hope that you get Time Warp in the first two, or maybe off of the Amulet, and then, have still sort of parity with Phil in terms of your own Marin
Tem Zarog se quiser, mas só se quiser.
Yeah, there's also the thing now that if Phil needs to steam clean now, from Shao-Ti's perspective, it might destroy some of Philfield's Marin.
Não quis.
True, and
analisou que é pressão suficiente. A mão do Coisa tem muita carta, mano. Tipo, ele precisava fazer um turno que ele jogasse Latorvius e comprasse, mano, fizesse Brawl.
Has Bob for freeze is another option. Although he may want Bob for drawing cards, draw 3 minions from your deck after he plays Quest Rewards is another choice.
I missed it. The head was just drawn there, so.
Oh, okay.
Philfield has at least gotten over that hurdle. Toland's Goblet remaining, Creature of Madness, Ziliax, Dreadhound, and Ysera, so both ways of corrupting Shaladrcell.
Yeah.
And yeah, gonna go for the burn here from Shao-Ti, picking up an extra copy of Ceaseless, just because he's low on clears.
Pronto, pegou o draw.
Shouty's Philfield's got to decide now what you're going to do. This is a really powerful card.
Perdeu isso era.
But you can't get rid of the quest rewards. You face the 16. Yeah, you can see the pressure from the top half of what we can see of his head.
Does have plenty of corpses if he wanted to rip Corpse Explosion here and then follow up with Crown, Hideous Husk, something like that.
É que ele ainda consegue corromper com o Ziliax, né? Ainda tem
full information on what is in Shao-Ti's hand, figuring that there's a Ceaseless there.
What are these?
They're not great. That's what I'll say. They are not great.
No, that is not the time to get a crown like that. You need to get a crown like Definition does if you want to get the world crown.
Gonna discover an undead. Brittlebone Buccaneer can do some interesting things. Just gonna take a taunt though, sort of set up his own board. And this is, an advantage to having the Headless Horseman, right? Is it lets Philfield kind of catch up on value, particularly with the capability of Steam cleaning away the quest reward. Doesn't have to Corpse Explosion, right? It's all just a couple of minions. He can set up taunts.
Ele consegue bater ali e dar.
Continue to find things out of his hero power that will, let him sort of take control of the board.
Dá expansão se ele quiser. Aí ele consegue fazer o Latrovis.
Absolutely, but time is running out for both of them. The deck's getting thin, so this game of chicken is going to come to setting
ele não foi para
Latrovis,
né?
In terms of
ele pode dar bistecão e comer os Ziliax, mano. E comer os Ziliax.
Finally get some mana.
They were both buried.
Yeah. Still one left in the deck. Absolutely unfortunate for him. He's had to do this the hard way.
Pode comer os Ziliax, hein?
Empty his hand out. Look at the planning here.
No, it's a 1 in 3 to eat the Ziliax here and leave Philfield with no way of corrupting Shaladrcell.
Se comer, acabou. É Shala desse jeito aí, não tem mais como corromper. Ai, comeu 2-1.
To shuffle something in and then immediately draw it off of Goblet.
Aí os caras têm uma sorte também, né?
Which would be really helpful in whatever regard. Plenty of choices that would work for him there.
But yeah, I'm starting to wonder if Shao-Ti maybe wanted to.
Ano passado, o Hero Power desse cabeça de abóbora aí era fenomenal, fenomenal. Hoje tá meia bomba.
In hopes of, getting some kind of game plan together, maybe rolling the Time Warp, Galvadon, just sort of by chance. And, then you can still fall back on the Marin later on.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that's what he's going to do. He thought last turn about the shield block and didn't use it. I think that's in his mind.
Ixi, o cara vai fazer a custo, ele não vai escolher nada.
Just get so much stuff out of his deck.
Meu Deus. Não, meu filho, você queria... Se sua intenção era fazer isso aí... É agora, é draw até o talo.
Yep. Wand, shield block,
Acho...
amulet at the end.
Vai ter mais um draw. Tem dois, na verdade, né? Tem o cálice.
Still 8 mana remaining and
tem o cálice. E tem o cálice também. Galvadon. Agora o cálice. E o cálice.
He does have the one mana draw that Phil gave him. Yes, 2 will be discarded. Doesn't matter. He's going to get eaten by Steam Cleaner anyway.
Oh, and that's the time warp discarded. Crown as well. Barnabas much less valuable.
Descartou.
Not actually reducing anything. However, has Goblet. So options are 50-50.
Por que ele não foi de... Por que ele não foi de cálice, cara?
And I think you just have to go for it to get multiple Queen Carnassa.
Por que não foi de cálice, mano? Nossa, aí foi bom também, tá? Aqui também foi bom. Ele não vai tomar fadiga e o cara vai. E ele vai jogar agora no desespero. Aí faltou leitura. Aí faltou leitura agora. Aqui faltou leitura do Piu Piu. Faltou leitura, porque agora o cara vai fazer os Raptor ali e ele não toma fadiga, enquanto ele vai ficar tomando fadiga aqui. Aí faltou aquela leitura, né?
He can use the Carnassas to manage his board side. He's got imps every turn. He has like as much time as he could need. He has a lot of damage, he has a lot of health. But Phil, as you've described, could also end up with having a lot of stuff.
É, e agora o outro tem Zilliax infinito. Achou chup-chupão e não tem coisa pra usar.
I think Phil is favoured now with the Infinite Zilliax. I feel like that's a good spot for him, but it might not be easy at all.
You know, I think without the Zilliax, it gets a little dicey, right? Because Shao Ti is able to sort of not fatigue for a while still presenting a bunch of boards. You know, one thing is Phil playing the Steam Cleaner did deal with the Crystal Cavern, which would have made this portal a lot more threatening. And so maybe it's just sort of like, well, yeah, you can have Raptors every turn, you can save off fatigue. Are 3/2s really going to be good enough when I have a Zilliax every single turn? And whenever Phil decides that he doesn't really like what he's got, he can start just
o cara agora tem só 40 cartas.
Minions in hand from the hero power to turn into
apenas 40 cartas.
This is one of those stupid puzzles that people set you that I can never do. So he can have, after he gets rid of the Shilapis was so annoying. He can have the board the shape he wants every turn, but like you just said, they can only be 3/2s. With the Carnassas and stuff. On the other side, Phil can play 1 Zilliax per turn.
Indeed.
So he will stay on maximum health until those Zilliaxes are expired, but he will start taking bigger and bigger fatigue. He has infinite cards from his hero power.
Marrow Manipulator.
Shao Ti's got much more management over his fatigue and over the trades for the next few turns. This is silly.
Yeah, Marrow was an option there. Think, oh, that's
some
nice burst damage. Why not pick that up? Well, this weapon is starting to wear down.
Eu acho que eles vão usar esse coisa de Murloc aí só pra encher a mão e transformar com Kobold.
Particularly when the Marrow Manipulator, you know, you can't always dictate where those shots go, whereas the the 5 damage from the weapon he can send face every single turn.
I think we'll know over the next couple of turns how this is going to pan out, but the corpse count obviously becoming significantly less useful really now, but still nice to keep them up a little bit. Not much use for them that we can see until you suddenly get a card that we've never heard of that comes out of the undead that eats corpses. Just go for Galvadon immediately.
Yeah. Shouty will have available a sort of final push of playing Megafin into Golden Kobold. Just because on average, hero legendaries are probably going to be better than whatever Murlocs you hit.
He really needs stealth, I think, here in Divine Shield, right?
Yeah.
No, he's not hitting them.
Primeiro tempo.
+1/+1, get yourself some health.
O Vasco
If you don't
empatou.
get stealth, it's not going to matter, but yeah, try and protect this card. It's your win con in a way.
Well, yeah, Wind Fury not so relevant on effectively a big taunt.
Yeah, he did think about it for a while, and one thing about taking the Wind Fury is the opposite to the normal reason for taking Wind Fury. Like, normally you take stealth to try and get an extra chance of Wind Fury. I think he took the Wind Fury not only because it's good, but also it gives you an extra chance of getting the stealth, which you can hide away this big minion for some time.
Sério?
Just trying to maximize odds on the rag shot hitting a relevant minion. And yeah, cleaning out the hand before what I assume will be a Megafin Golden Kobold turn. But the endless parade of Ziliax continues.
Yeah, they're going to take a while to stick. There are only 4 Ziliaxes left in hand.
Yeah, Philfield does need to make the hand space to be able to actually play this Shaladrsil.
Yeah. At some point, Shouty as well does have a Kobold option, right? You can just have a go, see what happens. It's ridiculous. We've seen 2 ridiculous semi-finals for totally different reasons. But yeah, the Ziliaxes are taking control now.
All right, if Shouty gets another Marin, gets a Druid Aviana, that
This
could...
is the Murlocs first, yeah?
Nada.
Yeah, but we're not. We don't care about the Murlocs. We care about the legendaries. Gonna need something to clear the board.
Nossa,
and
veio
then something
duas.
To sort of
Tem uma
add
tortola
wind
ali,
to it.
legal.
Turtle?
That is a Tortola. Yeah.
Tem
it sure
tortola.
is.
Oh my goodness, that's going to sit there forever whilst the 3/2s chip away at the Ziliaxes, right?
Shame.
Well, forever being like 2
Shame.
turns, but that's a long time in politics.
Shame.
I think this
Tem.
Shame.
Kind of
Tem aquele bicho do xamã ali que volta as coisas de 8 ou mais. Tipo, ele matar essa tortola, ele pode trazer de volta.
Swing the weapon into 2 different things that deal at least 4 damage each to be able to activate the Vona. And yeah, the Aceras don't really do anything. The Hagatha doesn't do anything. The Nabundo, there's no spells remaining. So, you know, a couple of decent hits and then quite a few bad ones, to be honest.
Wait, we've got Maritha with the Tortola, right? Resurrect all different friendly minions that cost 8 or more. So the Tortola has got to be killed twice.
Yes, I'm not sure how many. Yeah, cost 8 or more. There haven't been a ton of those. So Marithra will resurrect.
Oh!
Great Draco Rex will resurrect Ziliax.
That's decent. That's really good. Ziliax and it'll only be the one Ziliax, but even so, Ziliax, Tortola, and
Esse jogo que tá loucura.
Stop it. Ziliax, Tortola, and Draco Rex seem like really good things to get. But on the other side, there's so much damage coming in. I'm excited, Adel.
All the quest rewards are 5, so they won't come back. Trying to see if there's anything else. Yeah, unless he plays the Gigantified of this mech. I don't remember the name of the card. Let's see.
How much is coming in?
Replicatorinator. right? That would be another thing that could get resurrected.
So close now to lethal.
Probably has to be Marithra right now.
Yeah.
Eita,
That
nós.
might not be enough. I can't maths it quick enough. But...
Now, Replicator
É muita pressão, mano.
Summon, so not able to get an extra Tortola that way, but oh, the Ceaseless. Yeah.
Phil's reaction. He's like, oh, I've got to keep playing this game.
Yeah, I mean, the Draco Rex is
game.
quite significant, right? Alongside that Ziliax, you can rush Draco into one of the 6-1s, clear away most of this. Ziliax cleans up the large Ziliax. You've got the 8 damage Rag Shot.
And this 130 is a lot harder to kill than the last one because the Ziliaxes are starting to run out on the other side of the board.
Yeah, and you can only play one a turn normally if you're Phil. And that means that Draco Rex probably going to stick around unless Phil wants to take a gamble on shuffling it into the deck. You know, then it is sort of trapped amidst a whole bunch of raptors.
Oh, it's so silly, and it's such an important moment. I'm getting all shouty, it's ridiculous. I can't stop. Okay.
And yeah, meanwhile, Phil continuing to take fatigue.
Yeah, and he's going to start taking some 8s to face soon as well. Like, Shouty's board can deal with at least one wave of Ziliaxes. They're going to have to go into a 130 and lose their Divine Shields. The minions will trade back into them. They're going to be gone. And Phil's going to be down to what he can pick up from his hero power. One massive Drake or two that came from the Isira. And Shouty, okay, the cards he has left in his hand
Tá na tela aqui,
are
lindão.
not very functional, but they have
Entre
numbers
os dois
in the corner.
players.
There's a 7-7, yeah, there's a 6-4. They do something. They can fight. He may just pull this one out. The Ziliax is going to gain him some more health unless he gets shot.
Yeah, shuffles the 8-8. I think just because, you know, if it's redrawn, it's sort of an expensive do-nothing card, but it removes some power from the board. Meanwhile, though, Draco Rex is going to be able to push quite a lot of damage.
There's quite a lot of, like, it's not there, I've already checked, but there's quite a lot of face damage. Shouty isn't that far from just winning the game in one push now.
Yeah, and I think, you know, it's worth noting, I was like, oh, this isn't that great on
Ele é
average.
diferente.
One good hit, right? And when you get a handful of legends,
Ele é
sometimes you just back things way open. And
diferente.
the fact that Marithra could resurrect great Draco Rex, I think just
Piu é
completely
diferente, senhores.
blindsided Phil.
Yeah, Shouty now as well, having to decide whether he wants to press the Sulfuros button now. I think I would.
São
Because
craque.
killing the 14-7, protect my 10-10 seems good. It misses, sure, now you can just get rid of it anyway.
18-22 de
And
dano.
load up with some more stuff. You've got 21 available mana this turn. So these legendaries, again, they are not very good. They don't do anything, the ones that are remaining, in terms of affecting the game with their text. But they still have chunky numbers, and there's only 2 Ziliaxes looking a bit woeful on the other side. He may have got out the other side of this. He may be going to the World Finals. He's happy taking 14. That's a sign, I think, of how he's feeling about it.
Well, it's necessary to activate this party planner Vona, who you have to have taken 8 damage on your turns to be able to summon that 8-8. Death Rattle on that 8-8 is that it puts
Mano, ele ainda ganhou, velho. Que
on a
absurdo,
minion
mano. Que
in your
absurdo.
hand of, you know, summon the
Definition
Ouroboros
e
again. And now
Chaltezão
Phil
na final.
suddenly under pressure in a way I think he never expected to have to feel with a handful of Ziliax. And
Yeah, these Ziliax now
I don't see a way out of this.
I don't think he can. I think Shouty, we were saying if he gets through the Ziliaxes, which seems incredibly unlikely, might get there. That was several Ziliaxes ago. There's still another one left. There's also a Gnome Muncher, which might just be a bit trappy towards the end if he's not careful. other side, but the end is 9. These Ziliax are defensive Ziliaxes now. They're not pushing anything. The fatigue's ticking up. The Sulfuras is ticking up. It's not ticking up, but it's becoming more and more effective as the board gets smaller and smaller. And this could just be lethal. Not quite. Pushes 14 if the Sulfuras hits one, you do a double trade. Plus the fatigue, you want to be careful here.
Yeah, nothing really to search for in the deck. It's Raptors all the way down. So just gonna go ahead and Pure Power to start. Removes one of the life steals.
I think Phil is going to have to play his own Kobold, even though his hand is good. Like, it's a nice set of cards in his hand. I think his out is to get ridiculously lucky.
Yeah, that sounds right.
Again, Hagatha doing nothing, but it has numbers on it.
It has numbers on it. It has the Ouroboros Death Rattle.
Okay, yeah. Keep me straight and on my toes on those ones, because I will have missed that.
Mano, o Piu Piu chegar no top 4 já foi esculacho, pô. Já foi esculacho.
How many mana crystals does he have? All of them. And sets up lethal
what
on board.
I'm talking about. Party Planner Vona. Oh, sorry, not Ouroboros, just Ouroboros.
Sure. I will send in the message to not have you fired immediately.
Yep. Alright, gonna add something to hand. Could do a Pterodax, but you're probably re-rolling it anyway. No, Phil feels gonna fight to the last here.
You've got to re-roll. This is futile if you don't re-roll. It looks nice and all that. It stays off dying for another turn, but
I don't know. The last Celiax with that clearing up the 6/4 and the 10/10, you know, you look to be in a much better spot. This is, you know, a pretty good minion in, you know, your 6/10.
Mas ele jogou bem aqui, tá?
The foam render pushing amidst all this. In some respects, you can just, you know, keep trying to stave off the opponent, keep trying to not die, and then hope that you can set up some kind of lethal between.
Se ele tivesse segurado, se ele tivesse a leitura, porque o cara, ele comprou tudo, mano. Tinha uma carta no deck só. Uma carta só no deck, mano. Era só ele esperar o cara fazer o dinossauro e ele jogava. Ele limpava o deck inteiro. E o coisa já tinha perdido por causa da fadiga. Nossa, aqui ele deu sorte, tá?
In Shao-Ti's hand, which is a taunt minion he's been holding on to.
Yep.
And Ouroboros, also a taunt minion.
Se esse Hero Power não bate no Ziliax, ele tava ferrado, mano. Porque ele ia ter que ficar batendo... Ele ia ter que ficar batendo 2 bichos pra tirar um Ziliax.
I think so too. Yeah, he's going to. Don't worry about the beetles, just have it for one turn. One turn should be enough.
Agora ele tá pelo Hero Power aqui.
7.
Yeah, and if you don't clear the beetle, then
segurança. Olha o segurança entregando o Octosari. Olha o Octosari vindo.
Which was so annoying.
Vocês confiam? Octosari vindo.
Travel security might be able to do something.
Yeah.
Gnome, I'm sure it's time to shine. Clear up that 1/1 beetle. And gain a little bit of life.
Olha o Octosari vindo. O Octosari da vitória. Estão prontos pra isso?
There's a lot of them available. Don't ask me to name them. I just know I face it enough times to know there's a lot of them available. Too excited to name them right now. That's my excuse. I am sticking right to it. So, do you trade the 2/2 first and see where you're at, and then you worry about your Sulfuras play?
Yeah, I think so. Right, just throw the Raptor in.
Octosari da vitória.
At this point, Shao-Ti is kind of on the control. I guess this has been a while, but you know, that fatigue count for Phil is so high that Xiaoti can just try and hide behind taunts as long as possible.
That's what he needs to do, yeah. The fatigue is 8 next turn. Well, I mean, this is over now in the world where Phil doesn't roll absolute ridiculous off the horseman.
So,
que isso? O Hero Power dele tá com uma mira, mano. Hero Power dele tá com mira, pô. Isso aqui não existe não, mano. Ele tá escolhendo o alvo com o Hero Power.
Which is possible, like, it looks like he's going to get to go face with the foam render one last time with the combination of Hero Power and Califero.
Oh, you know what? Meadow Strider would have been a hit that Phil could have gotten, right? Which is a taunt that shuffles into.
Good luck, everyone.
Meu Deus.
Oh,
Stuffy with Rush.
It is.
Does that do it?
Mano, é mana. Mano, cara.
No.
Mana não. De dano, mano. Era de dano. A diferença.
A random legendary and pray.
Yes, that's the ordering. Yeah.
Era
but then your
de
random
dano.
legendary, you won't be able to play it unless it costs 5 or less.
Era de dano, ele tinha matado o taunt e ganhava o jogo, mano.
Go for a 10 drop and hope for the best that way. It's a tough call.
Or maybe you say no legendaries, I just want 3 taunts.
Sure. I think that never gets there. Does it never get there? I don't know.
Se ele não morrer nesse turno, é só ele botar dois taunt, mano. Se ele não morrer nesse turno, é só ele não morrer esse turno. Deixa eu ver, 2. Meu Deus, vai ficar no 50-50. É 50-50. Vai ser 50-50. Mas vai ser no 50-50, ele não consegue tirar tudo. Ele não consegue tirar tudo. O jogo ainda ficou no 50-50. Meu Deus do céu. É 50-50 aqui. Não, esse turno acaba, pô. Esse turno acaba. Ou ele não tem o que fazer, ele vai ter que jogar, ele vai ter que trocar, fazer 2 trocas e vai ficar 50-50. Ele vai fazer as 2 trocas e vai ficar no 50-50, mano. Não tem o que fazer. E foi face! Esse jogo não dá, mano. Que isso? Esse jogo não dá, mano. Esse jogo não dá, mano. Que é isso? Esse jogo, mano. Olha esse jogo, cara. Meu Deus do céu, mano.
Shouty features the final, and I think the first thing I would do, actually the last thing I would do now before I leave the camera is say yes.
Mano, o jogo ainda ficou no 50-50, mano. Cara, que absurdo, mano, que absurdo, velho.
Phil had a tremendous run in this tournament all
the
way
absurdo.
through the Masters Tour to get
Aí vem o Dick Red falar que a final do Vasco tá melhor. Pelo amor de Deus, mano. Olha esse jogo, mano. Tá pago aí, senhores. E agora já é. Agora vamos gastar ponto aí, né? Final do Mundial.
I feel like Phil had it set up to win. He ran into Tortilla to get it all back and do it again. And then he did find a way at the end there to take that, what must have been a 40-minute game at least, down to a 50-50 shot. But it is going to be Shouty definition.
Tá aí 10 minutão para os senhores pensarem muito bem. Ô, Bumerangue, se é tão melhor, o que você tá fazendo aqui, mano?
that was thrilling. The other semi-final, if you didn't see it, was also thrilling, and hopefully that is setting us up for a thrilling final. Obviously, Shouty is going to need a moment to get himself.
Não é, tá vendo? Não vem ficar se fazendo de coitado não, mano. Não se faz de coitado. Você tá falando que a final tá melhor, assiste a final, pô. É bem simples, cara.
Do not go anywhere. We'll see you soon.
Aí, ó. Gol do Corinthians aí, ó. Chupa, bobão. Aí, ó, seu otário. Seu otário. Fica aí falando bosta, seu time lá perdendo. Aí, ó, seu time de bosta. Não dá pra confiar na merda do Vasco, não. Time de bosta. Não consegue, mano. Vai conseguir. Os caras vão conseguir entregar Mano. Vai conseguir entregar título pro Corinthians, mano. Ainda tomou gol do Memphis Depay. Ah, pelo amor de Deus. Tirou o Fluminense pra fazer uma merda dessa na final, mano. Ridículo. Ridículo, ridículo. Ridículo, ridículo, ridículo. Mas também a felicidade do brasileiro ficou nas mãos do Vasco, mano. Aí não tem muito o que fazer, né? Cadê meus apostadores aí? Ninguém vai postar no Chautezão? Só tem 5 mil no Definition? Ui. Eita, nós, mandaram 64 mil no Chautezão. Borinzão meteu 60 mil no Chautê. Que é isso? Quem que foi que colocou 5 mil aqui? O Churros colocou 5k no Definition. Cadê o Lostinho gastando as calcinhas? Só tem o K e foda-se. Caramba, mano, você ficou falido, mano. O Mundial foi duro pra você, hein? Felca tá vivendo? Gil foi o protagonista, fiquei pobre. É duro.
Bora aprender inglês? Pai, olha a professora que eu achei no
Ô, caceta.
Pressure for both players. Everybody's trying to calculate stuff. There's, you know, obviously some random elements with the different minions from the Kobold. Just pure insanity, but an incredible game to watch.
Yeah, and I think, although I think both players played well throughout the whole series, of course, I think that one really just highlighted Shouty's ability to just make things work, right? Like you said, you cannot prepare for those kinds of games. That's not something that's going to come up in practice or anything with you know, teammates or whatever. Like, that is something you have to just play by feel. And Shouty looked like,
o Borizão já vem com as notícias.
Looked like he was just in control for all of that.
Olha isso, quebrou o ovo. Quebrou o ovo na mesa? Ixi.
And it paid off massively. And after multiple tries and multiple World Championship attempts, Shouty is going to be in the finals. But his opponent has also had maybe a bit more time to recover.
Lencinho umedecido na mesa.
As well. So both of these players must be
esse cara aqui
for just a slightly more regular game or match of Hearthstone right now, because to do all that all over again in those kind of ways must be a little bit intimidating for these players in what's probably the most important match of their lives.
Tô ganhando seguidores, hein? Tô ganhando seguidores. Ele não tem a pegada. A pegada do ovo é aqui, ó. Joga.
Huge stakes. I cannot imagine how both of them are feeling. Definition, like you said, he had his own crazy game. The nice thing for him is maybe, at least from his decision-making point of view,
o Clay é experiente, né? É experiente na pegada do ovo.
You know, kind of game that he had to go through. For Shouty, he's just got to collect himself, calm down, and say, all right, I don't think it can get any crazier than that. So this one should be a piece of cake for him.
Yeah, and just talking about the lineups as well as the players, like we said, we're just making sure the players are all completely good
Qual é desse negócio do ovo? É porque ele tava de Egglock, aí ele fez o...
Sorry, not the Psycho Rogue. Is the Shaman in Shouty's lineup, right? Which is huge, and no DK, which is the big one here. So just looking at lineups and where we've ended up now in these finals, what do you make of them both? Is there any player you are leaning towards just purely from a lineup point of view?
Ano que vem é o Mundial presencial, diga. Ano que vem você vai escutar a torcida gritando. 6 anos aí de Mundial.
Shaman's been looking better than I thought. DK has struggled a little bit, so
Esse ovo explode na tua boca aí
I might lean
muito.
towards Xiaoti just a little bit.
And are we expecting any big surprises from the bans here, or are we just getting the usual suspects? Because a lot of these lineups have been played across the across the past 3.5 days, I guess.
Yeah, I think they'll just be sticking to their own plans. Sometimes there's some mind games with, maybe I can change up the ban based on what my opponent does. But they both got here for a reason. They're in the finals. I don't think this would be the time to get too experimental.
Yeah, for sure. It's probably is one of those things where you could try something, but if it didn't work, you'd probably feel quite bad afterwards in such an important game. Just a reminder, if you have just joined us or joined us recently or any point in during that last game, which lasted, I think, upwards of an hour. This is going to be the final of the 2025 Hearthstone World Championship. These players have had different routes and different roads to get to this point, but either way, both players have worked extremely hard for a long time now to get there, and it's all coming down to this moment, which I can't wait to get going once these players are ready. But we can check them out here and see what's going to be going on with the bans when they are locked in. Let me just triple check if they are yet or not. It looks like we've got one ban locked in. We're just waiting on the other one just to confirm. Again, very important that the players are comfortable, good to go and ready. But what do you think is going through the minds of the players now right before this kind of match in terms of, is it just trying to calm and stay focused? Is it, the energy that's come with, because everything, there's arguably everything to gain and kind of everything to lose at the same time?
Yeah, I think everyone handles it differently. Some people might say, I've gotten this far, whatever happens, happens. Other people might be a bit more, I'm here, I have to win now. I think it definitely depends on the person, but like you said, the most important thing is just to calm down, focus up. Everything that happened for the past in this tournament, it's done now, regardless. Any mistakes they've made, any crazy games they've played, it all is irrelevant for the next, 30 minutes, an hour, however long this game lasts. So just need to focus up.
Yeah, and based on the recent series, who knows how long it's going to go, right? We'll have to find out.
2 Ragnaros, 2 partidas que ele deu letal.
Ban was Warrior and Shouty's ban was Hunter. Looking at this, so we'll see if
Sinto pelo claim.
Confirmed visually for us, and once we start getting
duro.
But yeah, pretty reasonable bans, I would say. Nothing too crazy going out there, and it does look like the standard lineups ended up doing it right. Phil Field got very close, right? The Warlock almost made it to the final. I still think fantastic performance from both players that had the Warlock, of course, getting into top 8 and then obviously the semis. But it looks like these are the sorts of decks that are going to get there, as we saw the most success from in these finals. But of course, it does come down to the players. And for you now, I've asked about lineups, I've asked about the decks, but when we look at the players, from what you've seen over the course of these 4 days,
continuou seguindo a mesma linha.
If any of them.
Yeah, so it's interesting because they've both had their good moments.
E tomou ban no Hunter.
That's pretty expected in a tournament like this. I would still have to lean towards Xiaoti. He's a player that I've personally been a fan of for a long time. I really enjoy watching him play. So methodical, so careful with everything that he does. And I feel like every time I watch him, like, yeah, that play looks good. Sometimes I'll be casting his matches. I'll say, this is what I would do. He'll make a different play, and I'm like, yeah, it's probably Xiaoti's play. That just makes sense. So
é gol do Verret. Vamos Verret.
Definition, of course, in his own right, also a very good
no escanteio.
But I would give a small edge to Xiaoti.
Yeah, with multiple super strong performances, and I do feel like Xiaoti, at least in the last few years, has definitely been like, if you ask players that aren't from China, you know, like the pro players in Europe and Americas, of course, say like, who's, name some of the best players in the world, or name the best player in the world. Xiao Ti has come up when we've interviewed players. Xiao Ti's come up often, right? It's not like it's a one-off or anything like that. Xiao Ti has come up fairly often, and I think it definitely holding the respect of players from across the world, never mind, in China, of course, where I'm sure that's magnified, tenfold to an extent. So, yeah, I think I would probably join you in this, in that just looking at results, overall performance over the years, Xiao Ti is looking very good. But as we have seen in the past few days, anything can happen, right? Like we've seen the most extreme cases of having to just juggle these outcomes that you weren't expecting in any given matchups and making them work. We've also seen the other way, where players have just been blitzed 3-0, or just had those, a run of games where you feel like everything's against you, right? And it can snowball out of control. So we really have seen it all. So even though we feel the favorite is Xiao Ti, literally anything could happen in this series. These players, you don't get to this far, we don't even get to the World Championship without being an exceptional player, and you definitely don't get to the finals. It looks like we are getting closer though, as the players are getting ready, locked in with that first matchup. We've got the Warrior on the side of Definition, and then we've got the Rogue on the side of Xiao Ti. So again, both players will be looking to just get the work done, right? Get the early wins. Are there like key decks from either player's lineup? Like, what's the deck where they have to get over the line, do you feel, now that we've seen the results? Because now you're a Shaman fan, so that might not be the problem for Xiao Ti now.
I'm still gonna call it the problem for Xiao Ti.
Okay.
It keeps coming back to those other two decks, right? We always have this situation where, or at least pretty frequently, we've had, Warrior, Hunter, and Rogue. And then generally, they kind of seem to get there, especially just the way that the bans work out. I always feel like they're in kind of a fine spot. And pretty often, I think we're even seeing it here, you kind of have to ban for your fourth deck a little bit. Definition has the DK as his fourth, Xiao Ti's got Shaman. So I think that's why the bans differ. Happened in some previous sets as well with these exact lineups, where Xiao Ti kind of needs to protect his Shaman a little bit, give it an extra chance, because that matchup against Hunter is just not great. Meanwhile, Definition, probably also expecting a Hunter ban, he ends up just banning Warrior. DK, usually not great against Warrior. Of course, we saw an incredible match in the last game with that. Not often that it looks that close, though. Sometimes Warrior will kind of just do their thing, especially without the Steam Cleaner tech to help.
Yeah, and what do you think about that? Like, in the sort of use or not use, I guess, of tech cards in the decks that have been submitted over the weekend and have played, now that we can see that the majority of the matches, of course, have been played out. Because for Philfield, I feel like the Steam Cleaner and some of the other tech choices we've seen on stream multiple times in these matchups. Obviously, you've got to hit the good matchups, but what do you think of it now that we've seen the results?
Yeah, I think it's been a pretty reasonable choice, and we'll see if... I guess there's not really many tech cards in this matchup, but we're getting into it.
Yeah, here we go. Game number 1 of the finals of the Hearthstone World Championship. We've got Definition on the top on the Warrior, going up against Xiao Ti on that Rogue. And again, it's all just about these early starts. We can see Hostile Invader is an option for Definition, one of the better ways to fight back versus those early Rogue boards. But Xiao Ti, nothing looking too amazing in that opening hand.
Yeah, sometimes you might see prep kept, at least pretty often, but I think Xiao Ti's really looking for a 1-drop to push a lot of early chip damage against Warrior. Meanwhile, for Warrior, we won't see the quest kept. Hostile Invader, as you mentioned, much more important.
Okay, both players actually ending up post-mulligan with pretty decent hands, having the 1-drop into potentially Eat the Imp or even out Cultist Map as an option. Not bad at all for Xiao Ti, but Definition, having some armor gain, some card draw, and the Hostile Invader, that's kind of ticking the majority of the boxes for the Warrior, right?
It is, yeah. There's one box that's left unticked, which is New Heights, getting that extra ramp, allowing you to play Invader maybe without having to coin, getting to Dracorex and Ziliax as well. That is going to be what Definition really wants to see next turn. Xiao Ti, meanwhile, with, sometimes you might just eat the Imp on 2. I think in this case, he doesn't want to kill his minion off because he knows that this minion will push chip damage. That's a big part of the matchup, getting your minions to actually deal damage. Instead, he finds a Wisp, is able to eat that, but he keeps his 2-1 on board, which may very well push like 8 more damage this game.
Yeah, not looking too bad at all. Really nice. I don't want to say going all in, but just the early confident prep go. I can find something to do with this turn. Pretty nice, and yeah, I like this a lot. Just having that 2-1 is going to start chipping away at this armor gain from the shield block from Definition. Very quickly back over to Shao T though.
Pô, Shao T já é o GOAT chinês. O cara ganhar aqui, ele vai ser o GOAT de tudo, pô.
He's just looking for Tusk at this point, try to get a decent turn. And just to continue cycling his deck, he does pick up an O Manager with an Incendious in hand, so that will definitely be key this game.
See Shao T just very focused. Really planning out the turns, because again, this is one of those moments where you can just take a bit of time. These rogue turns, you do really want to have a bit of a roadmap to go down, right? And just sort of plan out how quickly you can cycle through the deck, what the setup looks like, as you mentioned with O Manager. Shao T just taking his time, working out if he wants to do anything else this turn, but also what do the next few turns look like, and look at the hand size as well, not to get into any too much trouble, which shouldn't be too difficult with the Shadow Steps and Wisp in hand as well.
Yep, and he does have a Wisp in hand, which you could just play out, but that is also a draw off of Webweaver later on, because he's already played his first one, so he's going to hold on to it. And there is the top deck
De novo, ele compra
Warrior seems to have against you on ladder, and it turns out
New Heights
that is the perfect draw for Definition.
no top deck.
Yeah, Definition either looked very happy or very sad about that, but I'm gonna assume that was very happy because it was the best draw I could possibly think of. So
I think it was. And speaking of best draws, not a bad one for Zhao Ti, picking up the Tusk to get that going. It might be a little bit late for an Everything Must Go turn, unfortunately, because Warrior has access to Invader now. So already a bit of a tough turn. I would probably lean towards a turn with the Tusk. See what he spends his remaining 2 mana on. He also can just spend the mana on the O Manager. Of course, he cannot play Incendious next turn, but could just get the mana spent.
I think I like this overall, yeah.
Yep, I do
no
too.
rush, as you said. As long looking to play the O Manager next turn, no doubt. So you may as well just preload everything.
Serviçais, todos vocês.
Vassilos Depola on a mission by Edwin Van Cleef.
Que é isso? Menino Vacilos, muito obrigado pelo sub, muito obrigado pelo empurrão, muito obrigado pela preferência, muito obrigado pelo apoio e o empurrão fortíssimo que o senhor aplica por trás do claim, não tem jeito. Muito obrigado.
Definition is now thinking about if he can just play out this Invader. One dubious purchase is already gone, and that's kind of their best answer to it. The nice thing about playing it out is not only does it, destroy their current board, it also makes their future board really awkward to deal with. But he does end up just armoring up. He's going to skip the Invader. Has the quest in hand, which he will hold on to, and he's able to go Invader plus quest.
Okay, straight into another New Heights.
Yep.
This ramp's going to start to really pay off soon.
It will, but he does need to find some top end for that ramp, like the Great Dracorex, like Zilliax. At the moment, he basically has Invader, not much else, right? That Ceaseless is a long way away from playable.
Meanwhile, Zhao Ti did find an EMG. Does have Webweaver now as well.
Yep. And,
mano, o Vasco depois que tomou o gol simplesmente derreteu, velho. Simplesmente derreteu.
Probably hoping that he ends up hitting a particularly big minion with more than 4 HP here.
Yeah, because this Mauler lived, this stacks up to be a nice extra amount of damage, right? Not only being able to attack face, but also be a Shadow Step target, which saves the mana from using the other Mauler instead, if that was going to be one of the options Shao Ti was looking at. So here's the MG.
Vasco enganou todo mundo.
I don't think he will be upset about that at all, and then is going to go ahead and shadow step that Mauler, just get it back in his hand for 0. Oh, he actually just replays it as
O
well.
Vasco conseguiu, mano. A tristeza pra quase todo o Brasil.
Get it done. Does still have access to that coin as well for the Incendius. So this is for Xiao Ti lining up very nicely of just ticking all the boxes for okay. Asteroids in, big board forcing removal. Normally, if removal's done, then there's not much sort of overall warrior progression, right? They're not doing the annoying things like gaining tons of armor or messing with you too much. So this ask is now on definition.
Mano, levava essa merda pelo menos pros pênaltis, cara.
Does have the invader, but as you said, 5 health is a little bit annoying.
It certainly is, and pretty interesting decision from Xiao Ti at the end of the turn that you could maybe argue about, where he ends up playing the Phoenix, which was free. The only potential punish for it is if Definition were to go Bob here, it would deny you being able to coin Incendius. So I would have probably just not played the Phoenix.
Cara, simplesmente, mano, tiraram o Fluminense. Era um time mais forte que eles pra perder pro Corinthians. Meu Deus do céu.
But certainly a decision point.
Yeah, with both Shadow Steps gone, it's not as if you can even say, oh, I'll draw into Shadow Step to play around that or anything, right? The Shadow Steps have been used. Xiao Ti does get the information, though. It's going to be Bulwark and the Hostile Invader sort of clear.
Yep, but crucially, he does get to hold on to a couple extra minions on the board, and these are just Bulwark food, right? You can just punch these into the Bulwark, start to chip through that. Very important to do so. I don't think he's going to be too bothered with the 3-5 on the board. His board is already essentially cleared, right? So seems like a very convenient turn to just coin Incendius and get his game plan rolling.
Would you not like the look of trade in, clear the board completely, and then coin Incendius, so it's sort of just sat on its own max health?
Yeah, so you could. The only issue with it is it's sort of just missing a lot.
Ah, mas pra você está suave. Agora aqui, primeiro que eu conheço um monte. E aqui, nossa senhora, aqui em volta. Tem até não querer mais.
Yeah, that's true, that's true. And low armor as well at the moment, right? So Shield Slam not really on offer outside of a Croc as well.
Yep. And he does indeed push a couple of the charges through that Bulwark. Definition needs some help here from his deck. Picks up an all-you-can-eat, which of course that draws some pretty crucial cards like Dracorex or Ziliax. Sometimes.
This brawl is
Nossa, meu cunhado vai me encher o saco.
Very interesting. It could go very right or it could go very wrong.
Nossa, nossa.
Yeah, he is looking at it, just kind of double checking, and
it's the only real choice he's got, right?
Yeah, it is. I mean, dream scenario, you win the brawl, but disaster scenario, he just wants to avoid the Incendius winning.
The win.
Mano, a briga tá quebrada de fato, velho. Tá quebrada de fato. Quem dá briga ganha briga, mano.
Is potentially a huge deal because that keeps his AoE on the board.
Yeah, and he's going to soak some of these asteroids, which isn't too shabby either. Yeah. Luckily for Xiao Ti, to an extent at least, it wasn't one of those follow-up turns where you just go eruption, eruption, eruption off the top, right? And it's just like, oh, it's all gone now. So it does have a little bit of leeway here. He does have that Thanos, does have the option of more Maulers as well.
Yep, now just needs to figure out the best way to sequence this turn. Has still got a lot of cards in deck to go through though. So taking a look at what Xiao Ti has left, he's got 5 eruptions, 4 asteroids, and then
10, 18 de dano na.
But the problem is there's also this invader, so he just can't get.
Ele não tem draw, né? Não tem, ele precisa tirar o bicho.
Very awkward for him now.
Is it? I'm just thinking, is there ever a world where this gets daggered down? Is that just I'm pretty good at silly suggestions, Banter, just so you know.
No,
so,
it's not silly at all. I think you're actually forced to. It doesn't really have another option because he doesn't want to draw the rest of his damage and suddenly Zhao able to just play his Ziliax that is quite likely in hand.
Falta perigosíssima pro Vasco, hein?
Okay, if the Ziliax does come down now, some annoying minions to trade into, and they will lose their shields, which could be quite clutch for next turn for Zhao T. Definition doesn't have to play the Ziliax right now, though. The board isn't super threatening. Could save it and try and go for a different route here.
Yeah, it is math time for Definition. He does need to calculate how much potential damage there is here, because I'm sure he would prefer to hold on to the Ziliax.
Right.
If you play it, it's just going to die to eruptions. He might need more healing. Of course, so Zhao T has 5 eruptions, 4 asteroids.
Mano, quase foi gol do Vasco.
The big concern is the Thalnos, as well as the Mauler in hand. So I think Definition can't really afford a Ziliax here. Just going to clear the board with this instead. He also gets another Invader down, which is a pretty big deal for the same reason it was before. You just can't play the
mano,
Thalnos.
quase.
Or maybe, depending on how many of these pop. He can.
That is good enough. And that dagger that you pointed out last turn is going to come in clutch here. He can just kill off this Invader and then draw the rest of his deck with Thalnos. Just needs to do the math. Make sure he can get every card from his deck. He just can.
Esse demônio é inteligente ele colocar porque o cara precisa jogar o Thalnos.
Asteroids, and of course there is a Mauler to add even more asteroids in here as well.
Yep. So
and access to a little bit more card draw.
Yeah, and it's actually just enough card draw. He goes
Meu Deus, perderam o gol na cara.
And a Platosaur to guarantee that he draws every card in his deck, and it is just enough damage.
Wow.
Ah, sim. Quando rotacionar, vai fazer falta. Mas ele ganhou aqui. 1-0, Chaltezão.
As I believe, yeah, he's done the math, and it's looking pretty good so far.
Yep, there's always that kind of sad feeling as you see all the asteroids hit your face and you realize, yep, this one is over, but very clean from Zhao T.
Yeah, 100% some great decision making earlier on in the game, set him up for success. And also just the earlier shadow steps with the
Mas com certeza eles vão trazer remoção pro Warrior.
Then, and you can see those extra asteroids that were shuffled in from the first Mauler helping clear some of those the hostile invader off, for example. So really nice.
Tá nada, pô. O deck já foi todo nerfado, mano.
Just couldn't quite get there, right? And the problem was with that Ziliax option. Sure, you only heal 3.
Sinceramente, mano, pra final de... Quando tá no Mundial, eles já não estão ligando mais pra meta. Porque, tipo... É as cartas dos 2 últimos anos, pô. A preocupação deles com meta é... Eles se preocupam mais, na verdade, com o jogador casual do que com o competitivo. Eles sabem que esse tipo de deck aqui não é qualquer um que pilota, não. Tipo, eles podem... Eles podem, por exemplo, pegar dados do Mundial aí e tipo ver que pô, o Discover Hunter ficou com... Eu não vi a atualização de hoje, né? Com a atualização de hoje, eu não sei o que eles vão levar em consideração, mas tipo, o Discover Hunter tava com 80% de win rate, mano, no campeonato. Tipo, mas é outro deck de alta habilidade, né? Bom, Definition conseguiu encaixar o cycle dele. Eu tô vendo, perdeu gol feito, mano. Acho que é praticamente o último ataque agora, falta 1 minuto.
Yep, and this definitely a much quicker matchup rather than the Warrior. I mean, every matchup with Rogue can be quicker, but in general, you want to get on board. You're not going to be as worried about like that Thalnos damage. Rather, you just need to make sure you're not exploding early on. So getting some of the minions on board, like the Space Rock,
Ah, pelo amor de Deus, que é isso? Olha o chute que o cara deu agora. Desesperado.
Yeah, open hand for Xiao Ti, not so bad. Does have the grow thing available. And even though there's nothing mind-blowing yet, bird watching is a very good card at solving that problem, right? So bird watching turn 2 into either 3, 4 drop, depending on what's on offer, could be quite strong indeed. Definition though does have some options as well.
Mais minutinho. Ele deu mais minuto, não tinha visto não.
Yep, hand is a little bit empty, I would say, at the moment
Meu Deus.
This turn. Hard to get a turn off where you draw enough cards, so instead he's just going to get the tempo on board. And those minions, not really what Xiao Ti was looking for, especially with this hand in this matchup. I would say highest priority probably would have been Bellhop, would be the best minion to hit. These probably don't even crack the top 4. Not ideal at all.
Yeah, like even initially, like Bellhop, Hagatha, of course, just anything immediately playable, right, is all you really want. These, whilst powerful cards, not quite ready early enough when you look at the rest of the hand, so a little bit rough here for Xiao Ti.
Yep, but as you said, they are powerful, and I definitely like this pick the most. His next turn is looking weak, but right after that, he's got a Murden that is buff, so he'll go up to 8 attack. 8 attack Wind Fury minion, maybe has a few extra minions on board if he's forced to Hero Power and Totem. Really, he's just going to be probably in a spot where he's forced to play it and just hope that there's not a dubious purchase.
Yeah, and you can very quickly see Xiao Ti's mindset here. Could have traded into the Mauler. Mauler's one of the stronger cards in the Rogue, of course, for getting into asteroids, but no damage to face. This is how this matchup's going to go. This isn't Warrior. Rogue isn't really likely to heal much, so just get him killed. Turbulence, a very good pickup to fill out this kind of bad turn from Xiao Ti. Not bad at all.
Yeah, not too bad, but I will worry that Definition, especially having picked up an EPM, has so much card draw this turn. Already 6 draws between the natural draw plus the EPM. Already with the Shadow Step now, if he picks up an everything less draw in his next draws, it will be playable. Yeah, I might see him not play the map and forgo it for the... Well, now there's a second map as well. Has to decide between that and the EPM at this point. Something to be searching for from his deck right now.
Yeah, why not draw prep and then play them all? How about that? that could be pretty useful.
That sounds perfect. It looks like he is going to start with E. Really hoping that he picks up, I mean, at the very least, and everything must go, if not a prep. He does not hit, though. It's one of those scary spots where it's by far the best play you have on the surface. The scary part is if it gets dubious purchase, suddenly you're in a pretty tough spot, but it is by far the most pressure. I think Xiao Ti knows that he needs to get aggressive and does that. He also is able to kill off the Platosaur, so Definition loses a card.
Yeah, it's that weird one, isn't it, with Muradin, where the card's fantastic, but when you play it on 5, if it can be dealt with, if you want the weapon quite quickly, you're then spending your whole next turn just equipping a weapon, and with the pace of a lot of the matchups in the game right now, that feels quite slow sometimes. It's not really what you would need to do.
Yep. And Definition, I believe, should have a 2-mana dubious purchase, right? He's got both of those Space Rock Collector discounts already banked, so he's going to be searching for that for the map. There's the dubious.
Você não tá escutando aí? Vocês escutam tudo? Você tá escutando não? O que tá com a hecatombe que tá acontecendo aqui? Tudo culpa dessa merda aí desse Vasco. Essa merda aí desse Vasco. Se banir, mano. Banir o quê? Você torce pro time boroca aí. Demora 30 anos pra chegar na boss de uma final. Quando vai pra final, faz um papelão desse aí. Você é louco, jogando em casa. Ah, pelo amor de Deus, velho. Muito frouxo, mano. É muito frouxo.
It's the turn Definition's been waiting for, right? Like the first turn he can really get going.
Yeah, this is the crucial turn, and Zhao Ti, I'm sure very well aware that he has a hammer into fouls available. So what Zhao Ti is hoping for is that there's no taunts, that some minion is able to stick because he needs a little extra damage to connect. But as Definition draws more, it's getting a little scary.
O Vasco é inimigo da felicidade do brasileiro, pô.
Dubious already getting rid of one of the 4/4s.
Yeah, the Asteroid.
Vasco, inimigo da felicidade do brasileiro.
Just stick right there. Is still the everything must go. Definition gonna kill off his own minion to make space for a full drop, try to hit a rush or a taunt.
O brasileiro queria voltar a sorrir, mas o Vasco não deixou.
So now, Zhao Ti has to ask himself how do I win from here?
Simplesmente o Vasco não deixou.
Weapon all face because you put them down to 17, push 6 with the weapon, put them to 11. Suddenly you have a 2-turn setup. All you have to do is not die.
The goal of most people most of the time, and we'll see if Zhao Ti can pull it off. It's difficult though, because basically both players have more or less.
Olha lá, os caras estão lá dançando na casa de vocês, mano. Que vergonha, velho. Que vergonha. Que vergonha.
But Definition just cut all the way through the deck down to 2 cards, which just an Eat the Imp and the other Everything Must Go. So really not much left, so Definition can do whatever. The benefit, I guess, for Zhao Ti is that there wasn't that fast Incendious, which means if there's an Incendious, well, there can't be an Incendious pass if the weapon's the route he goes for, right?
Yep, and now the problem, like, I think that this looks like the winning play. Unfortunately, I believe that Definition will just kill through this because he has Mauler Shadow Step in hand, Thalnos in hand as well. He can make trades.
Ô filho, você tem camisa do Corinthians em casa? Você é o vascaíno mais falso que existe.
With all these minions sticking in the 4/4s, yes, they weren't taunts or they weren't any sort of shenanigan style minions. They're still 4 damage, right? And they're Shaman again, not got tons of health available.
Yep, and I think it's probably good to know that I think a lot of people would look at this turn and they say, oh, well, why didn't he play the Frosty Decor? It would have kept him alive, but the problem that you then have is you have no way to win the game. You play the Frosty, Definition just trades off the 2/4s, and he'll play Incendious, and suddenly you're in the exact same position. So definitely think it makes sense to make the play Zhao Ti made. I'm probably hoping that there was like a bottom 1 Mauler maybe at that point, but overall just a tough spot for him to be in.
Yeah, it's the problem, right? So if Zhao Ti did the Decor or whatever earlier, then great, he's got some armor, but then Definition can just play Incendious, right? Because he's not dead. So then it just kicks the problem down the road to a certain extent, right? So yeah, Zhao Ti set up as well as he could, but this is going to be more than enough damage required from Definition. Evening the series up 1.
Aí o cara veio aqui e ainda falou assim: a final da Copa do Brasil tá melhor do que essa final do Hearthstone. Ele ainda mandou essa pra mim.
And I do feel like...
Deixa eu fazer negocinho ali e já volto, senhores.
Bit of an assumption, but I feel like this rogue deck is one of the most played decks among the pros because it has the mix of it's a good deck for a start, but also it's very rewarding for good play, right? Once you lock in with the combos, lock in with the decision making, it seems very rewarding if you can handle it well.
Yeah, absolutely. It's one of those decks where you can kind of squeeze out that extra %. Sometimes that's just due to a little bit of easy math that maybe somebody on ladder normally wouldn't bother with. They'll say, whatever, like I'll just, yeah, exactly. I'll just play my cards. That's me too sometimes, you know. It's easy to get lazy, but in a spot like this, in these big tournaments, of course, everybody is carefully tracking, you know, what they have left, what their opponent has left. So you can definitely get that extra, you know, couple percentage points for top players with this deck. And I think that's why we're seeing it do pretty well.
Yeah, and it looks like Definition just going to have the Warrior and Death Knight to go up against the Hunter and Shaman. So we've found ourselves in a what feels like a bit of a unique situation where the last 4 classes are actually all different now between the 2 players. Yep. So we are going to see who's just going to get at the better end of the stick. Shouty, as we go into game number 3, is going to be on that Shaman once again, and Definition going to be on the Warrior. So both players now queuing the deck they've lost with so far in this series. So one of them is going to be a little bit happier than the other soon.
Yep, absolutely. And this is a matchup we have seen a few times. I think we talked about it earlier in the cast. It's one of those where, like, you got to get off to a good start. Both decks have the potential to play a really long game, but overall, I think Shaman would definitely prefer to be ending it early, right? Those early 5/5s. And because of that, this hand for Xiaoti, the only card he might consider, which he actually does keep, is the Shutter Block. What do you think about it?
Yeah, it's a tough one. I'm very much a full mull for the aggro stuff and go, but Shutter Block is definitely one of the cards that can really rip open a game, right? Because it allows you, I'll say it allows you to cheat, you know what I mean. It allows you to do some very, very powerful effects. And I'm guessing the idea here as well is, if you're going to do the rest of the mulligan, you're maybe not expecting the perfect start because it just feels a little bit unlikely. So then Xiaoti is just going to be building up for that sort of more mid to late game push, because that's still fast enough to beat like the Warriors end game of the quest, right? You're still doing Shudderwalk things faster than they're doing their end game.
It can be. I would say it depends a bit on what the Warrior's doing. And right now for Xiaoti, this is not the hand he would have been looking for.
No,
sure, he kept the Shutter. The rest of it is just not what he wants to see. There's no Hagatha, no location. We had a couple games like this previously that we saw in the tournament, and the Shaman had a really hard time recovering. One of the ways that you can recover, as you mentioned, is that Shutter kind of mid-game push. But if you're passing every turn until then, I'm not sure that'll be enough.
Yeah, you do slide further and further away, right? Because these are the turns where Xiaoti would want to be putting on pressure and chipping down health and or armor, right? Whereas this is just giving Definition time to pre-build up armor. And we saw even against in the Rogue matchup, we saw how close Shaman has to get sometimes, right? Like you really have to maximize damage. It feels a little bit face huntery to an extent, this Shaman deck. Yes, it can go late, which maybe wasn't the case for Hunter back in the day, but you do really want to maximize that early damage in this matchup. And yeah, you're right, this is not looking good. We might see some, what do you think, tempo frogs coming out here for the big 0 attack board builder? Probably not going to be the case.
I definitely think that Xiaoti will avoid the frogs. However, the Growfins do just spend the mana. But yeah, the frogs not looking good for Xiaoti. Of course, you do generally want to avoid going too wide on the board. I think he might pass up on a totem as well. He does indeed. He didn't forget to play it. He just decides that he doesn't want too many minions on board. Makes Definition's draw a little bit cheaper, so decides to hold off.
Yeah, and the lack of pressure now is really rough because it's just letting Definition do whatever he wants and getting 0 punish for it, right? Like, drop the Elise, okay, cool, take 2 damage, can freely drop the location almost regardless of what the location ended up being, right? If that's what he wants, because again, it's unlikely there's going to be a huge push right now. Then you look at Bob, Marin, there's Bulwark and Brawl as defensive options, even Rat to an extent here. So this is a lot of freedom being offered to Definition right now, and Shouty is not going to like that one bit.
Absolutely, yeah, and we just took a look at the location. It's not the best location, maybe not ideal for Definition. Discover a spell Death Rattle, but like you said, when he's got zero pressure, any location will do. You can have Death Rattle spell damage. Hey, I'll just take a turn to play it, and he can start to accelerate the Death Rattle on it. And Warrior has some pretty good spells, right? You pick up a Brawl, maybe another Shield Slam, so many different removal options, and he will almost certainly just play that next turn, try to pick something up for the future.
Yeah, for a lot of the classes, once you start testing out the Discover a spell, it costs less, you realize that one, classes have some really good spells in certain situations, right? And then you realize when they cost 4 less, a lot of spells are quite good, right? Like, believe it or not, spells get a lot better when they cost 4 less mana than they should. So yeah, definitely a lot of good options here. For Definition right now, though, maybe not the best, actually, after me talking up the Discover spell.
I think you jinxed it. Yeah, these are not the greatest options. Shadowflame Suffusion is a fine removal card. Sometimes you get a decent Dark Gift. He does end up going with that. I think the only other option he would really have considered was Champions of Azeroth. Some kind of funny cards to use from that, but a little too expensive, I would say. 6 mana, however much mana on an expensive minion, not really what he wants to be doing. Does choose to just play it now as well. Few options. There's a 2-mana Stadium Announcer, kind of a bit weird for a defensive deck. There's also that is an incredibly large armor, a 7/8 Latorvian Armorer if he wants to gain a bit armor. The downside of that is he would miss a card draw and decides in the end that's a little too valuable.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie to you, I was looking at bot face. Plus attack and lifesteal, like, only because, right, I'll back this up a little bit, only because this game, it feels like Definition can get into the position to just play that, right? Like, I feel like he's in a good enough spot that could definitely be something that's going to come down. However, going for the slightly more reasonable pick of just going for the weapon generation.
Yeah, I mean, it is not crazy to say that he actually could end up in a spot where he wants to play that, but I think from his point of view, I would say, well, if I can play a 9-mana bot face, I'm probably in a good enough spot. So just take this as maybe potential, like, you can try and scam another Bulwark for yourself. That is the major high roll for Definition. He can also get rid of his opponent's hammer. Not sure that's going to be super valuable, but that is probably what he's taking it for. After Muradin gets played and he equips the hammer, you just put it back in their deck, which at least means they don't have it equipped.
Yeah, and also, funnily enough, that with the effect on it being the mana reduction, you are only paying 2 mana for that effect, which suddenly makes it a lot more attractive, doesn't it?
Definitely, yeah. And I think that's why I ended up going with that. Now, this turn, he did not have access to an invader, so Definition says, I'm not going to brawl this board, right? It's a super tiny board, don't want to overreact. Instead, he's just kind of accepting that if Zhao Ti coins Wish, he'll take a little bit of chip, but it's not really the end of the world.
Yeah, I believe that was a rewind, so we're just going to get these spectators switched over. Unfortunately, rewind does cause the old spectator issue, which will get fixed ASAP, so we'll get that done for you. But it looks like he did rewind the weapon and attack into one of the 2/4s, I believe. Do some radio casting for you there.
Yep, and I think we can also see Zhao Ti immediately reach for that coin, right? He's still got 5 minions on board, a couple of frogs, and those frogs are going to help out here, just push through a bit of extra chip damage. And now suddenly, we can see the board coming back, 13 damage on board. He also got a foam render from the Stadium Announcer, and he's probably going to have enough corpses for a few turns of that.
Yeah, maybe regretting that rewind now. That is unfortunate for Definition. Definition still has Brawl, has Bob to freeze, even has Dirty Rat Brawl if he really fancies it available for him. But yeah, this is not what Definition was looking for.
Yeah, not at all. And I think he might be a little concerned about the idea of Dirty Rat Brawl, because one side effect of that now is he actually gives his opponent the corpses for the weapon, so he may end up just going for a Bob. But oh, he's got a Rye Cleaver equipped, not a very useful weapon for him. Oh yeah, you can just clear up with Invader actually, pretty easily.
That was a slight risk with dropping the weapons there, because there are high rolls for definition, but you are giving your opponent a tool to deal damage to you, right? And yes, there's loads of, like, let's say bad weapons for Shao Ti that you could get, but that option exists, right? You're giving your aggro opponent basically more damage, so it's definitely a little bit of a risk there for definition. See if he can utilize the weapon enough to make it pay off.
Yep, and Definition picked up a Heart Scrapper from that Discover. If anybody has played any Mech Warrior in the last few months before the nerf to it, you'll remember this says lose up to 5 armor, next mech costs that much less. Of course, he's not playing a mech deck, but he does run Ziliax, and he has it in his hand, but he did just remove 5 armor from himself, which allows Zhao Ti to kill him with fouls, which seems like a pretty crazy decision to toss away the Part Scrapper. Maybe he just felt that he was always in a bad enough spot at that point. But yeah, well, I think it was
the payoff where he had to do it then because he was going to take the damage and lose the armor, right? And so he wanted the Ziliax next turn, but that felt like a risk. Maybe it was just, I am literally only dead here to fouls, right? In that situation, I'm pretty sure it was literally just fouls. But that is scary because Shao Ti's opening hand, or at first couple of turns, was quite bad. And Shao Ti was holding cards from the beginning of the game, basically, all game. So you start to think, well, what are those cards that have not been played yet? They've been in hand from more or less turn 1. I can't quite remember when Fouls was there, but I think it was turn 1. So you think, well, what's being held? You've got stuff like Wish, you've got Fouls, you've got some of the more expensive stuff. And again, I'm sure, yourself included probably after this, but and all the rest of the pros will like look at that and work out, was that worth the risk to get Ziliax back, and so on, so on, so on. But at least the outcome wasn't great for Definition, right? It seemed a little bit too risky when you've given them a foam render as well.
Yep, absolutely. I think the biggest kind of argument against it would just be, like you said, he passed so many turns. There's only so many cards that he could have in his hand at that point. There's no like Flight of the Firehawk far left, no Bird Watching, no Bellhops, no Hagatha. So suddenly you remove all these cards and you think to yourself, well, how many cards can really be on the left side of their hand? I think he had like Bulwark Brawl for the next turn, so maybe regretting that decision, but still very much in this series.
Yeah, or Bulwark Ziliax maybe even for the next turn as well, right? Because it would have actually been cheap enough to play. But yeah, very.
You would have to forego the Part Scrapper, so you wouldn't be able to play Ziliax on 8, but you would just be able to go Bulwark Brawl, assume that will keep you alive, and then play Ziliax on 9.
Right.
Job's done.
Oh, here we go. Get into the next game. Shao Ti, maybe just this one game away from being crowned our new world champion. Definition got a lot of work to do, and he's definitely coming off a not the best ending to the previous game. A little bit unfortunate there. Must have felt a little bit rough.
Yeah, but he's kind of got to move on at this point, right? New game, still just 2 games away from himself becoming the world champion, and a usually favored matchup for the Warrior to start off. Of course, Zhao Ti is playing this different build of Hunter that we've talked about, which should give him at least a few extra % in the matchup.
Not a terrible start here for Shao Ti. Has the opportunity to curate that pupil nice and early. But we have seen some players struggle with that sometimes. Sometimes you actually don't want the pupil too early because you're doing more utility spells than you are damage spells that you'll probably be after.
My instinct shall hunt down our enemies.
Yep, and Zhao Ti gonna get his game plan moving, plays the Illyria here. None of these are particularly great. Maybe an Ice Trap just to try and disrupt something later, like a Brawl. Any of these speak out to you?
I'm just staring at them. I'm trying to think, like, does Cower get us anywhere? I'm staring through the deck list quick just to triple check what and if any beasts are relevant or even in the deck, so that's not really looking good. I would joke around and say go for the frogs, but that's definitely not worth it, so I'm with you on the Ice Trap for sure. The more playable card, however, playing it at this point again can be a little bit spicy for the Tide Pool, so I imagine we're going to see it held for a little while.
Who could put a price on such powerful artifacts? I could.
All right, opening up the Grifta and does hit deal 6. That is generally a snap pick for most people. I think Zhao Ti may be taking a second, thinking, well, you know, I could draw some cards. He's got a bird watching in hand, and he's got a pupil, so I would be pretty shocked to see him pick anything other than the Amulet of Warding here.
I like this from Zhao Ti, though, because if there's ever a time to not sort of let yourself slip into habits, it's probably now, right? Just have a real think, like, yes, it's almost certainly deal 6. Are there any worlds it's not? What's the plan going forward? These are all good things to do, as long as you can keep just a level head with everything. Definition, though, going to respond with this Elise and start to get going with these locations.
Yep, and we are looking for something defensive. He now has the knowledge of the deal 6. He is able to clear up the 6/6 as well, which I'm sure Zhao Ti was, you know, thinking of at the time. Picks up Discover a Spell and gains 6 armor. Pretty nice location. Although Zhao Ti also picking up his Elise on the following turn. I think we may see him go for a 1. Ends up picking a 5. There's some interesting options for this matchup. We talked about it on the broadcast a bit earlier. You can pick Copy and get extra scouts just by copying it on the board. So I would imagine he will be picking that. Maybe attack. Raptors for some extra board. What do you like here?
Yeah, I don't mind attack, because just there are worlds where you're just building up the board, right? And then it could just be that threat to your opponent and make them clear boards that they might not necessarily always want to clear. So yeah, going for copy and attack I do like. It just makes these things a little bit more threatening, and I like making my opponent feel a little bit more defensive than they would normally without that.
Yep, I like it as well. And there is also the possibility of getting your board space a little too restricted if you pick Raptors. I think in the past we've seen some people maybe get board locked. I think even in a semifinal matchup for these decks, we saw Definition board lock Love Storm with just a bunch of small minions, and he was never able to get unboard locked properly. So not picking Raptors does avoid that. And just taking his time again, making sure that keeping everything in mind. I definitely like getting the location down. It's just a nice tempo turn, right? He's got plenty of minions on board to take advantage. Just needs to figure out how to make the trades. I think we'll probably see him trade the 4-1 in first, because those 0/6s do grow in attack after they take damage. So assuming he wants to keep his minion, he does indeed do it that way. And can push 9 here if he wants.
Yeah, this is pretty nice, actually. Yeah, I was staring at the hand thinking, is there any reason not to play location? But this is sort of what I was talking about with the location choice. Is like, with that, any minions sort of just left around on any given turn become way more of a threat, right? And that's what you want to put on Alpha, because it just means Definition has to deal with air. Like, there's 2-1 still. If this lives for another couple of turns, it needs to be dealt with. We are going to see, of course, Hostile Invader clear up the vast majority of this. Still going to leave 5 damage on the board, though, which is by no means nothing.
Yep, it is quite a bit, and you can already see Zhao Ti's plan coming together here. He's got this scout in hand, a copy on the board, and he put that deal 6 in his pupil, meaning that anytime he wants, he just has, he can just pick up 18 damage, which, of course, if he finds a Neri, becomes 36 awfully quick. So I think we'll see a birdwatching played in the near future, tries to find Niall or Neri, and he will be awfully close to just killing.
The big question here is, do you like ice trap first or bird watching first? Because that's the last thing to fill out the tide pool, right? So I was actually looking at whether you... I mean, it's always going to be amulet anyway, probably from the tide pool, but I was like, huh, do you ever want the ice trap as a weird backup to cover the board? But very unlikely.
Yeah, I think if you want a backup, I would probably take the bird watching as well, but like you said, it's just never going to happen. It's always deal 6 from that, and he's going to be looking for a couple key cards from this, and he does pick up a Niall. But Definition is going to respond. He has this Demolition Renovator again. We talked about tech cards. That is a big deal. That is a lot of damage that Zhao Ti does not have access to, and he gets some pressure going as well.
Yeah, and it feels like a lot of pressure too, right? 6-6, 3-4, 2-3, like pretty good, and not something that Hunter normally wants to be able to deal with. With that location gone too, that further reduces the ability to sort of trade down this board. So this is definitely going to be a little bit tough, just very suddenly quite difficult for Zhao Ti when he was looking so comfortable earlier.
Yep, the good news for him is he does have access to this Sylvanas, so this one board not going to be too big of a deal. He does have access to a Ysera if he wants it. He can also pick up another Pupil. Really, these are all interesting options. The Sanctuary would let you spend your mana this turn alongside the Sylvanas that I think we'll see him play. But if he wants to just start doing more stuff in the future turns, he could end up picking this Ysera.
Yeah, and even on the other side of that, the Pupil allows him to maybe start going a little bit earlier because he can use the Rangari Scout, sorry.
Calma, eu saí já começa, já virou... Já virou bagunça aqui, é isso? Uma saída do claim vira bagunça?
Yep, and he definitely will want that Pupil at some point. The upside to not picking it is you can get an extra copy, which I'm sure he will be thinking about. He can go, Ysera, take a slower turn now, and then in the following turns with a ton of mana, go Scout, Hero Power, try to pick up some extra Pupils, something along those lines. And Definition now, meanwhile, he knows that
não morde, ai. Foi cagar pelado e esqueceu de colocar a camisa? Não, pô. Eu tava sem camiseta aqui, louco. Eu tô fazendo pizza. Aí eu fui terminar de fazer e colocar na assadeira. Senão os senhores iam ver um ataque de pelanca aqui na live.
The good news for Zhao Ti is I don't think he's gonna care. He can just go Ysera, Hero Power, and then probably just Ice Trap. Has access to 13 mana on the following turn, and he is getting really close to lethal. I mean, he could also just Ziliax down this Dracorex. I'm not sure that he needs to. But he's probably just going to double check, make sure of everything. We'll end up gaining that mana, and because he top decked the Nereus...
Pelanca, rapaz, olha aí, ó, o físico, o trapézio trabalhado.
Yeah, and right now, Definition does
Me
not
respeita,
appear
filho.
to have too many ways to slow that down or deal with it. No Bulwark of Azzinoth to cause some headaches here. But I completely
pelo amor
agree.
de Deus.
Ziliax looks incredibly clean, but when you look at is that progressing the game plan, you realize very quickly, no. Let them deal 5 damage, right? For this turn, who cares? So yeah, I like this a lot. Very much open.
Era esse ataque mesmo, que eu ia sofrer o ataque.
And Zhao Ti is creeping towards this World Championship victory here. This setup's pretty good. He's got the 6 damage. Grifter didn't whiff. He has the Pupil, he has the Rangari Scouts. It's all on Definition to try and defend against this push.
Yep, and he does have plenty of armor to defend with right now. He's sitting at 38. He has 12 more armor in hand, so I'm not sure we'll see the game end too soon, but it will be in the back of Definition's mind that he needs to continue to tank up or just get more pressure in.
You see the Marion get pulled out there. again, the dragon could deal with this 5/5, so not too much of a big deal if the trade happens, but the Baron maybe not the target he wanted to see.
Vamos focar, não.
I think he was probably hoping
Tem que focar, ficar gostoso.
pull it out and immediately just make it dormant on board. He does draw into it naturally, but he would have preferred just having that one for free.
Ficar que nem o Gabi? Não, é o Gabi não.
That pupil pickup, wait a 41, 46.
Não, 0% de gordura corporal, isso não é saudável.
I'm not sure, does he have quite enough mana right now? 7, 8, 10.
Eu vou procurar um nutricionista do São Paulo que tava aplicando Monjaro nos jogadores.
Yeah, there's 2 goggles just already in hand, right? That even if you have to pay for, that's one of the.
Oh wait, there's a sanctuary on the board.
Is this just enough?
It's exactly enough with
Duro.
Is this just this? Well, he's played the Neri, right? So this won't just be some kind of setup turn. Xiao Ti has locked in the Neri, locked in all of the amulets in, and I believe
Meu Deus, Xiao Ti campeão mundial.
Comes off, the game is over, and Xiao Ti is going to be your 2025 world champion. Absolutely incredible play, coming off the back of an incredibly tense game in the semi-final, and he's going to finish it all now.
Irmão, o Ronnie Coleman meteu o louco uma vez, falando que subiu no palco com 0,35. Me respeita no pique. 6 de dano, 0 mano. Seu campeão é igual o Palmeiras. Aí você foi brincar com uma coisa sensível, Pirox. Aí o senhor será conduzido ao cantinho. Vai ser conduzido ao cantinho. Ao cantinho do pensamento. Parabéns, Boomerang. O único time lixo aqui é o seu, o Vasco da Gama. O vice da Gama. E agora você vai ser conduzido ao cantinho do pensamento, Boomerang. Parabéns.
Dracarys.
Mano, acho que o Borinzão não perdeu uma aposta, tá? Borinzão não perdeu uma aposta.
And it will be achieved, right? Like, no matter what. Especially in this series, you've seen every single game that Xiao Ti has won here has just been locked in straight away. That Hunter game, we've seen countless Hunter of this, at least fairly.
Mano, ele teve o primeiro dia criminoso, mas o tal do Magrão estava certo. Ele meteu as vitórias na loser. O cara foi um gênio. Ele perdeu e veio pela loser. Ele utilizou a tática do Clan. Não tem jeito. Ele usou a tática do Clan. Agora aí a todos que perderam, suas calcinhas aí, podem cobrar do Borizão, que tá tudo com ele. Ele roubou a economia inteira do chat, tá? Ele roubou toda a economia do chat, com todas as moedas de todo mundo. Ele simplesmente roubou todas as moedas do chat, mano. Todas. Ele não errou uma aposta, mano. Rapou todo mundo, velho. Aulas e palestras. Borinzão rapou todo mundo. Todo mundo. Rapou todos, a tudo e todos.
we've seen from multiple players throughout this tournament, the stress was high. But I think Xiaoti's recovery
O homem está quente nas apostas, tá?
Has been exceptional, and since then has been, you know, the player we expect, right? From these years of Xiaoti competing, you will know better than almost anyone, you know, in terms of how good Xiaoti as a player, as you compete in a similar, same tournaments, of course, as well. So, yeah, just absolutely incredible player, and I think everyone will be very happy to see him crowned.
Bom, senhores, nosso acompanhamento aí do Mundial vai se encerrar por aqui. A live ainda não vai acabar. Eu vou só ver aqui com o meu adversário. Vou jogar o mid-season da USC. Aí eu vou transmitir para os senhores. Para quem quiser acompanhar aí.
How are you feeling? Like, what's it been like to join us on the desk as a very valuable guest, of course?
O Mundial não é mais o mesmo? Antigamente era bem melhor. Ano que vem volta, mano. Ano que vem volta. Ser do jeito que é. E vou te dizer que vai ser estranho, tá? Dependendo de alguns tipos de deck. Se eles não aprovarem utilização de deck tracker, que eu acho que eles não vão aprovar, a gente vai ver mais criminalidade acontecendo, tá? Porque os caras hoje eles estão acostumados a jogar com deck tracker ali de apoio. Valeu, Borinzão. Bom descanso aí. Eles vão tirar? Não, porque quando é presencial, eles tiram o tracker.
Congratulations for that. And I think you did a great job as well. I think a lot of viewers really enjoy hearing the pro player side of things and what their thought patterns are.
Deixa eu só ver como que tá a pizza ali no forno, já volto.
You know what it feels like, whereas I, to an extent, used to know what it feels like many years ago now, not really quite as recently as you. So it's been absolutely great to hear from you. But yeah, we are just still just checking on. Let me just double check. Yeah, okay. Checking where we are with this fingers crossed interview again. Can't promise anything, but we're doing our best. But now that it's all done, Banter, what have really been the highlights for you? Did things go as expected? Were there any players that stuck out for you? Maybe outside of Xiaoti. We'll put Xiaoti over here for a second. But anyone else really stuck out? Anything that really grabbed your attention, or any lineups or decks?
Yeah, definitely Xiaoti for sure. And then some other ones that stuck out in Kuro. We've talked about him a lot this weekend among the casters. I think he played super well, especially for his first appearance in Worlds. Shout out to Maxi as well. I think he played his games. Had a tough run today, but he's been in back-to-back Worlds now. Keeps getting better. He's definitely one to keep our eye on in the future. I'd say Lovestorm as well. Maybe the last player that really impressed me.
Okay, and looking at how this tournament's gone as well, what have you made of the? This is not aimed at you in any way or the Americas, but looking at the regions, did you expect the representation in the regions to go this way into the top 8, for example? Because China looking very strong, APAC as well, those two dominating the top 8, which, well, top 4 specifically, which was, you know, maybe expected, maybe not. How did you feel about this going in?
Yep. Well, on that topic, I did want to say you all thought that there wouldn't be an American at Worlds. I made it to the finals. Apart from that, I would say EU maybe didn't do as well as we would expect them to. They have a ton of great players, but I think in the end, you know, everybody deserved to get where they did in the finals.
Okay, well, it looks like we do have an interview with our new champion, Xiaoti. So we'll just make sure they are here and they can hear us. So let's check it out. Hello, Xiaoti. Can you hear me?
Hello, I can hear. Hello, Raven. Hello, Banter.
I can't hear Xiaoti. That's not good.
I cannot hear Mike.
One sec. Let me just. We just have a tech problem. Just give me 1 second.
Hello. Hello. Hello, guys.
We're just having a tech check the audio because unfortunately we can't hear him over here, and that's not the best for an interview.
Hello?
Oh, there we go. Oh, hello. Hey, can you hear me?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I can.
Okay, perfect.
Hi, Raven. Hi, Dante. Yeah.
Hey, we can hear you now, so that's fantastic. So first off, congratulations on becoming our world champion for 2025. I just want to ask, how are you feeling right now?
Yeah, feeling so great. Yeah, it's amazing, man.
And after, when you was about to go into the final match, how were you feeling after your semi-final? Because the last game in the semi-final was crazy.
Yeah, that's actually a crazy game, and I think I misplayed somehow, but whatever, I won the half and half at last.
I'm curious, during that game, was there any point in that Warrior versus DK crazy match where you felt maybe that you probably weren't going to win? Not going to say give up, but was there a certain turning point in that match where you maybe thought, oh wait, I can actually win this?
Oh yeah, I always think I can actually win. But when he draws infinite Ziliax, I feel I probably lose that game.
And going into the finals against Definition, how confident were you based on lineups and based on your opponent? Were you feeling good going into it?
Yeah, I think I feel my lineup is favor into Definition, but I played so bad the first day and lose to him 0-3. Yeah.
And we know you. Oh, go on, Banter. Go on.
Sure. During that first match, or right after that first match against Definition the other day, was it hard to kind of, settle down and say, okay, like, you know how good you are? Was it hard to get back into the mindset of the tournament, or was it easy for you to say, nope, that's fine, I made a mistake, that's okay?
Yeah, I think it's fun, but people think I'm really bad that day.
Well, I think people are going to think you are very, very good. One of the best in the world, for sure. I do just want to ask you as well, your version of Hunter that you played, how did that come about? And were you really happy to bring it? Because especially in that last game against Warrior, the Ysera really paid off with that lethal.
Oh yeah, I think my version of Hunter is good into the slow matchups like DK and Warrior, and I also think my Hunter is better against like Shaman or something than the non-Elisma.
Okay. And finally, just before we let you go and celebrate, are there any final words you want to say to everyone watching, or anyone you want to thank, or just any shout-outs overall?
Oh yeah, I want to thank to my prep group, Gabby, Lovestorm, and Tianming, and the people helped me to practice, like Cai Miao, Fa Ge, Xiao Wang, and SYF. Yeah, thanks them a lot, and thanks all the fans supporting me. Thank you.
Yeah, I think you've got a lot of fans, and thank you for this interview as well and taking the time. We're going to let you go and celebrate now, but just again, huge congratulations, well deserved, and yeah, just a great job and have a great time.
Thanks, Raven, and thanks, Panther.
Thanks.
Congratulations.
Oh, so glad we got to hear from Shouty. There's nothing we want, as casters, there's nothing we want more than to talk to the players, as you will well know. So yeah, that is it. Just an absolutely fantastic end to the tournament. We've had 4 days of Hearthstone, and honestly, today, the matches just kept on coming, didn't they, in terms of quality, some crazy games that we were going nuts, sort of, I'll say backstage, we're all at home, but you know what I mean. So yeah, absolutely fantastic day. Banter, it wasn't expected that you're going to be cast in the finals, but any final words from you to wrap up the weekend?
I'm very thankful that I was able to do it. Incredible tournament to watch. I do also want to say thank you to all the other casters and everybody who's had kind words for me, making my job easy to be here to talk about Hearthstone. I love doing it, so thank you guys.
And it was fantastic to have you, as well as all the other guests, of course. Derek, Cora, Redfam, and TJ jumping in for an interview. Again, just a reminder, we have our plans all out there now.
Hoje é um grande dia de Hearthstone, e a gente viu aí grande dia de Hearthstone.
Hearthstone esports system, so make sure to go and check that out. But thank you everyone at home for watching. We hope you had a great time. Thanks to production, and we're going to wrap this up. Thanks a lot for watching, everyone. We'll see you next year.
Nossa, acabei de lembrar que eu perdi uma quest semanal na Europa. F.